Hello? Hello? Hello everybody, I forgot to turn on my thing, so you have to wait a little bit, but I am here, welcome. Oh. Oh. Hello, it's me without myself. You just I'm transparent today. Oh, I'm not transparent anymore. Give me back my transparency. Hello. Hello, chat. Hello. We're playing more Resident Evil today. Why the fuck is the music so loud? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Say hi to Eva.
Blah, 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 blah. I'm holding.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Hi, I'm Eve.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I know our conversation already took a turn in direction from the start.
I don't know what was happening. I was just starting up things because I forgot
Doing
to.
modification to her body since she's a robot.
What?
She's a Neos. She's not making modifications except when she sweats and sleeps and yeah. And she wants to do stuff, but she can't because she's Neos.
How tall is an Android Neo? I don't know. I didn't think
Android
about
Neo.
that.
She's cuddle size. That's what you need. That's all you need to know. She's cuddle size. Not for you, for me.
I see.
I was talking to them, not you. You can cuddle size Neo. Well, you are cuddle size Neo. What am I talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just listening here like, okay.
Don't worry about
I thought you said don't worm.
Don't worm?
Don't
I
worm.
mean, you're gonna worm no matter what.
I will
think
not
can
worm. You
stop
cannot
for-
stop me from that.
You will worm in bed. I already know it. I see it happening because you do it all the time.
Worm into bed? What
You
does that mean?
You shrimp in the bed and become worm.
I used to sleep when I was a kid. I would always sleep in like fetal position. I would always like just curl into a ball. And now I can't. Now my legs just want to be long. And it's
You
difficult.
have long legs.
It's difficult because the duvet is not long enough sometimes.
The duvet.
Yeah.
Oh wait, who just raided? Hi Wondor Pondor. Hi. How are yous? I should probably introduce myself. Hello Raiders, I'm Eve Petrichor, very cute, very sane, broken angel cat girl Neil. And I've got my friend Neil with me, Neil Sura. Look at her, she's so
Hello.
cute. You guys have stressed Neil on screen right now, but on her stream she's cute little cuddle sized chibi model. She's adorable. I'm gonna snack on her. But yeah, hi Raiders, hi's. You cat popped. Thank you for the follow decimals. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be wet.
What do you mean you don't want to be wet? You're
Can't put me in the fridge.
don't put robots in the fridge. Moisture damage. I thought you were a fancy robot. You can't get moisture damage.
I don't know yet.
Wait,
Nobody
the things
tried.
Didn't throw. You broke it. Did you break it? Things didn't throw.
What?
Oh,
You guys breaking Eve's stuff?
they're breaking my things again.
Oh.
I don't want to be wet either. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Maybe don't go out in the rain. I purchased anti-frost. Thank you for the pots. But yeah, Wondor, how was your stream today? I didn't see what you were streaming. I didn't see you were live. What did you guys do? Thank you for the hydrate I don't have. It's never her fault. Either she blames chat or OBS. It is never my fault. Whoever told you that is lying.
Just Eve things.
Did my niece-
Where did you go? How's you? I'm fine, thank you. I slept a lot. I'm feeling good and ready to tackle on more challenges. I think. What happened to Eve? Did she implode?
Got water.
Oh, hello. Hello, water.
I defeated my nemesis. Can't spell today. How's you? Neo is your resident evil nemesis. What is your nemesis, Wonder? And then, Neo, how is the Neos today?
I'm good. I already answered.
You did? I'm done.
You say I hibernate a lot. Of course I did. Yes. Warcraft.
Warcraft.
It's a crafting of war.
Oh my gosh, you know how it works? They have seasonal nemesis boss. It's the hardest solo content you can do. I just beat it on 2 classes. Yay, good job.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
What about everything? Everything is pointless.
What's pointless?
Everyone. Except you. You're not pointless.
Why?
Hard.
Why are you saying chat is pointless?
Because they're watching me.
Oh my god, chat, do you hear that? What the heck?
They hate me. They come into stream solely just to call me names and throw things at
I
me.
think you're not being honest.
I am pointless, totally smooth. Smacks my ass. Yeah.
Pointless, totally smooth. Oh god.
Exactly. You know what's up.
Like a tooth that's been worn down very much.
I don't get it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it too much. Don't worry. Don't think about it. Turn brain off.
Don't think about
Also,
it. Don't
I need to
think
check
about it.
something.
Don't think. Just
Because it wasn't working.
just
Let
be.
me get off my screen. Oh, fuck! I gotta schedule this stupid.
You have a schedule?
No, the karaoke redeem.
Redam.
I need to restart tits. Hold on.
Listen, her tits need
Well,
restarting. Not
Yeah,
working.
Neil, restore my tits.
Oh.
Oh, there it goes. Let me try again. It's not working. The redeem is not. They broke it. Ender broke it. Hello.
Lee.
Both of you too soon. I think Lee is Neil. Neil. Why are you saying to me the same stuff that all the guy talks to me when he does something illegal? Neil.
Lee, thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get 500 by the end of the year, so my challenge is to get 25 each month. Till then.
I want to get 10 billion by the end of the year.
Wow.
Is it gonna happen? Fuck no.
She's
Okay.
very ambitious.
I am very ambitious.
Yeah.
No. The goal is I think I'm at the same thing, like 400 or 500 by the end of the year.
That would be good.
I think we're averaging like 50 to 60 a month right now. Something like that.
Points.
Waiting for other 40 points.
They're-
What are you doing with the other 40 points? She's doing it to herself. She loves pain.
They're
I
plotting.
love certain types of pain.
They're plotting.
Stop it. Plotting? I don't know. You know what? We should probably go play the video game, shouldn't we?
Mm.
You want to play the video game?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I mean, I thought the goal was to try to beat it today. I think I'm going to call out of work tomorrow, though, just so I can stay up late tonight. Did I start the game? I did start the game.
What? Ooh, what? Ooh, what? Joker, thank you for your follow.
Thank you for the follow, Joker Knight. And we just hit 260.
Yay!
Yay! Thank yous. I tabbed into the game without tabbing over to the thing. What was that? Oh, there's the thing going off.
What? What? What's this?
The-
Combo?
What? I'm not calming down. I can't calm down. No calm down.
Combo.
No calm down here. We keep going.
What's this? What's this thing?
What am I starting?
Bum,
What, are we,
bum.
what is this? What is what? We're breaking it? Are we breaking it again?
I haven't
Neo,
s-
stop breaking it.
What?
Yeah,
What? What did I do?
I'll fix it. You did Neo things.
I didn't do anything. I'm looking on silly creature on my screen.
The silly, what silly creature on your screen?
I don't know what it is. I'm stretching.
Yeah, me. Oh, what is that? Joker Knight Fort. What is that? I don't know what that is.
You have 1 minute left to join.
That's the combo. What do you mean the minute left to join?
I don't
What
know.
am I doing?
Not anymore. The seconds are ticking down.
Thank you. Oh my god. Plat, 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 plat.
Can you smile when somebody's smiling? Wah.
Stretchy, stretch. Stretchy, stretchy. Wait, I wasn't supposed to.
That was a
stretchy,
terrible
stretch.
smile.
Leo, can you smile? I want to see your model smiling. Oh yeah, look at her. Look at her when she makes her faces. She's so cute.
Thank you for the bits. Just tiny fungus. Yeah, I'm tiny. Tiny.
Okay.
Tiny.
New models. It is adorable. I love it.
Combo ended. Wee. This was the first time I've seen this.
I've never seen it before.
Are-
But anyways, we should probably like go play the video.
Are you in the combo beta?
No, everyone has combos now.
Oh, I see. I don't know.
It's just not on mobile.
Ew, mobile.
Ew, mobile. Don't say.
I only hear people complaining about it. What am I supposed to say?
Let me invite the Neo.
How does a
I see
robot
you're
stretch?
trapped in my gay and stupid maze again.
Robot Secretary.
So loud.
Let me invite you. Game sound only chat.
That's so loud. Loading content. I forgot what I was about to say.
Sounds good. Resident Evil new intro music? What are you talking about?
Eva.
Okay. I'm eating. It's me. We can buy stuff, but we have no money. We have a new
Itaka.
pistol.
I've been told the new pistol is not good.
You've been told the new pistol is not good? Why
Yes. Because it's
Oh,
not worth
Patsy's
I've
back.
been told it's not worth it, so. Theo!
HKPA.
It's
PA,
me!
that makes
Hello! Hello, Black
Hi.
Primer! I know I already
Black Primer.
talked to you before, but I can say hi again because I can.
Talk again. Because you
Yeah.
can. Yeah.
Trust me, bro. Source me.
Yeah. Alright, let's get ready. Alright, let's go gamer. We stopped here, so we don't know what's next.
Middle pistol is mid.
I guess I like this Neo.
Yeah.
I like this Neo too.
I'm
oh,
trusting
we're in a
you.
swamp.
I know you played the game, I trust you! I guess I like this new. Is there another
okay.
one?
Yeah, there's probably another third pistol. Oh yeah, the Magnum, the 357.
No, that's not what I. Okay, never mind.
Wesker.
Whisker.
Top official with Umbrella, the leader of our store.
We're in a
Umbrella.
swamp. Why do I feel like there's gonna be giant mosquitoes?
I played this game since 2012. Is that when it came out?
It came out in 2007.
That's why I felt it was weird.
Hello, everyone.
I like this Neo. She thought they was yeah.
There's only one Neo.
There's the
This guy, cool guy.
there's also the Matrix Neo. I'm sorry, guys. Oh my God! Look at him. His zoom in.
He's Virgil. He's Virgil in the Resident Evil universe.
Is virgin.
Virgil.
No.
Virgin? I don't know. This guy doesn't seem like a virgin.
He wants to be JC Denton. Bullets aren't as fast as my fist.
Oh,
Virgin Virgil.
fast as my fist. Exactly.
Ah!
Oof. Virgin Virgil. I don't know about that. Don't know about that.
Whisker, Whisker.
Wesker has whiskers.
Yes.
Down they go.
Goodbye.
Gel.
Isn't that
Nothing.
an herb?
Jill's body was never found. and she
What's
was
an herb?
dead.
Jill?
The person I saw in that data looked like her.
Jill's a name.
I have to know if she's.
But isn't that an
What am
herb
I being
too?
replied to? What did I say? Wesker was secretly a cat the whole time. Exactly.
Yeah.
What about
Just
you?
put cat ears on
How'd
him.
you join the BSAA?
My parents were involved in an accident.
You maybe have had some
Maybe
fast
fast. Gravity.
Umbrella?
True.
9.8 cubic meters per second.
I only found out later that
Hide your boobies.
it was to cover up the manufacture
I don't
of
wanna.
biological weapons for terrorists.
Stronger nips than the universe.
We're using
So when you said that, I looked at my model and was like, wait a minute, you're in front of them.
bioweapons were responsible for the deaths of my parents,
Oh my god.
and someone has to pay for that.
So you joined the BSAA.
He looks like.
Jeez.
Oh my god. I didn't check the outfits before. I forgot.
Superhero like
Oh no, you forgot. You want to exit out and go look at them?
I don't know.
There's not. You don't really unlock them till you beat the game. These are the ones. There's the ones that came with the game because we bought the
then
gold
let's
edition.
make a stand for our
Fish!
fallen brothers.
Fish.
Wesker's the biggest noob in Resident Evil. So much power, and he loses it to a BDSM enjoyer.
Are you suggest? Are you?
With the first game, yeah, the first game.
You suggesting that the US
Alright, we-
BDSM enjoyers are weak?
I don't know. Maybe they can take a hit.
Fish. It was a fish
Let's
redeem.
go.
No, I only scream fish. That's what you get.
Okay.
Beast. Get on.
I got a ruby.
I forgot we played the game yesterday.
All right, so the barrels are now pots.
Flower.
can
Oh,
destroy the-
there's a beetle. You just
we can
missed
destroy
it.
the
Why are you not picking up bugs?
destroy the- What's up?
Why are you not picking up bugs? You have to.
Pick up the bugs?
Yeah, I already
am
picked it
picking
up.
bugs. You picked up a bug? Why'd you pick up a bug?
Because it was
Nasty.
cool.
If it was cool, that's nice. Alright, where are we going? Investigate.
Not this way. Wait, hold on. Show me the map.
Yeah.
Can I just get
Okay.
off? Well... What the heck? Okay?
We are locked in a hole.
You're locked in a hole? Oh...
I believe we can call this mistakes have been made. Oh, get on.
Ow. But we already were on this thing. Why are you going back? That's so stupid.
Oh god.
Do you want to be the one shooting or do you want to be the one...
I think it's better if I drive.
Wow, that's mean.
Are these the edge? They are the edge. Okay.
Look at the
So
master
let's
of
go-
driving.
Let's go follow the edge to see if there's any secrets. I don't want to go that way.
You're not even following the edge.
I'm following this edge.
You cannot just switch in the middle and follow a different edge.
I do what I wanna. Is this where we came from?
This is where we have to go.
Okay.
No, but we didn't check anything else yet.
No, the other way was weird.
But look at the map. There's so many other
Oh, this is-
things.
Okay, you're right. I'm dumb. Get on. I didn't look at the map.
The ghost skulls and the tribal masks sometimes hide treasures. Whoa. Knife the masks. Why am I supposed to destroy such a beautiful piece of art?
Because money.
That's stupid.
Little e-
Ooh, what's this? Oh,
I
a
don't know, but
chest.
Chest. Open the chest.
Open the chest.
I feel like there's supposed to be enemies, but because we haven't continued the story, there's no enemies
I
yet.
don't care. Fine.
I don't care.
Fine.
Climb the ladder. What is that?
Chest.
I heard noises.
That's me. Oh, it looks like a goat.
A goat? You got a goat? Why'd you grab a goat?
Because they're cool.
I
Don't
wanna jump
understand.
down.
You don't understand. Look, there's a fish.
Let me see. Where's the fishy? Oh, that fish.
Yeah, it has teeth.
Can
Wait,
I-
something's.
why does the-
There's a
wait, why
bog.
does it have-
Bog. Bog.
Bong. Where's the bong?
Over there, it's behind the fish.
I don't see the bog. Oh, you jumped in.
There's
There's
bog.
something in the water.
Look, bog.
I see it. We got it.
I told you.
Oh, you're swimming. What was that in the water just now?
That was a bog.
No, the fishy that jumped out of the water.
What? Oh,
No,
it's just a fish.
It's a fish. Eve, your mic is dying. What do
I'm
you
starting to
mean
get
my
the
mic
picture
is
of why
dying?
it was evicted. What does that mean?
I haven't. Shut up.
Kill the fish? They're already dead. You're already dead.
Wait, why are you saying kill the fishes? They will.
They do? Oh, you can't shoot at them. Hold on. Why can I
Not
shoot?
those, the ones in the
But why
water.
can't I shoot them?
You can shoot them?
You can shoot them like that thing. Wait, what if I knife them?
The ones in the water.
I know, but like they're red. See, and it makes me think. Makes me think. Oh, potentially
What
doing
is the
things.
knife button? That one. Okay.
I even. Oh my god! You murdered a fish.
You murdered the fish. You shot it.
I didn't. I'm shooting the ones already dead.
Oh, it just takes a minute for. No, you just gotta go up to the things in the water and knife it, and then they give us monies. Okay.
Knife. I want these
Look at the
ones.
fishy.
I want to eat them.
Can we not? Can we like?
Water is moving.
Did they had in life? Shut up. Where's the ladder? There it is.
No ladder. This is my pool.
It's our pool now.
Oh, I found a fish.
Wait, did I miss one?
Yes.
Oh no, they respawn. Oh my god, is this unlimited money?
Are you sure? You can buy 10 pizzas with this one? Don't stay in the water anywhere. Wouldn't seem the universe. Yeah, me either. You sure they respawn? I think that would be.
Oh, hi, Kakus!
Kaku!
I think the fish respawn.
Do they? That would be weird, though.
Look at them. There's like more fishy spots in the water.
That's
Like
weird.
they just keep coming back.
They are limited edition. Limited fish.
We just want to grind for like 20,000 coins
That
here.
would, that would be so boring.
Yeah, but it would be on par for us.
No. Limited efficient. I see what
It's
you're
called Gold
doing.
Edition for nothing. Oh my god, that's why it's called the Gold Edition.
Oh my god, you guys.
We figured it out. Alright, let's go look at this boat.
Boat!
The boat.
This fucking. Why do we need to have a cutscene for getting on the boat?
Because they gotta fill that timer in.
That's stupid. That's
What's
mine.
yours?
I'm eating it.
What is this?
Ooh, gone. Oh, rocket launcher. Eat it. Consume it. I don't need it. Eat all. I'm just picking up bugs in the water. Don't mind me. Where are you? Stop shooting me. Come over.
What do you mean? I'm not shooting you. Anyways,
You're pointing at
this
me.
is an image, right? This is another nice little image right here.
Oh my god. If you shoot a rocket launcher, you feel you can jump real high? Yes, that's what I heard.
Yeah, too bad there's no jump button. You can't trick me. There's no jump button. Why can I feel like I can break this? Oops.
Just look at her.
I guess not.
Great driver. A Simber,
I am
Cyber,
pro-gamer.
not surprised you're good at finding bugs. Why?
Neo is good at finding bugs.
Why does that make sense? I think you're just neat.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this
You
area?
always have a bad feeling, come on. There's no good feeling in Resident Evil.
Eve is bad luck, good general.
Because you know
Shut
code?
up.
Okay, we know what. I missed that.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey Neo, do we want to save this ammo or should I test it?
Save it.
Oh.
Fine. Oh, you, my god. You destroyed a skull.
So what? Oh, why is there's a clipboard here?
I don't think you can do anything about the
It's
mask.
just telling me about punching enemies, but we've been doing that since the beginning.
What? That's so stupid. Like, hey, you know it's the middle of the game. Do you know you can use your arms to attack?
You know you know how that pop-up that's been popping up since the beginning of the game? Yeah, this is what you can do that.
Yeah, you can
Punching
actually
doesn't
do
matter,
something about it. Save it.
Punching is a cooldown.
Punching doesn't run out of ammo.
There's handgun ammo over here. There's no ping button and it aggravates me.
Ping?
I want to ping the ammo.
Oh,
Right here, in here, over the fence. You walk past me.
I found egg.
You found egg.
I found an egg. Where?
There's ammo over there.
Sorry, I found an egg and I lost myself in the excitement of egg.
Fuck, I want to knife it.
I feel like I shouldn't be here yet, but doesn't matter. Chicken!
Don't matter. Chimkin.
Fried
He's
chicken!
gonna knife it.
Let's fry it!
But okay.
Let's fry chicken!
It's grilled chicken, not fried chicken.
But I want to fry it.
But they didn't fry it. They put it in. Oh, you want to fry your
Yes!
chicken. Oh my gosh. I thought you were talking about the chicken that was hanging in the air.
No, that's not even chicken, that's garbage.
It's roast. Oh, what is that? It's a chest. Open it. Ooh.
Why is it so empty? Are we doing things out of order?
Yes, of course we
I
are.
love that.
Yeah, we don't have to shoot anybody. We can just go get all of our ammo without running out.
I like grabbing stuff.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
No! We're not
so
dead!
much
We're not
for-
ready yet! Infinite egg spawner!
All infected.
How could someone do this?
They throw spears. Oh, they get up fast. Thank you for the pats.
Whoa, dragoon! Oh, that's you, whoops. Shit.
I'm out of ammo.
I need
Oh,
to
they
go
got
down,
shields
I
now.
cannot fucking shoot them.
I missed.
Actually, I'm stupid, I should have stayed there. And used my... No, never mind, I don't have ammunition, I'm stupid.
Oh, fuck. That hurt. I'm out of shotgun ammo. I'm gonna swap weapons real quick. What is that? We gotta shoot the thing on the side, I'm assuming.
No, shoot the middle of its face.
Oh, it gets back up.
Always shoot
It's
the
dead.
head.
But the head has a shield on it.
That's fine. This is a tall man. My hand is like shaking, what the fuck?
Are you nervous?
No.
He's gonna throw a spear at you, by the way. Shotgun. Gold. You grab the machine gun.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something glowing up here. Look at it up there.
Where? Another
The
thing.
ruby.
A ruby.
We gotta look up. There's stuff in the air. We gotta find it.
We have to look at our what? Just watch out for the hostile chicken that was running with them.
Yeah.
Egg.
Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Hold on.
Oh, we're finding pieces to make into a key, so we would, I'm guessing we should be here anyway.
Yeah, but maybe I don't think we knew that we needed those yet.
But I figured it out. Fine. Doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, I think we figured it out because we're collecting them and we had to figure out they gotta do
I
something.
like
eventually.
collecting.
Oh, we got a checkpoint. That's not good. I feel like we're gonna get attacked on the water now.
He's shooting the legs. As head as shield. Ah, naruhodo.
For the egg theft, we didn't steal any eggs.
I did.
Wait, you stole them, didn't you? Yeah, I forgot about that.
I might have stolen an egg. Flashbangs insta kill all the head mutations. Oh. If you have.
Whoa!
Look, I have an egg in my inventory.
Oh, it's in your. Oh my god, egg brown. I wonder what we do with that.
I don't know. It's mine though.
I do not have a flashbang. We used all the flashbangs on the back.
No,
you-
you eaten the flashbangs. Oh, why is it
Golden
wet?
Music, back it up. Let them come out of the water.
Back it up.
Oh, wait,
Go
what?
back. You can eat it. I'll throw it at someone. I'm gonna eat it.
I don't like this.
Water is
Do we?
water is dirty and dangerous.
Water is dirty.
Ah, crocodile!
Can we shoot it? Oh, crocodile does not care. Okay. I'll get in the water to piss it off.
Bro! Crocodile die!
No, it's under. I don't know. Let's see if it comes back up.
I can't. Oh
They didn't.
no.
I don't. Croco don't die.
This
Wait,
sucks.
can I eat it or throw it
Ah.
to someone? If you kill an enemy with an egg, I would be so ashamed it will not mutate. I don't
I-
like this.
I don't like you wasting my egg. Like that.
Where do we? Oh, ladder over here. Ladder at the back. Ladder at the back.
Oh, there it is. I was looking for it, but I couldn't see. I don't have a lot of ammunition anymore.
I don't either. We used it all in that fight.
Aha, it was faster. Another egg! It's mine!
Bully him! Bully him! Bully him!
Oh, that's not for me, that's for you. Ah, mama! Oh.
Behind you. Bully him!
Why can't I shoot things? Not equipped.
Asking why
Hold on.
can you or why can't you?
Come over here. I'm trying to give you a thing. Come over
Give me
here.
the thing.
Come closer.
I'm here.
Come
I'm
closer.
coming. God damn. Thank you.
Everyone is all the time like me. If I count 2009. Why does everybody say a different date?
For everyone, it's almost time for me. Resident Evil came out 5 in 2009, 16 years ago. You don't need to thank me. Hello, that's my joke. How dare you using my spells against me? What are you talking about? I don't get it.
A moment ago, I've been told that it came out in 2007.
Come here.
Look at him, he jumped.
I was just gonna knife his face till he died.
That would be fun. But that was boring for me to watch.
You could have helped me knife his face.
But there's not enough room in the window.
You could have gone around the backside and knifed his back while I was knifing his face.
Fair.
Oh, we gotta go back and fight with the crocs again.
Croco! There's a fish in here.
I feel like maybe this is not the place to fight with the fishy.
It's fine.
Oh, there's a thingy on the wall.
That wasn't a bug. Any bugs in here?
There's probably bugs somewhere. We're just not looking for them.
I'm looking for them. Maybe you're not looking.
I mean, there's a whole area over here we didn't go look.
Hello, crocodile.
Oh no, yeah, never mind. There's nothing here.
Oh,
get bit.
I confused Jill with Dill. Never mind.
Dill, what?
I said that Jill is an herb, and Jill is not an herb. Dill is an herb.
Oh my god. Dill pickle.
Can you pet the crocky? I don't think you can, but that would be nice.
I don't think that's a good idea. You know what? I really think that's not a good idea. I know I'm usually the person who comes up with the really bad ideas, but I'm saying that's not a good idea.
What?
Oh, that's a bomb. Oh,
Ah, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, we're bombed.
What?
Someone's throwing bombs at us.
Go on the side! No, no, in the middle! Come back! Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around!
This is the way we came from. I'm turning.
In the middle!
Oh, I see it. I wasn't looking at the map.
Open your
I don't like
eyes!
it.
What are you doing?
We're getting hit by bombs.
Stop eating bombs.
I'm trying not to. They're everywhere. Why do they have so many explosives? Also, we have no health.
Chicken!
Oh, fuck. They're still throwing stuff at us. I got a bug.
Egg! I'm
Can
sorry.
we use the eggs to heal?
Yes.
Why are you doing things at me?
I will consume all of the egg.
Are those-
Oh, I'm...
oh fuck! The chickens bite! The chickens bite! The chickens bite! The chickens bite! Hold on. Mama.
Come on. Chickens
Where'd you go? Here,
bite?
I
What
got-
the fuck?
Here, I can heal us.
You can heal it? I'm
Here.
not even hurt. What are you saying?
You are hurt.
You are hurt.
We're both hurt. There we go.
Leave the chickens alone. They bite. They didn't bite me. What do I know what you're talking
Is that
about?
me?
You're weak.
Yeah. God damn it. Hi, Blue Gloss. Die, you stupid chickens.
You just shoot them. You don't argue with the chicken.
I stab them.
That's why they bite you.
It's revenge for them biting.
No. There's shotgun shells
Stop
up
running
here.
from me. I will go. Get over here, you stupid fucking chicken. Whatever. I'm gonna go get
Shotgun
my
shells
shotgun.
up there. Woohoo.
I'm
They're
going.
egg gams, but I cannot freaking.
Wait, they are egg garm. You don't kill them? What do you mean you don't kill them? I just killed them.
There's one more. You missed. Ow.
He bit you.
That's a. Oh, that's because that's a cock.
That's a cock? Okay. It's a big cock. Okay.
Not really. That small one.
It was a small cock? Oh. That's why he was so aggressive.
If you don't kill them, they spawn eggs. That's fine.
Oh,
And
we're
we
not.
won't-
It's not like we're
He
down
won't be here for a long time.
Where are we? Did we get everything or do we gotta go back to the objective?
No, there's one more thing on the bottom, like this tunnel.
Oh, all the way. Okay, at the very bottom of the map.
Yeah,
Wait. Oh, the one with the tunnel. I see it. We didn't go that way, did we?
you didn't.
Because straight ahead of us is where we started, right?
Yes.
I don't like...
I knew you were gonna say that.
I mean, this does not look like a chase sequence.
Everything looks like a chase sequence in this game. You just
I mean,
need to
that's
be
true.
ready. You just know that the game's evil. That's the title of the game.
Is that a green herb? Can you pick that up?
What?
Look at it.
Come closer.
Can you grab it?
Yes.
Oh my god. Vroom vroom.
This freaking boat. Wait, hold. Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. This boat sounds like a lawnmower. What the fuck is this?
I'm trying to find out where to get
Who
off.
built this?
Oh my god. It's a somebody who does not know how to build easily accessible docks.
I mean, I know there's a purpose for them, but that's still stupid.
I feel like we're gonna be in a big fight and we don't have the ammo for it.
I'm just gonna eat. Not what I'm saying, by the way.
He just fell out of the sky.
He jumped out! He jumped off the roof!
Oh, he stabbed me.
He did, I saw that. Aye, aye, aye! Why did he jump?
Because that's what they do. I'm going in this room. There's stuff in here. I got the last key. I guess we had to come here anyways to get the other slates.
We did.
Now we got all 4 slates.
Mama, I'm out of ammunition.
Oh fuck, I ran out. Is your pistol's empty?
Yeah. I still have this.
I just shot him inside of a building. I got pistol
Ow!
ammo. Here.
Consuming ammunition. There's shotgun ammunition over there.
There is machine.
Eva! Shotgun.
Coming. I'm coming. I'm jumping.
You're jumping?
I'm jumping.
Jump.
There's lots of gold, but not much ammo.
They're in the
That's
water.
Why are they in the water? We're not in the
Ooh.
water. That seems counterintuitive.
Eh.
Oh, a shotgun. Yay.
Oh.
Are they? Oh my god, they're bugged out in the water.
There's more shotgun. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck is happening?
What's happening?
Look at
He's
him.
bugged out in the water. I mean, let him have his little fun there. He's bugged out.
I want to kill.
But do we want to waste ammo on him?
Not really, but maybe he has ammunition.
I mean, maybe we can knife him when he jumps up.
Okay.
I don't think we can get down there to take the ammunition anyways. I like the Resident Evil movies.
I don't think he can be hurt anymore. Oh, maybe he can.
Just hold space down and do it. Oh my god, he almost got up.
God damn it.
Oh, he's dead? No, he got up. He just lost his mask. Oh, he got it finally. Stab a bitch.
He has 4 tongs.
Thank him. Shank the bitch. There we go. Is he gonna drop anything?
Wow, bitch!
Oh,
Didn't
that's
even...
stingy fuck. Okay.
What the heck?
Out of all of that effort we put in, and that's all he did.
I know, right? What the heck?
His ass flew. It did flew when I stabbed him.
Hold on, I have to BRB for like a minute. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Oh, dinner's done. Lord of the Ring movies. Okay, hold up, Ivory. We have to have a conversation. Hold on. I adore Lord of the Rings. You cannot say that. Hold on. Bull kick them. Ivory is in Neil's chat. You cannot say that. You cannot say Lord of the Rings are pretty bad. You cannot say that. There has never been a film where everybody who participated in it was that excited to be in that movie and did everything they could with the amount of effort they put in. There is no other movie. Marvel has been going downhill for years. The purest, I swear to God. You like bad movies, Eve? You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Come on, Eve. Don't take the bait so easily. I am going to take the bait. You don't get to insult Lord of the Rings. That's not how that works. He's got a white egg and a brown egg. Look at her. Ong saw the Hobbit and War of Rohirrim. Anyway. The Hobbit was very theatricalized. I will admit that. You can do a good omelet with all those eggs, maybe. Anyways, we're just here for the plot, right, guys? The plot. Got some fucking wonky ass gauntlets, though. Look at that shit. She's got her fancy little knife for MV5. Her boots. Radio.
Ansel the Hobbit, what are you guys talking about?
They're trying to say Lord of the Rings was bad.
Oh, I don't know.
Eh?
Lord of the Rings was Lord of the Rings. It is boring in Kong? What Kong?
Well, it's supposed to be! It's not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be your little Marvel movies where there's always someone getting in a fight somewhere. It's dialogue, it's a story. God damn it. You know, I'm gonna fight these guys.
I would read up on the child, but I feel like I've wasted enough time already, so we might move on.
Okay. Those movies are thoroughly American. I have read all of the books.
I've only read the books. I have not watched the movies.
Yeah.
Are you gonna eat them? Okay.
Where are
enjoy.
we? Oh my god, it turned us around.
Shit. Need to like stop moving too much.
That.
Oh my
I don't think I
god.
can stop moving.
Stop
If they
moving
stop-
so
if they
there's
stop
my
moving- if they
fucking
stop-
boat! How can I shoot them?
Like a gamer.
I even didn't grab up there.
I'm not moving.
I know, but it feels like you are.
Cause it's a boat. It rocks in the water. It's not supposed to be boring. It's supposed to tell a story. It's not boring. It's only boring. You think it's boring because your attention span is shit.
There's one more boy.
I know, but he's throwing bombs in the water.
That's why I'm trying to shoot him.
Get him. There you got him. Okay, they opened.
How does it work? Does it like feel their life force?
Why are you throwing things at me? Well, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he was standing on... They're in the water, Neo.
Oh, they are in the water. What? I missed. Fuck.
I think I could Oh no, they're dropping ammo. We do need those.
I don't have more rifle.
I can't give you an... we gotta swap them.
I don't got more bullets. Just shoot them. I'm just gonna stand here and wave my hair.
Stop rocking the boat. Stop rocking the boat, Neo.
I'm not
Stop
even.
rocking the boat.
I'm not even pressing any buttons.
It's because the boat rocks because it's on water.
If anything is boring, it's the similar. It's by design as like a circuit record. I have not watched that or watched that. I haven't read that one.
Wait, we can go.
Yeah.
Let's go grab that ammo. You can kill them with the boat. Yeah, not before they fucking shoot us.
Take the ammunition.
And grab it. Move forward. There we go. All right, next one. Oh wait, there's more peoples. Hold on.
Take the ammunition.
Okay. I'm grabbing the ammunition. Next one. Forward. There we go. Rifle ammo. Perfect. Next one. Machine gun ammo. Okay. Rifle ammo. Next one. Rifle ammo. Perfect. You want to swap back or do you want me to stay up front?
You have rifle ammo. What can I do?
Oh, that's true. Did we get all of them? I think we did.
I think we did, yeah.
All right, let's go continue the story.
Whee!
Let's go find out what we actually need these for because we didn't get that far. Let's kill them with the boat. It's fun. We're gonna get shot in the face and die. How about we just do it like the gamer way?
The fuck? Why is it? Why did it not
F.
give us the freaking
F. There we go.
cutscene this time?
Because you're too fast.
That's not
Oh
my
yes,
fault.
we did have. We did. Now we know that we need these things. Okay.
Give me some MSG, maybe ammunition. I
Use
don't
the
know.
boat. I like a man and a woman.
Can I have some ammunition?
Yeah, yeah.
I can give you an egg.
What do you want?
Any ammunition. Okay. Thank you. Here, egg.
I have egg now.
Do you like this train?
Can I eat it? I can eat it. Should I eat it or save it?
You're not hurt. Don't eat it.
I should probably.
Can I
have
offer
put the
you an
shot-
egg in these trying times?
Oh no, we're back in the water again. What was the point of this? There's gonna be There's gonna be crocodiles again.
They're gonna be chickens.
There's always gonna be chickens, but there's gonna be crocodiles again. Birds.
Shoot the birds for
Look
money.
up. Make sure to look. What did you just do?
That's not me.
I don't know what that is. I don't see them.
There's a dude over there. He's shooting.
Oh, I see him.
Fuck off.
Got him? There's
Yeah.
a second one too, I think.
No.
Oh, he was shooting rather fast. I'm gonna get my shotgun back out in case a crocodile pops up and I gotta put it down.
Oh, there's a lot of
I gotta
everything.
take it out back. I gotta take it back down like old. Take it back out back like old Smokey. All right.
What?
You never heard that?
I'm not sure.
I feel like whatever's on the ground there, those birds are gonna grab and run off with it.
I think I'm gonna shoot the birds.
Yeah, maybe with the pistol. Okay, there we go.
I only got one, but still. Don't touch the holes.
It's a revolver.
A revolver! That's for me!
Are we in here together or just one of us?
I want revolver. He melted.
Yeah, come get your revolver.
Revolver!
It's a Magnum. We don't have any
Yay!
ammo for it, do we?
Wait, oh my god, I'm full of egg and chickens.
Oh. Well, I guess I'm gonna eat an egg. Oh no, you need to eat the egg because you want it. I'll eat the egg and then you give me your eggs and then... Or reload your machine gun.
Oh,
They're here. Oh no, they're not here. They're bugged out in the wall.
that won't help me.
Give me the, Oh, you got it? What'd you just do?
I reloaded everything.
What is that? Oh, he's got... I don't have any grenades. Oh, fuck.
Oops. I'm gonna get
Oh
out
my
of
god, there's
here.
multiple. I don't have any... I have a rocket launcher. I should probably use that, shouldn't I?
Oh god.
I want to get them together before I use the rocket launcher.
The guys with their worm, with
The big thing, yeah.
worm. Don't
Oh no, I'm
touch
talking
me.
about the big, massive guys.
Shotgun shells. No, I'm talking about the guy with the worm for his head.
That guy we can shotgun. The big guy, so I don't know how to deal with them.
Ah! Don't waste revolver using bigger enemies. Chris, what the fuck?
I'm trying. Get away from them. Run. Ah! Oh, he fucking dodged it.
Bro. Money. Money.
We're fucked. He dodged the RPG.
Ow.
Because he's gamer, apparently.
I'm eating all of my eggs. I like how she's breaking them on her leg. Beautiful.
They dodged the incendiary grenade, too. Oh my god, get off of me.
What the fuck? Okay. Fuck off.
Fuck, he got me.
This is the only protect part of— I'm just testing if it shatters! I'm gonna shoot his boy.
I think
He kicked me!
that's bad. Trying to figure out where to shoot these guys.
Everywhere. Shoot his leg! If you shoot his leg, he... Oh.
Yo, I was hitting with the shot they recoil. I feel like I was supposed to blow them up, but they didn't care. Don't die. There's magnum ammo over here that I have in my inventory. Oh, the enemies keep spawning, by the way. Maybe we have to figure out how to get out of here.
Oh. How am I still alive?
I don't know, but I'm coming.
No, but he like impaled me.
You have to kill the big ones. We can't. They don't die behind you, grenade guy or fire exploding guy.
Sorry, I know I'm being like terrible right now, but
If they didn't dodge the RPG, we would have been fine.
where's the bitch? Oh.
Oh, I found an area we can get that's secure, kind of, sort of, maybe.
What the fuck is he? Not you. Get out. Grr. Ah!
I'm dead.
Oh, I was right there, but he jumped on top of me. You are dead. I don't have anything to heal you with.
I was trying to RPG the big guys, but they dodged it, and they dodged the grenades.
Grenades. That was chaotic as hell, though. I kind of panicked there. I'm sorry.
It's fine. They dodged their big weapon. It was a pain in the butt. We have 2,000 money, so we can buy things. We have a stun rod and we can buy the rocket launcher. We need to get rid of... Can we like sell the things though? The eggs, do they sell for a lot of money? Yes, they do.
What does? Aha! Treasures.
The eggs. Oh, we do have treasures to sell. We have lots of treasures.
What? You can sell eggs?
Yes, we can sell the eggs.
What the fuck?
I cannot upgrade the rocket launcher.
I sold my eggs.
You sold your eggs? I'm gonna sell my eggs. I wish I could buy ammo.
No.
No. You don't have the Magnum either yet. Damn, dead. Damn, young. I mean, do we want proximity bombs? We can throw proximity bombs and just have them walk over it.
You want to?
Whatever, we'll figure it out. Let's go. Maybe this time they won't dodge the RPG.
Maybe.
Maybe. What are you eating?
Hold on.
I'll let you eat and then we'll go.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go grab a snack then. If you're... Actually, I guess snack right
How are you doing, chat?
Chat's chatting.
I'm sorry I've been panicking.
Fine.
You guys are not talking about Lord of the Rings anymore?
No, they got tired of it because they weren't getting the reaction they wanted. They get bored.
This food is called Breton beans.
What is it?
Breton beans.
What are those?
It's like baked beans with sausage.
Ooh. You want to go heat it up?
Hmm?
You want to go heat it up?
No,
or
it's
you
too
wanna-
warm.
Oh, you said it was cold.
No, it's fine.
But no. I despise how Twitch counts viewers. No.
What?
Because it says there's 6 people in chat, but I'm looking at the chat list and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people here. But Twitch only says 4.
I don't know.
I hate it. It's so dumb.
Is
Why
it
does
Magnum with the
Twitch hate
big guys?
Vector?
Shoot him in the body and the legs. Hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted to do that, but then I realized one of them is already dead, and the other one followed Eve, and I was like, oh, fuck.
There were 2 big guys though.
Big guys.
I was shooting the big guys with the shotgun. He ate 15 bullets and he did not care.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. That ate all of my ammunition. And there's 2 of them. If you place the RPG shot, you should one-shot them. They dodged it. It went through them.
They knew. They were like, we're not dying to this.
They were gamer.
Hmm? They are more gamer than I am.
He dodged it.
See?
It was a pain in the.
You have to wait. I'm gonna stun them and then you can shoot them.
I've got the shotgun to stun them though.
No. I'm gonna shoot their
I just
feet.
wanna They're gonna shoot their feet. Okay.
I'm gonna at least
Shoot their-
try one. Not sure you
Shoot their
can do
footsies.
both.
If we can get them together, we can shove them together with the RPG. It's better if we stick together. Okay. I mean that makes sense sticking together, but at the same time, we both like shiny things and we never see the same shiny thing together.
Yeah. We should kill them first and then look for shiny things.
Yeah, but when we see shiny thing is shiny thing.
True. True.
We gravitate towards shiny things.
I'm just saying that I was running for shiny things and then realized I don't have room in my inventory for ammunition to pick up.
I had the same issue. I felt ammo, and then I picked up magnum ammo and handgun ammo. I was like, oh no, I don't have any more room. We don't have. I wish we could upgrade our inventory space. Why do we only have?
Why
9
can't I have a
slots?
backpack?
Exactly. I need a backpack with at least 7 more slots. At least 7.
You can carry 4 guns but can have a backpack?
Watch out the traps. Did we run into any traps? I don't remember any traps. There are traps. Well, we managed to avoid them the entire time. The entire time we were running around in there, we dodged all the traps without even realizing it.
Traps are not shinies.
Magic. Yeah, traps are not shinies. We see the shinies and our gamer instincts kick in, and then we go and dodge all the traps without paying attention. Stay away from the holes. There were holes in the ground?
Yeah, in the beginning, that's why you fell into a trap. That's what the Magnum was.
Well, no, that was just that was the thing that started the entire area.
But there were holes in the ground before it.
Oh, yeah. See, the holes in the ground are where the things come. Oh, okay, I get it. Those are the traps. That's what you mean. I get it now.
Oh,
Okay, I'm home. Welcome home, Draco Damond.
hello.
How are you gaming today? Home in the gang? Home in the gang. Gang, let's go.
You can activate them again? That makes sense, yeah.
They almost kill you? Oh, I didn't even see that. To be honest, I think the big guys were already enough of a threat. And then adding traps to it. Got jump scared by a baddie today? What, Neo? She's not even gonna comment on it. Okay. Neo?
I don't have big gloves, but I have something very similar.
Okay. You better be eating bagels. What is bagels?
It's sauerkraut with
Oh,
sausage.
I see.
Well, hold on, there's no sauerkraut. I mean, yeah, it is made from sauerkraut, yeah. But
Young. Bagels is busting.
I'm eating baked
know,
beans
yeah.
with sausage. Another Polish dish.
Yeah, I know. My Kaku knows what it is because of sweats. I love bagels so much. Do you plan to play older Resident Evil? What do you mean? 1, 2, 3,
I
or
will
4?
play others, yes. But I first I'm gonna play Silent Hill.
The original or the remakes?
Original, fuck the remix.
Kaku, your comments. Kaku, the Silent Hill expert. What is your comment
Do
on
I
that?
look like I play new games?
Silent Hill is nice. Yes, you do, because I drag you to play them with me. And you did play We Were Human. Or no, You're Not Human. What is it called?
But that's an indie game.
You played Peak. Peak's an indie game.
That's also an indie game.
OG Resident Evil.
Oh gee.
The OG. Are you gonna play you're gonna play Resident Evil, what, 1, 2, and 3, and 4?
Gosh.
Resident Evil 4, I know they broke that one when the remake came out. They updated it and made it all bad.
We
The
will
pink
play
controls
them.
are fun.
I will play
The
them.
pink controls. You will play them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But first,
What?
Metal Gear.
Oh my god. What's before Metal Gear?
What?
What's before Metal Gear?
Nothing. Next is Metal Gear.
So it's Metal Gear, and then Silent Hill, and then Resident Evil.
Probably.
I feel like something's gonna stop you from getting to
Probably
Metal
I'm
Gear.
gonna stick some other things in between, but yes.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Yeah, like Repo.
No, tank controls!
I hate the castle and the remake. Yeah, I didn't like the castle in the remake either. The old castle
I'm
was
currently
better.
playing Tomb Raider 2. It's so painful.
Are you gonna play the other Tomb Raiders?
I am.
Oh, so Tomb Raiders before Metal Gear.
I mean, not really. I'm playing kinda in like release order,
Right.
so not like you know, trying to get all of the series out of the way. So
In release orders. So
Yes.
wait. You're on a timeline by year.
Yeah.
What year are you in right now? I didn't realize that.
I was. I mean, I'm kind of out of order right now because I was avoiding some things, but I'm getting back to it.
What things were we avoiding?
Too many years of yeah, I played the first one a year ago, and now I'm currently in like, I think I'm in
Okay.
level 6 of the second one.
Best remake. RE2 remake was really, really good. RE3 remake cut like what 5-6 hours worth of content and changed the end of the game.
What? Why?
Yeah. They cut out an entire part of Resident Evil 3 remake and turned it into a shitty boss fight.
That's so stupid. That's not even a remake anymore.
Is my gay panic though? What Carlos is? Oh yeah, and then they changed the hospital sequence too at the end.
That's just retcon.
No, they had you play Carlos for some reason. I don't know. Fuck if I know.
Okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands and I'm ready.
Go wash your hands. She muted. Carlos is fine as fuck. Yeah. Where's Kaku's? Kaku's on the line. Kaku, what are your thoughts on Wesker? You are okay, Carlos, because she'll catches the bad influence low. Yeah. Wesker can get it too? Yeah, I thought so. I figured as much. Wesker is just knockoff Virgil, so Is Resident Evil? Oh my god! What are you? Are you one of the ones who put cat ears on Leon? I'm gonna go fix my hair real quick. There we go. You put cat ears on Leon? No cat ear? No cat. You don't put cat ears on everything? How dare you? Cat ears go everywhere.
What?
That's why Neo needs cat ears.
Why do I always come back to this topic?
Because of me.
Oh my goodness.
Virgil's definitely better looking than Wesker. Yeah, that is true. Virgil is definitely a better looking version of Wesker. Yeah, okay, you know what? That was probably not right to say that Wesker is a knockoff Virgil, given that Wesker is older than Virgil. Given that the games came out further. Resident Evil 1 came out before DMC 1. Virgil.
Virgin.
Okay.
Uncontrollable.
I don't know, but Virgil wins that. Should have been Resident Evil 4. Lol. I mean, if you put certain people in the like that one area there, what you got Virgil, you got Wesker, you got Sephiroth, but that came that same type of, but they changed it for some reason. I don't know. Virgil can pull my devil.
Yes.
We're on stream, Kaku.
So?
She's done this before. She gets a little excited. Grab that.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. Those are yours.
Herb. I don't have room for... Combine your stupid herbs!
I'm combining my stupid herbs. God damn it. But you have the other green herb to combine with it.
But this one is also green. Oh, actually, you're right. I'm stupid. I forgot.
I'm not sorry. Let me sim. I will let you sim, Kaku. Okay.
I forgot you can combine the green with green.
Yeah. Give me something.
Hold on, I'm trying.
So much Mary Jane. Lol.
Mary Jane. Oh, there's red.
Well, too late. Magnum ammo, handgun ammo. These are all yours.
Incendiary grenade.
I want it. Where are you at?
Oh,
Are you
outside.
upstairs? Oh, I'm in the house.
I'm Jaham.
I'm in the hum. There's more handgun ammo up top.
Oh my goodness, I'm so full of handgun ammo.
Yeah. You better use it all. Oh my god, you can't grab the magnum now.
I can't.
No, your inventory's full.
I have to give you herb over here.
You want to grab more handgun ammo up there?
Sure. What is the cooling? What? What am I doing? What's that? What
Neo just does Neo things. My inventory's full. I can't grab the incendiary. Why'd you kick that
I
down?
had an accident.
Let's pick that back up. Cool.
There's
Eve,
your
question, how do
grenade
you
over
need-
here.
My inventory is full because somebody gave me the green thing.
That's mine then.
Is it gay to like the same gender if the person in question is trans? What do you mean?
None of this matters.
None of this matters anymore. Alright. Neo, do you want to go get your magnum?
I'm gonna go around. Fuck, can't go around. That sucks. But my grenade! Now I don't have room to get my thing.
Oh shit. Reload your machine gun
That won't help me.
and your rifle.
That won't help me. I don't have rifle
Oh, you
munition.
have your rifle only holds 6. Well, I guess we'll just have to use our bullets up and then grab it.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and spawn the stuff in that we need to murder.
Whee! Oh, that's you.
Oh, they shot me.
I shot you first.
Alright, they're dead.
Guys, let me out
Handgun
of
ammo.
here.
Do we have how much things do you have?
There's shotgun ammunition up there.
Down there or up there? Down over here, I see it.
Over
There's handgun
here.
ammo up there. Do you get your machine gun?
I did not get
You
it
get
yet. We have a problem. Just sorry.
Here.
Wobble wobble! Oh, why would you do that?
So you can give me the grenade so you can grab your thing. But I accidentally grabbed a thing, so now I'm a little fucked.
Okay, I got it.
We have a problem.
Fine. We'll be fine. There we go.
That's one dead. Blue Enigma.
I had to shoot his feet. Shoot his asshole. Oh,
We
I
can
don't
probably get
have
away with throwing a grenade at
enough.
him. Oh fuck, I got grabbed.
I got grabbed by home.
The guy.
This guy is glitching over here. Your feet are mine. Really? That's
Wait.
it?
Oh, already? What?
We were just pathetic last time, I'm telling you. Oh no. Listen, guys, last time it was a warm-up, okay? I was hungry.
That was what happened. Neo got the hunger.
Another grenade over here.
Stop stabbing me. That hurts.
Look,
Why are you not dead? There we go.
there's another ammunition here.
Got it. There's a guy over there. He's coming at you.
No, he's just he glitched, managed to get out of the wall.
Yeah, I guess. Is he gonna die? He is. Okay. We got handgun ammo. Did we kill everyone? I think so.
Sorry.
What the fuck was that? There's more handgun ammo here.
Do you have room for grenades?
I do.
Come over here. Come over here.
Grab these here.
Oh, I can't give you room. What the fuck am
I'm
I
out.
saying?
Oh, I'm full. Hold on. Now you can.
Okay.
Okay, did you grab this ammo?
What a weird step. Steppy step. If
Where's the
I
magnum? Let's go finish looking around real quick.
find the stabbing hurts. You finish kill. What's this? Oh, I know what's this.
Oh, I got
But I'm
magnum
not
ammo
ready
over
yet.
here.
Change weapon? I will my change weapon!
Oh, there's money on that. I should probably like. That looks dangerous. I feel like I'm gonna get stabbed. Oh my god! I wasn't even near it. Where
It's okay, I'm not shooting anything. I'm running
Where
around gathering company.
Right here.
Okay.
Mama.
My mom.
Don't go that way.
There's money.
Those pop. Yeah, but those pop up now. Actually, go ahead and try to get it. Go ahead and try to get it. Go ahead.
No!
Alright, I think we're done here. I think we can go around the thingy over here.
Investigate.
I'm on the other side.
You're on
Oh, can
the
I
other
turn this?
side
Oh, I'm
of the
fixing it.
rainbow. There's another dude over here. He's glitching into the wall.
That's why there's still music playing. Oh my god, what? Oh, you have to go across. Okay.
Stop! I'm shooting this man. Get out of the wall. Jesus Christ!
Just knife his ass.
I'm trying.
You know that area that said must investigate? Go back there.
I know, but there's a man.
Stab the man. Shank him.
No, I'm trying, but he's jumping around. Is he dead? No. Can you dead? Can you die? Can you die? Can you die?
He's not dying, Jack. Oh, he's dead. Yay, you got it.
He punched me.
I could do a real funny thing here, but I'm not gonna do it. Yay, she did it.
What did... What? What?
What?
Wah wah.
What?
Wah. I'm waiting to hear your funny thing.
I have lots of funny things. What funny thing are you waiting for, young?
I don't know.
The bridge is waiting for you.
The bridge is waiting!
If there's enemies that chase after you, run back across it and I'll drop the bridge.
I don't trust.
I dropped the
this.
bridge anyways. You gotta come open the door for me. Upstairs.
Upstairs. Ah. Right. Why is there's snakes in these spots?
Yeah, I figured. I figured eventually something was gonna pop out of one of those faces. I always think my sister fell there. Lol. Open your door. I'm in the door.
I will kill the snakes. I had to go open the door.
Kaku, there's a green. Not Kaku. Oh my god. Neo, there's a green thing here to
Kaku.
combine with your red one. Kaku's in chat.
I found the what? Oh my god! The snake dropped an egg.
It dropped. Interesting.
They drop eggs. Come, get eggs.
Oh my god, we need all of the eggs.
But I.
But my inventory's full.
Come on! I have to. You have to heal yourself.
I'm coming downstairs. Give me a second.
Heal yourself with the deodorant. And go gather the eggs.
Where are the eggs?
You will
Right
see
there.
them
I
when
got
you
the
find
egg.
them. What the fuck did I just say?
You will see them when you find them.
Yes. There's one more.
Only one. Oh, it's over here.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Now we gotta get the herbs upstairs. Okay. Let's go this way. We're gonna
Herbs.
go- Okay.
Herbs. Is there a red herb?
You've got a red herb already. You need to combine it with your green herb.
Oh, true, but I don't have room.
God damn it.
Hehe.
Eh.
Well, you have a problem.
Wait a minute.
What?
I need ammo.
I don't need your ammo.
You don't need my ammo. This is mine.
I need ammo.
Stop.
Wait, did you grab? Oh, the green one disappeared.
What?
It disappeared. There's another green one here. We need more inventory spots.
We do. You stupid plant! Why can't you?
Your red one, well, your red one's useless without a green one.
I know.
Where are the ammo?
Why am I
Oh, you know what? Here. Change ammo. Exchange ammo. And then reload your machine gun.
Oh, what the heck?
I need ammo.
You have to equip. The fuck why'd you do that?
So I can reload all of them. Now give me one of
I
these.
need ammo.
You have smelly
And now
thing.
you grab that and combine them.
Jesus Christ. This game. Give me back my
Okay.
my spray for mosquitoes.
I'm giving it back. That's the cat. Thank you.
Yay.
You don't get more inventory. Wait, what? I don't want to wait.
Wait
Alright,
for
you know
what?
what? Let's just go gamer.
My dog says, ooh.
Ooh, is the puppy in the room?
Yeah.
I hear her.
You can jump.
I got the hops.
Go in the
There's,
cave.
there's handgun ammo.
What
Wait,
cave?
does this go down?
This cave?
I don't know, because there's a thing here that takes me either up or down.
Oh, then we
Oh no,
have...
it takes me across. What?
No.
Wait, which way? I think the cave is not the way to go.
It's not.
What's in here?
Doggy!
Anything?
I already picked it up.
Papa.
No.
Can't get ammo. Alright, we gotta get on here. No.
Wow. Technology.
Young. Super advanced. Oh my god, we beat it. accurate.
Asak.
Oh, it took an hour. You can view Chris's Redfield file. You can play Lost,
Lost
in
in
Nightmares. I don't know that.
Nightmares.
It's a side story. We're not messing with that. Okay, organized shit. Treasure. Okay, I got so much money, I don't know what to do with it.
Give me.
Okay, you have a bunch of money too.
I can always have more.
We're gonna upgrade guns now.
What do you think I'm doing? I can't upgrade my gun for more capacity, but that's the last upgrade. Can you hear my
Yes.
dog?
I can hear her. She's whimpering.
She's a whimperer.
That's what she does.
Come over here. Come.
Come here, baby. Come here. Mm. I want a number.
Now that I'm trying to get her on my lap, she went away.
Oh my god. I have 50 coins.
50 coins? I have 200. I'm more.
I got double piercing on my my MP5.
I was about to tell you I'm more wise.
Okay.
Double piercing.
I
don't.
What did you,
but
what
I
did you
have
spend all your money?
I have triple critical on my handgun.
The RPG was of one use. I just realized it's gone.
It is gone.
But I got my shotgun is I'm at 360, reload's maxed out, and my capacity's low, but it has the increased chance for critical, and then my rifle
Oofy.
does 850 damage. That's strong. And then my machine gun, I got double piercing.
My-
And then,
My eggs are gone.
oh, all our eggs are gone. Wait, do we have everything? Why do I feel like something's not right?
I don't know.
Oh well. Do we both need a rifle still, or do we only one of us want a rifle? So that way we're not both trying to get ammo.
I don't know.
Have you upgraded your rifle at all?
Yes.
Whatever. We'll keep going. We'll figure it out. We can get an unlimited RPG at the end of the game. Perfect. That's how we speedrun.
At the end of the game.
I mean, we just play it again.
Hey, I was destroying a pod.
Damn. Oh, perfect. Oh no. Oh my god.
Snack.
I'm gonna go shoot them. Give me a
Okay.
second.
Girl, you're kind of missing.
Oh. I am missing. Give me a second. This guy just grew his head back.
I didn't expect you. Ah!
Oh, he's here. How did he get here?
Oh my god. I did not expect you to say
What? What did you not expect me to say?
that he grew his head back.
He did grow his head back.
Hey, you can't just do that. No! Oh. Why are these bags made of chickens?
Why are these chickens made of bags?
No, my Bobby Boo.
Whoopie whoopie wah.
No, these guys are made of chickens.
Chickens. I got. Oh, I missed.
Oh good, you miss. Shotgun shells.
I guess I never miss. Wait. Oh fuck. How does it go? Neo, how does it go?
What?
Hit or miss. I guess I never missed.
I don't know.
The fuck the Neo. Oh, why did you touch me? Not allowed.
He's hiding behind a pole. And that's not even
Stomp his
me.
pole. You got him?
Whoa, what the
Oh,
fuck?
what was that? Well, this guy can't aim either, so it's fine.
Stop making me laugh.
What do you mean?
I'm aiming.
Stop laughing at my non-jokes. They're anti-meme. They're not supposed to be make you... Because when you laugh, that makes me laugh. And then we have a problem.
Maybe we all made of chickens. Ah, that makes sense. Are we all made of
It's
eggs?
a chicken in a bag. It's fine.
Are we all made of eggs?
We are all made of eggs. What the oh my god, wait a minute.
What? They have buttons?
They have buttons. Can you believe it? They have very obvious giant ass buttons sitting over there.
They have bats?
I would assume so. Well, where else would they put the thingies that they use to make more of them? You got him? Okay.
The fuck? I shot him and... Oh. Okay. He didn't need his head for a bit, so it was fine. Oh, sir! What the heck?
I'm just gonna knife them as they walk up the ladder. Are you getting attacked again? You are.
Where are they coming from? There's another plant!
You got it. Where's the plant? Oh, you got it. I got it.
Another grenade.
I think we both need to use it. Hold on. There we go.
Grenade!
Granada. All right, jump down.
Granada!
All right, let's go push his buttons.
Wow.
Oh, you're a sick, wonderful girl who makes people lose their heads. Oh my god. Theo's so gamer. She made me lose my head in a fire. It was hot.
You're making my little dog cry.
I am not making your dog cry. She just wants love.
Oh.
How do we get over there and push that button? Oh, I see how to get over there.
You have to move me on this thing. That's kind of weird. Look at my
Why is it
legs.
going so slow?
Look at the steppies I'm
Oh
taking.
my god, you're modeling.
What? Who's coming?
Gotta protect
What
me.
the
They're gonna-
fuck?
Oh, there's a crocodile, don't get hit. I'm going fast as I can.
Grenade in Polish granat. No, it's granat. Without the A at the end.
Granada is Spanish. No, we're all made of cat ears. Cat does Stardust cat. What? I don't get it. Oh no.
It's fine. I'm like she's dodging automatically. Strong beef.
Climb, Neil. Climb, Neil. Climb, Neil.
Can't.
Climb.
Oh.
You pushing the button. I'm releasing it. Oh my god, it goes back on its own.
On PS3, you have a Civic QTE. I like this. Looks like it should have one, yeah. And I don't understand why it doesn't.
Gamers. Gamers didn't have time to gamer. Basic. What does she want you to do? Let her out?
I have a dog.
You do have a dog. Is she in your lap?
Yes.
Can I hold her?
I don't know how you want to do that, but sure.
I will hold her.
Just sniffing.
Hello. Hello, puppy. Hey, hi.
Checo point!
Yay, we got a Checo point though.
Made of chocolate. Chocolate.
It's made of... Do you want to rephrase that? I don't... Check it out. Oh, what? You destroyed it. Yay, we got money. I think I have copyrighted music playing right now because I just let my music from the start screen never stop.
I don't have
Okay,
any
there we-
music.
I had music... Oh, fuck.
Tricep. They help fund the BSAA. What the hell are they doing here?
Afrika! Afrika dzika,
Oh.
dawno odkryta.
Oh,
I will be
thanks.
welcome
Snakes in the grass.
to- What?
There's snakes in the grass.
Yeah, I'm picking them up. It's money. Ooh, can I explode this?
Yes.
Oh, maybe not yet.
Yeah, maybe not yet, but yes, we can explode it.
And like, no, I can. I just wanted to do it now. Too much reading. I'm not reading. I don't have eyes.
Here, Neil. I got ammo for you. Yeah.
That was my dog trying to escape. There's another
Why is she
grenade over
trying to escape?
here.
Fire down. She's not allowed to.
Grenade
escape.
over
I-
here.
I can't touch it. Oh, there's something shiny.
Bug and snake.
Where's our granada?
Snake didn't have egg.
Where is
There.
it? Oh, I see it. It's mine now. I have 4 of them.
I hear more snakes. I don't have any eggs.
You don't have room for eggs. I got more handgun ammo in here.
I want eggs.
But where are you gonna put the eggs? Holy, there's a freaking oil thing here.
It doesn't blow up.
It doesn't blow up yet. Maybe if I threw an incendiary grenade on it, the oil will get fire. Do you want me to throw an incendiary grenade on it? To test it?
Maybe.
Eat them. What do you mean eat
Do it.
them? Do it?
Do it.
I didn't do anything.
Pathetic.
Ah, damn. Gamers. Game not gaming. Whatever. Let's go.
Shit game.
Don't you know classic
We've arrived at the oil field.
video game knowledge? Oil catches fire.
Chris, where are you?
Chris is waiting for you at the door, Chris is. Oh, there's another snake.
At the Chris door. Where's Snake?
Are we eating the snakes or the eggs, Kaku? What came first, the snake or the egg? I'm here. Where's here? You're here? I'm here.
What the fuck was that?
Don't ask questions. I'm just leaning on the door. Have you took the
I
bug?
did.
What bug? The bug? Which bug? I ate the bug.
No, I picked up the bug.
The bug I picked up. Oh my god.
It's the
Are
bitch!
these- Oh, there he is. There's the bitch. She is fucking gay walk. There's a guy up top. Hold on. let me
Ooh,
go
I don't
look.
know if I picked up two. I picked one for sure.
Oh, we both shot him at the same time and caused each other to mess.
Beautiful. You guys have dog ASMR. Ah, Isabel!
What's blah 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 blah? I think we should just stay up here and let them come to us.
My dog pressed a button on my keyboard.
What button did she press?
I don't
Oh,
know.
well, someone just fell. Where are they at?
One's bronzy and one is the multicolored. I got the multicolored one.
I didn't pay attention.
Akule! Woohoo!
He's got a grenade.
Oh, it exploded.
I did that because I shot the thing on his back. There's a thing above you.
And the budget?
There's one of the guys with the things on his head.
Ah, what the fuck? Oh, I see.
You see him? They're gone. We killed them all.
My dog
The
smells.
game- Why does she smell? Did you wash her?
I did. Chat, can you hear my dog? I know Eve can hear my dog.
I can hear the dog.
I'm not sure-
My chat can hear the dog.
I'm not sure if my chat can hear the dog because of noise cancelling. Or rather, the noise gate.
Oh my god. Fucking Neo, come look at this. I want to show you this.
Why?
'Cause This angers me. Look at this. Investigate. Like we obviously cannot reach through these big ass fucking
Fuck!
bars and pull it off.
And whoever hears the dog has schizophrenia.
Don't cancel the pupper. We're not canceling the pupper. Who's trying to cancel the pupper? Are you trying to cancel the pupper? That's not allowed. Chat, stop trying to cancel the pupper. Also, I do not believe that everything at an oil field, all the oil things should be on fire. Oh my god, they just came out of nowhere.
I will. Here.
You kissed her. Can you kiss me now?
And now she escaped. That's exactly what I meant to say. Escaped. Oh. But if you close your eyes.
Out of ammo.
Oh, naruhodo.
I got him.
So we're
Wait, I don't need this. You take that.
What did you take?
Your pistol ammo. Eve, start whimpering and you she'll get. Oh!
No! Shoot the grenade out of the. Ah.
What?
Wah!
Wow.
Wow! Get the magnum. Was there a magnum?
Oh! Chainsaw! Chainsaw bitch is back!
What?
You thought we were done with him after the first time? Fuck no.
Fuck! Stop running around! Oh shit!
I'm ziplining. Remember, we can't kill this guy.
Maybe you.
He's immortal. Get the Magnum, Neo. Neo,
I'm
use the
using
Magnum.
it!
Use it faster. Oh my god, it wasn't even a metal one, it was a wood one.
Venom Fang? What the fuck?
There's two of them. Yay, we did it.
There's two Silly guys.
There's two silly guys. Yeah, I got one of them chasing me, but he's kind of dumb.
I murdered the other one.
I bugged him out. I bugged my guy out.
I murdered the other one. Wow. I missed a lot. Can you die for... There you go. Oh, another one.
I got a venom thing. What is that?
I don't know, I got it too. And if you close your eyes...
Oh my god. It's almost...
You already did the one?
We did it, yeah.
What about-
We're going forward.
Did you open the... Oh, you did open the thing. What's this here?
Where are they coming from?
I don't like this music. Oh, they,
I got 'em,
they
don't worry.
exploded.
Yeah, there's a grenade, a blowy up guy there. I just shot the grenade out of his hand. Handgun. Oh, I got handgun ammo for you. Come here.
Oh,
Where'd you go?
I don't know. You already been here. Meow. 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 I have here. Bell's here. Oh, what the fuck? Where did I get this?
Oh, you got a proximity bomb.
Yeah. Oh.
Give me a grenade.
Why do...
Give this. Reload your thing.
Why did I put it down?
Would you? Oh, pick it back up. Reload your thing and then send me the rifle ammo so I can reload my rifle.
Rifle.
And then reload your machine gun because I sent you machine gun ammo.
I ate it. I ate
You
it.
ate some. I guess you want me to keep the mine so that way you
Yeah.
have an empty. Okay. That was from Neo. Throw things at. Why are you throwing things at me if you were throwing them at Neo? What?
Because they cannot throw things at me. Very simple math. Nova, hello.
Hi, Novas.
Hello.
Boss fight? Boss fight. This is boss fight. I got boss fight vibes going right now.
Oh god. Cyril? Cyril? Hello?
Josh,
Josh!
Shiva?
you're alive. Are you okay? What? How did you get here?
We were at the port when we were attacked. And then, well, I ended up here. Where's the rest of the team? Shit!
It's just the three of us now.
Why did you not retreat? I mean, we are no match for them.
I've got unfinished business.
The hard drive containing data on the BOW experiment had a picture inside. The picture was of Chris's friend.
A friend?
Friend!
I'm not leaving.
I'm
Till I
stretching.
catch Irving and find out what the hell's going on here.
Let's save the chit-chat for later.
Chit-chat! Ah! That's not even the noises this gun makes.
Won't think about it too much.
Hula hula!
Oh, why are there so many of you?
Land! There's your ammunition over there.
I'm going to go.
Granada.
My ammunition's full. Why?
What
I need to
ammunition
give
for you?
I have machine gun ammo for you. I can't give you
What was
anything because you're
that?
full.
They're coming from behind!
I have a feeling I need to put that there.
Ah! Ah! Oh my god, it's the big ones!
Give me a second. I'm gonna Granada them.
Shit. On the elevator!
Oh fuck.
Eva!
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm beating the shit out of him. Hold on. Are they dead? Oh, they are dead. We got them. We won. We killed them all.
We got them!
You waiting for an invitation? Get
Yes. No, not yet. I want to collect everything.
Did
Alright.
flag?
Why can't we get over there? There's barrels over there. You need here, take these. Trade me something. So I can give you machine gun ammo so you can reload.
You waiting for an invitation? Get the light out!
Get out!
Okay, now you can reload your machine gun. Alright, let's go. Up we go. She does what she wants. Eats cookies when she wants. I do. I eat all of the cookies. I want the cookies. Neo's a cookie.
I want to do something about the dog.
The puppy.
Bastard!
Up we go. Stop doing that.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
There's guys shooting stuff at us from the other side.
He's shitting on us?
Yes. Oh no, he's got a thing on his head. No, they got things on their heads. They're touching me. Ganyang. How is he able to climb the ladder with that thing on his head? I'm dying. It's touching me. Thank you.
What the fuck are you doing?
He was at the top of he was on the ladder and he was hitting me while he was on the ladder. Okay, we got it. Go, jump down.
There should be an exit up ahead. Go!
Go!
Shouldn't be. We did kill the fat guys. I can't climb the ladder. There we go. The Josh guy was getting in my way. He was joshing me.
Josh, why are you joshing?
Damn it! Is everything locked down?
Yes. That's how
Unlock it.
that's
We
how
can
video
leave.
games work, Josh.
Wait. I think we killed the enemies that we were supposed to be defending ourselves from already. Okay, there we go.
Pain in the ass. But I will see what I
Don't worry, the game will give us more.
Oh, never mind. Chainsaw, bitch.
Not the shit!
What did he say?
That life is pain and pain and suffering. Stop hiding, sir!
Chainsaw guy is coming.
Okay, got it.
Oh, we got him?
Yeah! What do you think?
What do you mean forget those guys? They have loot.
Oh my god, he's still alive.
He's still alive, but you looted him. Oh my god!
What just happened?
I don't know. All I know is I got hit off a ladder and killed.
Oh god. Wait, hold on.
Let the puppy out. Vitamins this morning.
Your partner died, more like we both died. Why are you like wobbling around?
Who? Me?
Yeah. What? Why did it say no?
We kicked us out.
What?
Oh. Eve fell off the ladder and died. I did fall off the ladder.
Figures. What the fuck is this?
I swear to God, I would do that entire fucking thing again.
Eve, where do you change the costume?
Go to. Let me go back. I can't exit. I mean, hold on. Let me go to your menu. Go to. No, not records. Go to library.
Know what?
Figures? No. Wait, go back.
Files? No,
Where
that's
was it? Back. No, that's not it.
this is
Select
weird.
me. How did I do it? I'm trying to remember.
Why is there fucking gacha in here?
I don't know. Worry
Oh,
about
the extra?
extras. That's
What the fuck are extras?
Play game.
Oh, No, not
yeah, your
this.
thing. Okay.
extra figures?
No, back.
Special settings?
I'm trying to think.
Still, yes, over here.
Yeah.
Gashapon! Business! What the fuck are these outfits? This one's worse.
We don't have
It's okay. I was just curious where to find it, but it's fine.
Get the business one.
I don't want to business one.
What do you mean? Why don't you want the business?
It doesn't
one?
match.
What do you mean it doesn't? Like mine matches?
That's not my problem.
That is your problem. You gotta look at them. Are you joined? Okay. What just happened?
You joined
Oh,
my
okay.
game?
You joined my game.
No.
Oh my god, look at all that money I have now.
You have money?
I have money. I have all of the
They
money.
won't let me upgrade my gun anymore.
Well, yeah, because we gotta wait till we level up again.
But I wanted more upgrade.
But the game said no.
That's so mean.
Take it up with the game.
Firepower. Mama. Ooh. Didn't mean to make you cry. Ooh, what? Who's crying? Oh! I'm so dumb. Ah, how you doing, Eve? Doing? Eve, are you eating? Chad. Chad, where is Eve? Oh, wow, wow, wow. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Don't expect too much from me, but I exist. And that's all I have to say. Grzegorz Brzęczyszczykiewicz.
Oh, what are you saying? Hold on.
What?
You can buy others. Yes, Neil, go into the swamp in a miniskirt and high heels.
I will not.
Didn't mean to make you cry. If I don't come back again tomorrow, carry on, carry on. So you've been trying to write.
Oh, wow. Are you going to destroy all zombies? I'm gonna try. Hello, Zan.
What game are you trying? Oh, all the Resident Evil games?
This game reminds me a lot of Left 4 Dead. With the gameplay.
What is the problem?
What problem?
What am I hearing, Eve?
Oh my god, we're doing it again?
We got them all.
Yeah.
I was just gonna Granada them.
Stop wasting Granada.
Why? I'm not wasting Granada.
I'm not wasting
You're
Granada. You're wasting
Granada.
Granada. What's in here? Nothing?
Nothing.
What's the point then? Now's job.
Big guys through this one, right?
Get your ammunition!
Right, my inventory is full.
Oh my goodness.
Which one of the big guys come out of? I
The
forgot.
fuck?
It's touching me.
What the fuck?
Why do I have...
Fuck. Guys, stop moving around! It's making it difficult to shoot!
Okay.
To be honest, I love every one of these games I've played. Hold on.
Alright, the big guy is down. That big guy is down. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine.
Did you pick up the... what's it called?
No, it despawned.
Shotgun? Nah.
I still have no space. Hold on.
No space.
You waiting for an invitation?
Yes.
No. Yes.
And every one of these games I've seen played, its bunches of the enemies always got me a somewhat unreasonable. Yeah, that's true. Come over here!
Pressing the button.
Button!
The button.
I'm moving! Sorry, you have a thing? Why would you go over here?
They don't have the make it. They don't make the smartest decisions.
I figured.
My phone went off.
A bomb!
A bomb. You got a proximity mine?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
What? Why is there a man behind me?
Because he's touching you.
Ew, what the fuck?
It's nasty.
Demolition zombie! Don't have room.
What do you not have room for?
Everything.
Oh, I don't have room either.
Um,
I got room for the Granada.
come over here.
I'm coming. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna go
Dude,
up there
thank you
and
so much
keep
for
away
the
the people that are
follow.
trying to hurt us.
I need to give you the rifle rounds. Come on.
Hold on a second. They're coming.
Oh fuck.
Thank you.
I still have one too many. You know what? I'm figured out. Well, not really what I meant to do, but fine.
I'm stuck in the menu.
What? Shit! I fired at the wall.
Okay.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hi. Oh my god, the cutscene fucked me up. He's dead? Grab stuff
For
and go
now.
fast. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta go. Okay.
Chainsaw.
Chainsaw's done. Chainsaw and conning. And conning.
Conning.
He's in conning. Something's about to stab him through that door.
I'm never okay.
Bat?
It looks like Irving is trying to blow up the place and make his escape. You must stop him before it is too late.
This guy's gonna get stabbed in a second. A bat.
All right. We'll go after Irving.
Good. Okay. Now there's a dock up ahead. That is probably where he's going to make his break.
Copy that. And Josh,
Don't die.
be careful.
Oh, close enough.
Josh.
Yosh! Ready by my favorite Resident Evil. Ooh.
Is your favorite? Why?
Why is there's a thing on my
I'm asking
screen?
as a person who has never played any other than this
not that
one.
Yeah. Oh, Neil, do we need to pass inventory around real quick? Hold on.
Alright, now we're here.
Mine.
Whoops, I didn't mean to pick it up, sorry.
I got it.
The-
What do you need?
I don't need... I don't know what
You
I might
to
need.
reload your rifle.
I do need to reload my rifle. They don't have income destruct. Oh god. What else?
Here, take that. Wait, no, I don't have a healing thing. I don't know.
You're fine. For now.
We have, well, yeah. I'm just thinking, what, oh, you're almost out of handgun ammo.
Yeah, split screen and more difficult gameplay. This game on split screen sounds like pain.
It does sound like pain, but luckily not, it's not our pain. Because we're not playing split screen.
You had a laser pointer under the gun to aim.
We still need to finish Untitled Goose Game at some point. That's where we came from.
Oh.
We'll have to play and record it because streaming is just not gonna work because of remote play.
Yeah, we've tried playing. Wait, are you playing on the controller or are you playing with keyboard?
Thank you for the Follow Shiro Kami 44.
Shiroyo Kami!
Shiro Kami. Shirayan. That's yours. Okay. Open your. Okay.
Open
that's
the
way we're
door?
supposed to go this direction.
Hold on, I'm looking at the map. I'm staring at it. You could go both directions.
Yeah, I wonder why. Oh my god, I swear to god, I bet what happens is he drives off in his big boat and we gotta chase him in one of the little
No,
boats.
no, I'm asking Eve. Because we tried the controller yesterday and I couldn't get used to it.
And my controller kept the game kept bugging out and was moved, and it was like I couldn't control it and he would just start walking in a direction and I couldn't stop it. It happened after the third time. I think I disconnected it and went back to keyboard.
Why are they all locked?
Oh no.
Yeah, I never played any shooters with a keyboard, so with a keyboard. What the fuck am I saying? With a controller, so it just couldn't.
The aiming on the controller as well is different than keyboard.
I've played Assassin's Creed on my PlayStation. I have not played Resident Evil.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Nani. Hi. Nani, welcome. I'm surprised you're not streaming still with your rival stuff.
I'm rival.
Go. Marble rivals.
Marble.
Marbles. Are we playing marbles now?
Marbles on stream.
Marbles on. Do we? It'd be so chaotic.
Grenade.
Michael. Granada? I'm on it.
Eva.
I think we didn't pick something up. There he is. Put him down. Shoot him. Put him down. That's Jill.
Your buddy Jill is on the wrong side.
Boom.
Oh my god, I hate him.
That was gonna go use yeah. Okay.
Wait!
I hate
Jill.
that too. Gal. God damn it. We can run the other side and they get hurt. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Shiva, do you read me? I secured a boat.
You have a boat.
The dock. Keep here on the double.
Bro, drive over to us.
The fuck? It's timed? Oh shit, wrong gun.
I think we just need to run past them, to be honest.
Sure.
I think just ignore them.
What the fuck? This wasn't even logged a second ago.
Oh, he's got a dog. Oh, fuck. I'm dying. Fuck, I'm getting hit again. Run.
Quickly, we must go.
Go. There used to be a trap there, not anymore. Oh my god. Alright. Oh. No. My mutant. Okay. Chris took all the traps. Oh, did I eat all of them? Is that why I kept getting blown up? Hello, Nani! And you guys raid. Hello, Raiders! Hello, Nani! I am not playing Rivals right now. I'm sorry. Hi. Hello, everyone! Hello. Nani Nebula raid. Hi, Raiders. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Eve Petrichor. Very cute. Very sane. Broken angel cat girl. No. It's nice to see all you guys and meet all you guys. We are currently playing Resident Evil 5 with my friend Neo down here.
Bro, why did it count my whole thing?
I don't. You broke it.
I didn't do anything.
Hello. You did. How are you? How was stream today, guys? How did you guys do? And also, why if you guys need to run and dash after raid, that's fine with that. You guys just need to go do your stuffs. Everyone's got stuff to do. But yeah, thank you guys. I follow you before I didn't follow you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I saw it and I was like, "Hi, Nani. Weren't you streaming Rivals?" And then I think you had already had me muted at that point. You don't have to worry about it. It's the reason you show because you left the game. Wait, you left the game?
I
Nina?
don't remember leaving the game. I thought you kicked me out.
No, you're still here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, how was games today? I think you guys were. I'm pretty sure you were playing Rivals. How did the games go? Love you, Eve. Thank you. Love you too. Mwah. Oh, why'd you throw things at me? It was good fun. Comp lose streak though. I don't like comp. It's too sweaty.
What?
Donnie went on a massive loss streak in comp. Oh.
You left the game to change costume. I didn't leave it to change costume. I changed. I was looking at the costumes when it already kicked me out.
But yeah, when I played comp with Kaiser the other day. We were losing a lot, and chat was asking, why did you drag Eve into comp? Why did you drag Eve into comp? It's because if Eve's Groots is perfectly fine for comp.
Nani, thank you so much for the follow.
We kept getting Spider-Man on our team every time that didn't do anything.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
If you're so good at Rivals, you would be good at comp. I'm not good at Rivals. Thank you for the follow, Striving Soul, and the Violet work.
Thank you for the follow too.
You were a meanie. Why you shout at me? Who are you shouting at?
Me? Did I?
They say he said you're shouting at him. Why are you shouting
Am I
at
shouting
Chris?
at you? I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm
welcome.
shouting
Thank
at the
you.
game for being rude.
She's shouting at me again, chat.
No. I can believe that in a game full of TNA of the theatre.
Playing that game with TNA,
Oh my
you've
God.
opted to play. Oh, okay, thank you for the follow, like, but no, the issue was because that was the one spot that I could like put my abilities to good use was with the walls, and that's the one thing I can do good is cut people and trap people off and take the hit.
Just
That's
saying
the one thing
words, guys.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just saying words.
They're making fun of me because in a game where there's a bunch of half-naked anime ladies, I'm playing the tree. I started playing comp the first time in season 4 and didn't even. I literally played Rivals for the first time 3 weeks ago. I have not like.
Ammo by the ammo capacity. Wait, does it like spawn the ammo on your gun?
Yeah, when you upgrade it with the capacity.
What?
that
I didn't
spawns the
know.
ammo.
I didn't realize.
No, you buy the ammo capacity. Yeah. So what's up? What's up, Draco? What's up?
Oh, it does. What the fuck?
You're playing the game in season 0. I just started playing a minute ago. Oh woo! Thank you for the follow, Emberwell.
Oh whoa.
Oh woo! That's my. Have you not heard my follow noise?
No.
It's Alice saying ooh woo.
Oh my god, Alice.
She's not here. She's just.
Yeah, I'm not. I haven't. I wasn't looking. I was just staring at my stats.
You didn't. I mean, it's just a preference.
It's okay.
Let me upgrade my gun. I can upgrade. Get stronger. Okay.
Stronger. I will hydrate.
I don't
Thank
have
you.
enough money. No, I don't have enough money.
Since
At least
we-
my damage is back on my shotgun.
What? Wait, I'm gonna go
My
refill my glass.
Go get water because we're gonna need it. Well, the ooh entrance works well for a femboy such as me coming into the room. Oh my gosh, that's good. Welcome, femboy, into the room. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Oh, she muted. My 5 most played characters are C&D, Rocket, Adam, Loki, and Hulk. For mine, I think what is it? Probably Groot, and then Storm, and then me trying stuff out. I did play Magic and I liked Magic when we were playing her last Friday. As you can see, one of the things is not like the other. Cloak and Dagger, Rocket, Atom, Loki, and Hulk. Yeah. One of these things is not like the others. I was about to do that to the tune of something of a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. I love Groot. He funny. He just throw wall and block people in. And apparently, I've been told I'm good on comms. I think Alta, you told me that, didn't you? But yeah, I don't know when I'm playing Rivals again. Oh, I'm stream. Okay, let me correct myself. I don't know when I'm streaming Rivals again. I do play with Kaiser offline on some days. Pretty obsessed with. I know, I can tell. Thank you for the pats. Oh, my head's like kind of hurting. Just to piss a DM off. You are pretty obsessed with that name. It seems like you have it copied so you can just paste it everywhere. Why are you, god damn it, why are you patted me to throw things at me? Why? Stop it. That's mean. God damn. Wrong order. You don't throw. I don't know why someone would be obsessed with normal or name. Fuck off. Thank you for the hydrate. I have water somewhere. Right here? Yeah. I have the water. I wanted to throw in head pats, but you head pat and then threw things at me. You gave me a pat on the head and said, good job. And then you... So fucking toxic. He said, oh, it's like the toxic thing. You gave me a head pat saying, oh my god, I'm so proud of you. You did good. And then you threw something at me. Like, you dumb bitch. You're confusing the cat. You're not confusing the cat. You're being toxic to me. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Just because it's easy to pronounce and write. God damn. Oh, what was I doing? I got 70 monies. I want more monies than that. Someone give me more monies. Who do I twist? You twist yourself. Who has mode money? Who has mode money what? Yeah? I don't get it.
Jeez, guy.
Oh my god, I'm still in Just Chatting. I never changed the game. We have been playing for almost 3 hours and I was still in Just Chatting.
Did I change the game?
Probably not. Miss Eve, I should head to bed. Almost. Oh my god. Go to sleep, Nani. Go. Yep. It is sleep time. It is way too late for you.
Yeah, I did change the game.
Go to sleep. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Heart. Mwah.
Heart. Oh, nine.
Grab a stick and twist it and then get old dick twist. Oh my god. You would like that, wouldn't you?
Chris, why are you obsessed with Grzegorz Brzęczyszkiewicz?
I don't know why he has to worry about it. Don't ask him about it. He's just gonna keep saying it. Don't encourage him.
But I mean, that's not a problem for me to pronounce it.
It is for me.
Yeah, but
what?
you just don't read it. That's how you go around it.
Neo Polish brain can do Polish things. Don't worry about it too much.
Grab his dick and twist. What the fuck is that all about?
Don't worry about it.
Back when I used to learn Japanese, we would tell our teacher, who was not a native Japanese man, studying Polish literature in Poland, by getting him to attempt. Oh my god! Yeah, I imagined that. I imagined that would be difficult.
Grab is what? Don't worry about it. It's a meme from an MMA thing. I had to leave for less than 10 minutes, and this is what I hear. Don't worry about it.
Grab his what?
That's my go. Grab his
hand.
Grab his hand.
Yeah, my ear is ringing.
I feel like I need to talk with the Lego Guardian because of Ember. So
I thought you said Lego. Polish wouldn't be
you're
so
saying-
hard if you use Cyrillic. No, we're not using Cyrillic. Fuck that.
what is Cyrillic? I don't know what that is.
That's
Grab his hand and
that's
speak
the
it.
alphabet
Yeah.
like Russian uses.
Oh my gosh, Polish was never supposed to use Cyrillic.
Like that's a myth.
What's a math?
That Polish was supposed to use Cyrillic.
It was never supposed to use Cyrillic. Wait, why is the Lego
Oracle,
Guardian playing?
thank you so much for the follow.
I don't get it. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing in my chat?
Chatting. They're chatting in your chat.
They're chatting in my chat.
Yes.
Stop chatting in my
That's what the chat is for.
Damn. You can do Polish sound with Cyrillic. Legal guardian. Oh, you need your legal guardian. That's why we spell words, Draco, so we know what we're talking about. Eve Ember scares me. Why do they scare you? I don't get it. What did they do? What did I miss that they did?
Lego Guardian.
No. I heard Lego Guardian, legal guardian.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know what they're talking about either. That's a problem.
But it's funny either way.
Oh my gosh. I don't think we're gonna beat this game.
For people who don't know, Sonic is the Greek for the same. Yeah.
Evil boy laugh. Oh my god.
Listen to Ivory. Ivory is smart.
I just want to put people upside down, and they want to twist
Why putting people upside down?
Why are you doing? What is the point of putting them upside down before you twist their?
Imagine you get outside and see a cow. Oh my god. PD, hello! Welcome. You just came at a very weird moment.
I mean, this is normal time. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
You don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. Do
We're
I
just
look like I
talking
know
about-
anything?
We're talking about legal guardians and twisting people's penises.
We are singing Polish cow here apparently now.
69 with a
Weird
twist.
is
Oh my God.
appreciated.
Weird is appreciated. I mean, this is normal Neo stream. Now, if only I could get her to put cat ears on.
Never.
You cannot say never. Never say never.
I can.
The cat ears will return one day. I swear to God. The Polish alphabet is mostly perfect except for the Polish language because apart from the elements of the language that are lost over time, I don't know how to pronounce any of those in recent long. I don't know how to pronounce those. Polish is a phonetic with its own alphabet. Ember wants to twist penises. And I
Yeah.
just want to put people. You were the one twisting, Draco. What are you talking about? Help! Don't. Why am I helping you? You were the one trying to twist them.
Yeah, that you pronounce it Szczęsny. What is there to not understand? This is phonetic. I don't understand. What's your problem?
God damn
S
it.
and Z and as well as C and Z both are different phonetic
That's
sounds.
very- I am going to throw all of you.
It's sh and ch.
We are playing Resident Evil 5, not Teach Eve Polish.
Chestnut. That's not even how you pronounce it.
Cheshny. You know what? You know what, Neil? If you want to plan one, you can plan a Teach Eve Polish stream
Oh my god.
if you want to.
I'm planning to make like a Polish word of the day on my streams.
Oh, twist that femboy. It's turning someone upside down instead from touch that person.
Jakub Błaszczykowski. The first Y and the last Y is not supposed to. The last Y is not supposed to be Y. It's supposed to be E. I. Because in Polish,
Oh
Y you pronounce as I.
How what? We got very off topic.
Yes, let's go play the game.
Talking about the Polish language, twisting penises.
FIFA was
and-
wrong in all these years. Probably. I don't know. Do I look like I play FIFA?
Urua. Ka-urua. Polish and the Slavic.
Are you Polish or something? I am.
And she is Blaszczykowska.
Wait,
Are you both Polish or something? I am not Polish.
Josh.
But Neo is Polish. I don't know what Ivory is. Neo, I taught Eve Krowa. Krowa?
Thank you later. We got company.
Oh, is he
Yeah.
gonna drive the boat and just shoot at them?
I like my shit and chair.
Here we go. Hang on tight.
Shoot an enemy with a Molotov cocktail. I just got an achievement. What? You're still alive, sir.
Are they in front of us? Oh, they are in front of us.
What? Nani the fuck?
Shoot the red barrels.
I'm trying. That was terrible. Terrible, what's it called? Accuracy. Yay! Everything is exploding like my favorite! There was stuff over there. Ow! Mama!
Mama. Get off of my face.
Die.
God, young. These guys are being. Oh my god, he burned me. It hurt.
Ow!
Touching me. Why is he touching me?
Why did he give up on me? He was like, oh my god, this bitch, I cannot even shoot.
He got tired of your bullshit.
Yeah, he was taunting the zombies with the booba.
Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah. I just... They weren't doing enough. Yeah?
You dead yet?
I have a problem.
You seem to have a...
Grab that. Ah!
What the fuck happened?
I don't know.
Why did we explode?
I don't know. I love the Polish language and how it sounds. Hi, Diddler. Can you
Oh, and Chris Redfield to protect.
Yeah. The Boulder Puncher. Redfield doesn't need any armor. I don't need any armor. You're right.
Taru!
Oh, what the thing? Excuse me, what? Apparently Sheva needs armor. Apparently Sheva needs less armor. Like me.
And it's not my fault that somebody exploded me.
Oh, I got hit. You let me get hit. Why'd you do that?
Can you like, you know, die or something? Jesus fucking Christ.
That's illegal.
What's illegal?
Killing people.
They're not even alive anymore.
Yeah, because you killed them.
The fuck? Take your specs away from me. I cannot shoot anything.
What do you mean? You don't like them?
I cannot see anything because of them. They're right in
Game is
front of
killing
me.
you.
See what you two can do to get it over.
Explode things before we get off.
I don't think they stopped spawning.
Ooh. Oh right, there was a thing over there.
I gotta go pull the lever on the other side. Hold on. No, she's just shooting dead bodies after a bullet killed them. I guess. There's handgun ammo over here if you want it.
I might want it.
There's more handgun ammo up here if you
I'm
want
coming.
it.
Where was the first one? I didn't see it.
You walked right over it.
I didn't
It was
see it.
sitting in the corner.
Maybe it
walking down the
spawned.
stairs.
Ole!
No, it was. I didn't destroy the barrel. It was already gone. Right here in the corner. There's no light thing on it. See it?
Ow. Oh,
Yeah, in the corner,
oh,
you're
why
not
is
gonna-
there no light?
There's
Come on now,
flight-
Oh, we have to go back to the boat!
Yes, we have to go back to the boat. That's how we died last time.
I didn't even begin to
There's
start.
handgun ammo on the ground.
Why are you hurt?
Because I got stabbed.
Then maybe heal yourself.
I got it. Stealth means gave no witness, so kill everyone. Yeah, exactly. No witnesses. I learned that from what was that? That was Oblivion. That had the big guy. The big guy who's like who was trying to be an assassin. That's not good. That's a bomb.
Get down! Get down! Yurin Mawar Furor Setsudai Kibachi! Ever played Far Cry 3? Eve, have you played Far Cry 3?
I have played Far Cry 3.
Oh.
No, I have not. I played Far Cry 4.
I only played Far Cry 1.
I played Far Cry 4 and 5.
Okay, you two know what to do.
Do I look like I know
Oh, get out
anything,
and
sir?
go. This guy's so fucking lazy.
Stop it. We don't have healing.
Yes, we do.
You ate my
We're here. We're here. We're here. Come here.
deodorant.
Can you use yours?
Rifle ammo.
We gotta split up for this one, I think. Oh my god, there's a machine gun, bitch.
Yeah, I killed the one. I killed both of them.
Oh my gosh, that's dangerous.
Against wall. Who am I even hiding from?
The machine gun people.
But I already killed them.
Yeah, but we killed them fast. Oh god, I'm dead. No, I'm not.
Herb. Everything is shotgun shells.
Everything over here is handgun.
You wait. I'm waiting.
There's another one over here.
Do I
Hold on,
gather
let me-
stuff first?
I'm grabbing stuff so that way it doesn't all despawn on us. Because nothing else is spawning. Red, green, herb, Neo, wait, head.
Everything is ammunition.
There's handgun ammo over here.
You leaving a new shotgun? What? Where is it?
Wait, there's a new shotgun? I want the new shotgun.
What the fuck? My ammunition disappeared. Why is it here?
Oh, there's a gem here.
No.
Over here, Neil. I can use the machine gun.
Shotgun behind! Shotgun
Where?
behind! I
Yeah.
don't know. They're telling us a shotgun behind, but I don't know where. Oh my god, there is a lot of handgun ammo.
Over here.
They're yelling.
You're leaving a new shotgun. Shotgun behind. Where? You can't just say we're leaving it behind and then not tell us where it's at. Hey, yeah, there's a shotgun there. Where's there? There is there. Fuck off.
Be dead.
You're dead?
No, he's dead. No one take over. I want to take this.
Go all the way back? What do you mean go all the way back?
Fuck off. And the dog's
I
behind.
always forgot where it is.
And the dog's behind the boat.
Oh, I see it.
The dog. Go eat it. Whee!
There's Magnum ammo over here.
Ooh.
Over here. Handgun ammo, first aid spray.
Fuck, am I blind? Guys, I'm blind. Oh.
Bro.
Shit.
No.
Yo.
You find it?
No.
Oh, it's right here. Oh, it's a Spaz 12. Oh, it's an M3. Never mind.
Don't know what that means, but sure.
I want it.
Eat it.
Here, Neil.
Yeah, no problem, sir. There's first aid spray.
You want the... Wait. Do you want the shotgun or do I want the shotgun? Can you
Take
take
the-
5 weapons? Because
Take,
you only have 4 ammo slots.
take the shotgun. We cannot split anymore.
You want me to take the shotgun?
Yeah. I don't need one.
Oh my
However,
gosh, it's a pumpkin.
we're having problems here with ammunition.
We are having ammunition problems. Do you want to heal us? Get rid of your healing thing and then grab the new healing spray?
Wait. That's...
Shouldn't Neo take the shotgun? The problem is we don't have enough ammo to...
There you go.
Just what?
Rethink of your thing. Oh my god.
Now we got 2 extra... What?
Ah!
Use the green thing to heal both of us and then grab the first aid spray. So that way we still... It's basically just an
I
empty
can't
spot.
reload. Oh, I can. I mean, that won't help me. You guys are like, you not understand.
If you're full, throw the red herb.
Goodbye, herb. I'm gonna take the healing spray instead. And that's.
But now you don't have... Oh god.
It's-
We're gonna have to abandon some weapons.
I'm gonna
after
abandon myself. Use the burbs. Using the burbs.
The burbs?
Using the burbs. I love you. Okay, we good.
We good? We going? Okay.
Burbs.
I think we're gonna have to split it up in a way to where only one of us has each kind of gun. So we're not becoming an ammo issue.
Pull the rubber crunk.
We pulled the lever! I was not expecting a Banjo-Kazooie reference there, but that's good.
That what?
Pull the lever, Croc. That's Banjo-Kazooie.
No! That's not even.
Yeah!
No!
Yeah, that's what she tells him.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about movie Emperor's New Groove.
I'm talking about a game.
Rifle ammo, and I don't have. Oh wait, actually,
I got the rifle ammo. Hold on, give me a second.
no, I'm eating it.
You're eating it? Okay.
Can tell if you're drinking out the bed.
I can tell you're joking about the banjo reference.
Yeah, I'm talking about Emperor's New Groove.
I'm dumb. Oh, you said okay. You said Gronk. Never mind. I'm dumb.
I said Kronk.
Kronk. Is that what you said? Kronk. I didn't. That's not what I heard.
Oh.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Misunderstanding each
dumb.
other since 2025.
Yeah. I mean, that's how long we've known each other.
Exactly.
We do nothing but misunderstand each other, but at the same time understand each other.
Yeah,
Oh God, what is this?
it's a big gun.
It's a big gun on a big ship.
A big ship.
We've got to do something.
Maybe we should have grabbed the ship with the gun on it.
Kronk.
Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. You know what? I've only ever seen memes from that movie. I don't think I've ever actually watched that movie.
It's a good movie.
I'm sure it is. Get on the ship.
Look at this bitch, he's so sad.
What are you going to do about that?
You're just one of Excella's playthings. It was your master who was supposed
One more time. What are you going to do about that?
All right. I'll handle it.
You'll handle it. The virus.
What is this? Deus Ex Invisible War?
I don't know.
Won't you two just die already? You're making me look bad.
I think he did that on his own.
Research like this doesn't fund itself, you know. Yet everyone looks down on me.
Because it looked like shit.
He is a doctor.
Doesn't look like one.
He does not.
Ew, what the fuck?
It was the parasite. It wasn't the virus, it was the parasite. Uh-oh, what's happening?
I did not expect that he can become even worse.
Also love Kronk's movie.
I'm far beyond anything you could ever hope to become.
Oh my god, he's fat.
The
He's in the
fuck?
water. Well, I guess this is our boat now.
My boat.
Oh my god, he's got a giant squid. How's everyone throughout the coronavirus? Like, yeah, exactly.
I don't like these worms.
I guess we have to use the machine guns. Oh my god.
I just had an extreme makeover.
The fuck? He's so pathetic.
He is. Look at him now. I guess we're getting on the machine gun. Where is he?
It's too dangerous.
Josh!
We'll try to stop it.
He's got yellow things on his back we need to shoot.
Understood. Just try not to get yourselves killed.
Ow. I only pressed one button because I'm
There's
stupid.
like little orbs in the middle that we have to hit. Oh, be careful not to overheat your gun either.
Oh yeah, I'm like, right now I'm just confused about everything.
I am guessing as we go.
Shit.
He's coming back up. Dude, there's a thing on a bulb thing on his, like the front end of his back. You see it? Oh, did you do that?
I don't know what I did.
I have a machine gun. You have a rocket one.
Oh yeah, I do have a rocket one. Here, I got hit Bulbo's thing.
Yay. Is he going to the other side?
Probably.
Oh, he's in the back. He's in the back.
In the back!
Why is that such a weird fucking key?
That's such a random button to press.
FV? Other side?
Mama!
Mama. Ooh.
Stop running away from my rockets! Don't you know
This guy-
they're really cool? God damn it. F and V? What the fuck is that combination?
What do you think I was just complaining about? Alright, he's coming back.
It's shit!
He did the Bulby thing on his back.
Come over here, sir.
Oh my god, that's such a fucking weird ass key.
Come over
Like, how-
here.
All of my fingers off and go touch that.
Where'd he go?
He's on the other side.
God damn it. You might go. Bye. Bye. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you. Bye bye.
God damn it.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, he's behind.
Ah!
Did he seriously just throw himself outside for us to shoot at?
Yeah.
Are you dumb, bro?
He is dumb. What are you expecting?
Because he's supposed to be a doctor.
He's stupid.
Careful not to overheat. Okay. Oh, he's back. Oh my god. It didn't even give me the option to dodge that time. Where are you at? I'm coming.
Mama.
Oh, we gotta shoot the arm things again, too.
I pressed A and D.
Is that what yours are? A and D?
So, not every time.
Mine's fucking FV. It's so fucking dumb.
It was FV last time, and now it was AD.
Shoot his uvula. There we go. Oh, he's gone again. We should probably heal. Heal us, heal us, heal us. Oh my god. I healed that.
He lost. Numbed.
Can you kill you if you put it exactly? Doesn't he know we are supposed to kill him for the plot? What did we got? Oh, we got the M3 here. Let me look at the stats on these guns.
It has better firepower, so that's nice.
Upgrade. It does have. Oh my god, the M3 is better. Should I sell my current one?
You can. I don't have any Oh, I do have a treasure to sell. Did he survive getting shot at, but also strategically? My ears are ringing.
Why are your ears ringing?
I don't know.
That's bad. Need to fix that.
Everything is too loud.
Make it quieter.
M3 has the highest firepower between all rifles, shotguns. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, okay.
Eat it.
I am eating it. I'm trying to eat it, but it won't let me eat it.
He's more clever than we thought.
It's exactly how it went. He is more clever than anticipated. I should probably get rid of a weapon, to be honest.
What?
One of my guns. I should only keep like two. I think I should only have 2 guns.
If you want to, then yeah. I mean, I have 4. I'm not normal.
We're running out of inventory space too much for ammunition.
True.
I took off the machine gun if you want to keep yours.
Okay.
All I have is the rifle and the shotgun now.
They take up the rifle?
I think that might be best. Or else because we're just splitting ammo too much.
True.
I hope there's a delay now.
I like my rifle. It's... I think it's like... Wait a second. It has a bigger firepower.
It does.
But
The Magnum has more though. What? Magnum has a lot?
yeah, but like... Anyway, in general.
I mean, it should be fine. Probably. We'll figure it out.
Delay!
Oh, you drink. I heard you drink.
You heard me drink? Nice,
Yeah, I heard you
down.
Hi, hi. Hello.
We'll try to stop it.
Just try not to get yourself killed.
Shoot the bitch's arms.
I pressed D, not F.
There's such weird keys because we don't use F for anything else in this game. Except like to grab onto stuff. Where did he go? The other side?
Probably. Or back.
Or the back, the back.
I didn't get to destroy his yellow thing this time. Ah, what the fuck? I didn't even get the prompt.
It only hit you and then it fucked off.
That's so mean.
Where's he going?
I said chilling on stream.
Oh, he's nice just chilling on stream. That's good. I mean, I don't know if we can call this chilling.
I'm terrible at shooting this right now.
Oh, you got him.
Yeah, I got his stupid eye.
Yay. He didn't like that very much.
Not my problem.
Is he gonna go behind?
Hi,
Yeah,
Terrible,
he is.
I'm Chris.
Hi, Tremble or Terrible, I'm Chris. That's bad.
Where the fuck is he?
There he is.
No!
Oh, he's gonna show his shitty face. Look at him.
He's gonna show his tits.
Oh my god, it took me off of the gun and I shot my shotgun. Alright, let's go. Fuck, he hit me. I wasn't ready for that. I was ready for FV.
I had a V this time. You know, I think I know what's happening. Maybe. Oh, not.
You think
Never
you
mind.
know what's happening?
I don't know. No, never mind. Don't listen to me.
Are we about to AD? There we go. He's gonna Uvula again at us. Look at us. I'll shoot the arms. Hold on, give me a second. He armed my face.
I pressed NAT.
Oh, he's almost... What's happening? Did we win? Oh my god, he bit himself off! Tentacle, you'll buy anime? He bit his own
What
tongue.
you're planning to do?
Damn it, fella. I guess I wasn't worth the good stuff.
Excella.
Where is this facility? Answer me. What is the Ouroboros project?
BSAA? Wow, you two are just on top of everything, aren't you? The balance of the world is changing and you're completely oblivious to it.
What's changed?
Ah, well plumbed
What are
tongue
you
by now.
talking about? Is it the Ouroboros project? Is that it?
No one can stop it. Ouroboros is about to change everything we've ever come to know. Chris! See, you're Chris.
What's so funny? How do you know about me?
My God, what
Chris
are
is
you
funny.
doing?
In that cave.
Chris is
See,
funny.
survived long enough to
Yeah.
get them.
Sorry, wrong redeem. What redeem did you do?
Wrong
Nothing.
redeem.
Italian's not so bad, but it's not gonna change anything.
I'm stretching.
I just killed one asshole. You just said I just befucked an asshole.
Ugh.
Like when you bite your tongue, you
It's
feel like you're
melting
dying.
into shit.
He is melting into shit, just like the rest of them.
Not poor. He deserved that.
We
Go to a cave.
Wow. Asba. Why don't you? Why is there ranking Baba?
Baba.
Baba.
Baba. You
No.
got an A.
Stretch. Melting into curry. No.
What happened? I want to redeem Half-Life Scream, but I want to redeem Stretch. Stretch the Neo.
I stretched.
Stretch more.
No.
Yeah.
Did I redeem it again?
I'm not in your stream. I'm on chat. You see, there's a difference. I can verbally harass you. Anyways, can I buy stuff? Probably not.
I cannot
Got
buy
no
it, buy you.
money.
Cannot buy, not kill ourselves.
Oh no. Screened out by some scientist. Oh my god.
Coca-Cola.
Ain't green.
Coca-Cola ain't green. Coca-Cola.
Alright. What chapter are we on? I didn't even pay attention.
Who screamed? Did I scream at you?
I don't think you screamed. Did you scream at somebody? Neo, why
I
are you
don't
screaming at
know.
me? That's bad.
The game is screaming at my ears.
So this is the place
Boring.
he was talking about.
Who called it Coca-Cola though?
That's the boat the woman used to get away.
A boat.
The boat.
Boat.
So, you two are really going to go through with this?
Yes.
Oh, I see, I
It's
see.
not just about Jill, but the Ouroboros project as well.
I guess there's nothing I can do to stop you.
You can come help and shoot things.
Yeah.
The withdrawal order rescinded. We'll also try to get you back up. Try not to get yourselves killed.
You are the backup.
Goodbye.
He's about to die, isn't he? Oh wait, why is he smiling?
Because he has face muscles.
I know, but why is he smiling at us as we're like walking into danger and he's abandoning us?
That name Irving said, Excella.
Heard it before?
That's the name of the director of Tricell's African division.
Do you think she could be connected to Irving?
It's possible, but I don't.
There's a bug on side of this.
There's a bug?
Connection.
Yeah, look.
Does that mean
Oh, I see it.
Not sure, but if we keep going, we're bound to
let's move?
It didn't work.
It did. Wow, it was kind of funny. You get lost at the
Oh,
supermarket.
it's not
like,
one of the bugs you collect. Okay.
Okay, that is true. A ghost or a barker will help you. This is so funny because people are always like really cautious of like goth people or like metalheads, and they're like, if you talk to them, they're like the nicest people.
Like Neo.
I went to my high school had a lot of metalheads, and that's when I learned that.
What is that? Oh god, spiders!
What the fuck is this? They look kind of weird.
They're some kind of spider-looking creature.
They're melting away.
There's more spiders over here. Behind us? Behind you.
Mama!
Let's go. Why spiders? Spooderman.
Spooderman.
Chris Spooderman confirmed.
I'm Batman. I'm Spider-Man.
I got incendiary grenades. I bet the spiders are weak to fire. Oh my god, there's so fucking many of them.
I'm coming. Not this!
Oh, you knocked it over! Why must you always do that?
Did you see everything yet?
Yeah, we're supposed to go up.
You sure?
Yeah.
Why is this one just chilling? Are you in this hole? In the wall?
Oh, that one dropped gold.
You didn't! There's a chest in here.
Where's their chest?
Open your map.
I missed.
Open your
map?
eyes.
Oh yeah, there is a map, isn't there?
If every 5 minutes there's a map. Swear to God. And you're laughing at me that I did it. You did it yourself.
I did it on purpose.
Spider-Man. Melmeter has a weird and particular sort of people who would walk you home just to make sure you're safe despite not even knowing you. Yeah! It's so funny.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Why do they like tremble?
Machine gun ammo, handgun ammo. What is that?
Wow, there's more tombs in this game than in Tomb Raider.
Get off of me! They're face huggers.
That's Half-Life. That's a different game.
He hugged my body.
I just said you're hugging my balls.
Okay, what?
I don't know why. Evil. What?
Evil no, by the way. Evil no what? The rapid change in like what's happening around us is wild.
Why am
we
I
went from being
making
an
this
oil mine
face?
to a water to now a ruined city underground?
There's so many bats.
Such a place existed here.
Well, you never went underground. What did you expect?
I hope Irving was telling the truth when he said we'd find answers in this place.
You cannot trust a bitch such as Irving.
There's some machine gun ammo here on the ground.
Machine.
What?
If you're supposed to think fast.
I'm thinking fast. What am I thinking fast about?
I don't know. Ask your chat.
Oh my god, they're being mean again. God damn it, they threw things at me. Help me open this. It's my sonny wife and her husband. I mean, I wifed Neil. It's fine.
Spider!
Spider? Where's the spider?
Exploded it.
Why are you exploding spiders?
I could. Sorry, I'm coming.
I already walked off.
I know, but come back!
You took too long. I'm coming back. Give me a second.
To be spontaneously wifed and her husbanded? What? Wow, monies.
Look at all the money. We should become Tomb Raiders.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this game has more tombs than Tomb Raider. At least the
And
second
connected
one.
with
The
that
second one,
story.
I played like 1/3 of the game and I haven't seen any tombs.
We're on a... This bridge is about to collapse, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why you're going first.
Oh no, yeah. They're fucking... Run! Oh, we're separated.
You literally just raided a tomb and went full British Empire on it. It's a video game.
Oh, I can't jump on here. Oh, fuck.
Oh!
There's another tomb up here that requires 2 people.
Another!
Yeah, see, it's right here. It requires another person.
I'm shooting his feet.
His feet, see ya.
Oh. Leave me alone! There's shotgun shells. And more shotgun shells. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
I don't have any more spots in my inventory. Why are you bugged out? These guys aren't moving up here.
The French.
The French are coming.
What?
Oh my god, I got another thing up here to open that requires 2 people.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Why would you throw him my way?
What do you mean throw him your way? I didn't do that. That's me.
Oh, there
All
you
I
are.
did was shoot his Jason. Hi,
Just for you.
bye.
Just for you.
Thank you.
Ah, bitch! Where's that?
Was there anything else
Where's
that
that
way?
thing you told me to help you with?
There's a few things up here. There's a few things up here.
There's a thing.
I got a full inventory.
Shit, I need this. Wait.
We have a problem.
No, we don't have a problem.
I got a bunch of grenades. I'm like, I don't know what to do with.
Trends are hateful creatures in general.
This one, and then there's another one. Hateful creatures in general. That's true. I mean, that's just the commonly accepted fact at this point. Okay, let's go to the next
Why
one.
does it like act like those bigger containers of money actually are bigger when they're not? I'm coming.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on.
It's trying to make us think we're actually doing something successful. Tickle, why are you... What?
I'm finding things!
You're finding things. I'm trying to open a chat.
I know, but something was glowing and I was looking at it.
Glow faster.
There are drugs in this game. See, this is what happens when you get greedy.
I mean, we had to go this way. There was no other way to go.
But I wasn't ready.
What doesn't matter? We had to go this way anyway. Oh, hi. Open a chat.
Why is
I
it-
got a green gem.
Why is it easier to kill spiders than anything else?
I don't know why. Oh, there's a bunch of shield guys.
Oh, I
there. Let me don't go in there.
didn't-
There's chests back here. There's a bunch of chests back here. He's got a thing on his head. Oh, we're on fire.
I'm on fire! Do you want machine gun ammo? Oh my god, I'm being hugged by a spider.
I'm being hugged as well. That's why it's easy to kill spiders, because they're a problem.
I killed spider.
What was in the chest?
Jump.
Oh my god, there's more fucking spiders.
Explode his head. It's good. It's
Oh, fuck,
healthy for
stab
him.
me. There's one more chest. Dang, look at all that money.
Look at all these chickens. Oh, you already opened this?
They even sent robotic spiders after us? That's true. Do you want to heal us?
Maybe. Come over here.
Oh, we're healed.
Healing deodorant. Do you need anything?
Healing deodorant. Reload your guns, by the way.
My guns are loaded and ready.
Yay, let's go. Wait, I'm gonna do a thing real quick. Hold on. Oh, fuck, they started moving. That works. Can they even get up here? Oh, we could've just sniped them.
Wait, they're dead.
I feel like we're gonna have a lot more enemies jump down, because look at all the things everywhere.
Look at all these chickens.
The chickens? Where are the chickens? I want chicken. I'm hungry. I'm jumping down. Oh, checkpoint. That's not good.
Look at it. He was just worrying about checkpoints.
I was right. It's a ball. It's a ball on fire.
It's a ball.
I'm just gonna get up here because I don't think they can get us up here.
There sure is a ball.
Oh, they blow up eventually? Oh no, they keep spawning.
Oh, this is not for me. This is for you.
Where are we going? Here? No person could move this door, so there's a puzzle in here.
There's your shotgun shells over here. You missed them.
I picked up some of your handgun ammo, I think, as well. Let's go get on
Those
that
are
middle thing.
shotgun shells.
Up here. Look, there's a thing we have to push. The one area the freaking balls can't get to us. Here, take that.
Ball.
The balls.
They see me bowling.
Now we gotta run for it.
But I'm scared of balls.
The balls. Oh fuck, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming.
That was sort of pathetic. No, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
I did it. I don't know how, but I did it.
You didn't. I wanted to say where the fuck the epic boss music. That answered my question. Yeah, the balls. The balls were the boss.
The balls.
Well, that looks like it's gonna set traps off, so I suggest we not touch that. Fuckers. Fucking piece of shit.
Whee!
I feel like this is supposed to be a quick time event.
Maze Runner! Wait, that's the wrong thing.
Yeah, this is definitely supposed to be a quick time event, and we're just not doing the quick time.
Yeah. This looks so stupid without the quick time event.
Wait, is the boulder punching still a quick time? I hope it is.
Balls jump scare.
Okay. Yeah, that was definitely supposed to be great. Well, that was funny. Uh-oh.
What?
Pull.
Why are you uh-ohing?
You gotta pull the lever, or pull the chain.
Kronk.
I L off my chair? Why'd you L off your chair? Why does it feel like we're gonna get crushed into the roof? Oh no. This is a weird ass staircase. Okay. Why would you even add that? What was the point of that? Oh.
What?
I grabbed my rifle.
Ooh.
Money. We have so much money now.
Manya.
Money. There's an area over here. Let's go this way. A Doom engine stair build.
I'm going every way.
Every way but the way we want to go, Neil.
Maybe.
I want to go that way, but I can't go that way.
This game is
There's a
really...
chest
Yeah, it
there.
is silly without a QTE. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if there's a setting that I have that because one of us has QuickTime events turned off, it's just not doing it.
I didn't see anything like that. Destroy the shotgun shells.
You got shotgun shells?
Yes.
I don't have shotgun shells. I'm stuck. There we go.
Stop
Oh,
being
thank you. You grabbed them.
stuck. Jeez.
God damn. I don't want to be stuck. I guess we should probably go the way the game intended for us to go.
No.
No? Yeah, the same thought. There's nothing on the left side, so we gotta go down, I think. Yeah. God, I don't want to go down, because that means we're just gonna get shot at from above.
Ooh, that's your chest.
Yeah, I've seen like 3. I don't like this. The floors look too weird. Money, money, money. It must be funny into rich man's world.
Money,
Okay, I'm
money,
going.
money. Money, money.
I got a gun. Oh my god.
What? Ooh. You have a cool gun.
I have a grenade launcher.
I'm coming.
Okay, we have to pull this. We have to, no, we have to pull this at the same time, but there's a wall in between it. So we gotta find the way over there first.
Money?
We gotta go this way.
Money? Money?
Money, money.
Money?
Money, money. Money, money.
Money?
Yeah, let me look over here.
Money?
So you see that thing over there, straight ahead? The lever. I'm gonna get the other side. I'm coming, god damn it. I bet we have to. I bet it's a QTE or not QTE, but it's a time limit. We have to get over there. Oh no, we're going straight.
Ooh.
Wait. It's about to spawn. Oh no, stairs are up.
Oh. Mm.
Wait, that's blocking you, isn't it?
That's why.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, we can go to this side now though. I feel like it's weird there's no enemies here. Or did it block me?
No, it didn't block us. Stop it.
It blocked the way I came from. Now we're over here. And there's 2 more things to pull, but we're gonna explore first before we pull levers. But what do we got? Money, idle? Idle money, okay. Okay, now we gotta pull this one.
Wee! Hydrate, I'm hydrating.
Hydrate the Neos.
Why does it head fall?
Redeem, thank you for the hydrate, Draco.
This is so weird.
It honestly makes no sense.
Doesn't.
Thank you for the pats and thank you for the stretch as well. Hold on, I gotta stretch. Like Neo should stretch.
Me? Why me? I didn't do anything.
Because you're shrimping.
Mama! Ooh. Is
Your partner
the
doesn't always swing the button to make them.
the theme song of this game for some reason? I don't know why. I didn't know why I did that. You like die. Oh, you should just explode.
Wanna see something funny?
Can explode this bitch. Oh my god, he's still alive. No!
I'm coming with the shotgun. Okay. Let's just go run them down. Bye! Is he dead? He is.
Watch out for this one.
Which one?
You already killed him, it's fine.
Where'd he go? Hi. Stop trying to shoot me. That hurt.
You just cut out.
Oh.
Karaoke won? Oh man. I don't know.
Who? Neo's karaoke. Neo, Eve, the bullets are effective when they hit the target.
I
oh,
need
look at
to-
this guy. He's freaking in the air.
I need to get a better... some better hardware. I need to get a mixer.
Oh yeah, I know what you're doing. Did we finish exploring that way, or did we just go hunting enemies down? I just punched his head off.
There's shotgun shells.
No, with my
Will it be
fist.
Polish songs? I mean, I did one a month ago. And I did
did
sing a couple of Polish songs. There's shotgun
Oh.
shells here.
Where's here? Right there? I see it. Let's explore before we pull the lever. Alright, let's go that one. Oh, there's more levers over there.
Yeah, they never end. Oh,
What do we got?
flash rounds.
Last round.
What's that for? Grenade!
Oh, my grenade launcher. Neo, what do you have a...
What?
Oh my god, your inventory.
My
Reload
inventory?
your machine gun.
Yeah, I got silly thing.
Hiccup?
Yeah.
Neo hiccups.
Hiccup.
Oh my gosh.
I think we should do the purple first. Oh, there's just one.
Maybe.
Oh, or not.
Oh no, one of us is at the purple, one of us at the
Oh,
orange.
that's stupid. Okay.
No, wait. No, that can't be right because there's only one purple one here. Where's the other one? Oh, do we gotta do it together?
Maybe? What?
Maybe there's another purple one somewhere that we have to unlock.
Oh, maybe.
I hear enemies still.
Where's the other purple?
I don't know. Maybe we gotta pull this one to get to it.
Purple!
Neo, come.
Coming.
I think we have to do this one to get it. Okay. So no, there's definitely another. Let's go look around for the purple one.
Purple.
Oh wait. Oh fuck.
What?
There's no other way to go.
I see the purple. The purple is down. On the bottom.
Down below in that bottom.
Yeah,
area.
go
How do we get
back. Go downstairs. Go
down? Oh,
downstairs.
I see. Okay, I see. Quick, Neil, while Eve isn't looking, giving her a cookie.
Cookie.
I want a cookie.
Quickly.
Above you.
Oh, the spider's coming for me.
Going. I just blew myself up.
I heard
I'm
that.
pulling it. Pull it. There we go. Oh. Oh, that one's all the way down. What's over there?
What's a nonsensical puzzle? Where's my spider? My spider left me alone. Come back. You can't just leave me like this.
Machine gun ammo down here, but no machine gun.
Did you pick up the thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, not here.
I got ammo down here for you, though.
Whee! The stair nonsense is a bit too much. Yeah, I agree.
What's too much? The stair nonsense? It is a bit much. There's some ammo over here for you.
Ammo. But I'm full of nonsense. Hold on.
Well, apparently I've got people behind me. Oh my god, I got stabbed!
I saw.
Where'd he go? You're right there?
There's a dude behind you.
Bro, you need to fucking die. Please. Okay.
I want to hide down
I got
there.
another Granada. What's over here?
Granada.
Okay, let's go.
You made holes in the walls.
I do that. There's another hole over here. The hole is the goal.
Hmm.
Oh, I got a proximity mine. But nowhere to put it in my inventory. Reload your machine gun.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I
It's got- you
already used this
Oh
on...
fuck, you don't have anything. You want to heal us?
Hello. Running in a circle. Oh, hello. Hold on,
He
now
found a
I...
Harry Potter monster.
Okay, and what now? Ooh.
There's a problem with that ammo. We can't use it. Okay.
Come over here, come back!
I'm coming back! Where are you at?
I'm trying to...
I'm turned around.
I didn't even move from the place you ran away from me.
I Thank you. This is the way.
Red.
Red is the end. We're gonna get jumped? Nope. Okay.
No, that's disappointing.
We'll get jumped again. Drugs heal? Yeah, drugs heal, kids. Obviously.
That's not drugs. That's herbs.
Oh my god, we're going up higher?
What?
Holy fuck, it just never ends.
Ruby!
Which way do we go?
Downstairs.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
What?
mother!
He's back! I said he wasn't dead!
It's you again! What the fuck? Why am I doing this like this?
Here's the soft part.
That's why I have the proximity gun. I'm putting it on the ground. Mine, not Grom. What the fuck am I saying?
Thank you for the follow. He's dead.
What?
Thank you, Phoenix Fire, for the follow.
That was pathetic.
I did also use 8 grenades on him.
I saw like he was just dead.
Oh, actually, no, these flash rounds don't go to this. What do the flash rounds go to? The flash rounds yours? Howdies, hi, hi. I don't know what the flash rounds go. Did we miss a gun somewhere?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either. Alright, let's go. I knew he wasn't dead, though. I called it. I said it.
Yellow.
Oh, yellow, red, green, blue, pink.
Yellow.
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 Brownie color.
H. Yellow.
Neo.
What?
I eat the color yellow.
I'm not even saying yellow.
Flare gun? Is it a flare gun? We don't have a flare gun, though.
What
What
color yellow?
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
What about your color yellow?
I eat yellow.
You eat yellow?
I eat yellow.
Why do you eat yellow?
Because I can't eat yellow. Uh-oh. Business link. Who is Wesker?
You know, I was surprised Las Plagas was such a success.
Las Plagas!
When you first
It's Resident Evil 4.
And now Ouroboros is complete.
Your position
I smell yellow.
in my cell is secured.
No.
Oh, I have my eyes set on something much
How dare she?
bigger. You'll be
Las
needing a
Vegas?
partner,
Las
but
Plagas.
Someone suitable to join you in your new world. I believe I've proven I'm worthy, haven't I?
That's Excella. Okay. He's gonna snap her neck.
Snap her neck.
Oh. Wesker!
Wesker.
It appears your old friend, Chris Redfield, has come to
Chris Redfield.
Do I sense concern?
Ooh.
In its final stages, I will not tolerate.
Poker anyone
Creed?
low the Creed? Creed.
Assassin's Creed?
The Assassin's Creed, the only Creed. Best car. I don't
Wobbly boobas.
Wibbly wobbly, wibbly wobbly, wibbly wobbly.
Wesker, do your boobs also wobble?
I think so. If they're anything like Chris's.
If they don't, then I'm gonna be disappointed. Who is this old man? You're old.
That right is now mine.
That lip sync kinda didn't work, okay, but okay.
I believe I should thank you, Spencer.
What the heck?
Ouroboros.
That's
They're missiles.
That's
Chapter 4-1, we beat it.
Asb.
Asba.
Banzar.
I think we spent a long time exploring. Oh, we can buy stuff. What can we buy? We can buy a grenade launcher.
Explosive rounds.
round. Oh my god, they're for the shotgun. That's what they're for. I think, aren't they?
I have no
Flash rounds
clue.
for grenade. No, they're for the grenade launcher. But why couldn't I load them in the grenade launcher?
I don't know.
But it's the first time we've actually been able to buy ammo for something.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What the fuck you want?
If you sell all the treasures, you get 35,000.
Oh my gosh, look at all that money we now have.
My treasures. Whee!
I just need to keep upgrading the firepower on my shotgun. I have 4,000 monies. What do I want to spend it on?
Can I sell? Oh, why does the proximity bump only 30? What the fuck? That's so stupid.
I think I should buy explosive rounds.
I spent all of my money on my Magnum.
So. Fine. I want explosive rounds. I don't have enough money. What do you mean? Oh my god, I need more money. Organize.
Ammo!
Sal, I don't want this. Okay, bye. I want explosive rounds.
What did you sell?
I sold,
Stop!
Why are we
my
stopping?
What do you mean, why are we stopping?
I got
Never
stopped.
upgrade ammo capacity unless you're out of ammo. Too late! I capped it out. We're on... It's whatever. Okay.
Where is everybody?
My rifle does 1,000 damage. And my shotgun does 500 damage. Right. Are you ready to go, Neos?
Your inventory be kinda full.
What?
Your inventory be kinda full.
It do be kind of full. I need to empty that. Oh, I gotta reload my launcher.
Your launcher.
Now it's not full.
Nice. My rifle.
There we go.
How do you reload in here? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid.
Oh, you did it?
No, I thought it didn't work last time I tried. So I thought it was broken.
Oh,
or
there we
something.
go. I did it. I down. Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Ready. Okay.
Oh, this is right. Warship.
I got another grenade.
Why are you worshipping?
I got machine gun ammo. That's yours.
Machine gun. Yay. Machine gun.
Machine gun.
Worship me?
Worship me. Worship me.
Do you guys want to be worshipped?
I'm the angel. Oh, he's worshipping something.
A warship?
I
Yeah.
don't like them. Holy shit.
They
think
can
we need to
just
kill-
do that?
I guess so.
Why can't I just...
Holy.
we need to turn off the sun.
I see that. Well, at least they take their own damage from it.
Three slots for 3 items.
Where are you at?
On the other side.
Oh, I'm not the other side. I'm up here. I'm running along the fire area.
Enjoy. What? you stupid creature! Die!
Oh god, I got stabbed from behind. Where did you come from?
I'm freaking... Why am I failing so miserably?
Where are these guys coming from that are they're stabbing me and I don't know where they're...
What the fuck am I doing, guys? I'm so sorry.
Stop stabbing me!
I'm being pathetic. Oh.
No one's shooting exploding things at me and I don't know where they're at. Do I hear you?
Me?
Thought I heard you.
I
Oh, you got an emblem.
Emblem. I hear a snake.
A snake, a stinky snake.
But I don't see it. Oh shit! The big boy! The big boy is on my way!
Be careful. Which big boy? There's lots of big boys.
The one with the freaking... You know, the one that we had to use the... freaking... fire... not fire launcher, the rocket launcher on?
Oh my gosh. I hate those things.
I already killed him, it's okay.
Oh, you killed him?
Yeah.
That's good.
Some of my boys went your way. For some
They all
reason.
went my way. I don't know, I got some kind of fire thing shooting at me still.
I think I'll... No quick slot. Ooh.
Oh fuck, I got hit by the fire. I didn't realize it shot here.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, this is the start. Okay, I know where I'm at. Oh, they're all dead. You dodged a flaming arrow by picking up an item. Well, think about RE5 PSD to have a quick slot choice.
A rifle ammo.
I did have pistol ammo, but I had to drop it to buy pick up Healy things to heal myself.
Healy?
Healing? I had to heal myself because I was getting jumped by peer people. I don't know if I'm going forward or backwards here.
Forward.
Oh, definitely forward.
Forwards. Forwards, I think.
Forwards is the answer.
Yeah.
How far forward? I don't know.
I don't know.
This is some wild freaking defense, though. Oh, checkpoint. More enemies about to spawn.
Spider.
You got a spider? I don't have a spider. Oh, fuck!
Oh my god.
I'm dying.
Chris!
Oh, no.
Come
I'm
over
sorry,
here!
Neil. Purple, stop! I said stop! A boss fight. I was gone for a bit.
I did not. I thought you said something else.
Oh my god. Okay.
Treasures to sell!
No, we don't have treasures to
I
sell.
had treasures
We do
to
have
sell.
treasures to sell.
Yeah, I picked up some. I have this.
How much? I got 3,000 monies, but I can't upgrade my shotgun anymore. Why not? I need 8,000 money to upgrade my.
If you pick an item, it will give you immunity temporarily? What the heck?
Look out for those ancient defense lasers. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
Trevor!
Where? Oh, yeah. We're here.
Oh yeah, that was a checkpoint, I forgot.
Handgun ammo. Handgun ammo right here.
You missed the thing.
I didn't go up that way yet.
Why not?
Because I got burned to death.
Open your map. You would see that there's only a little thing over there.
What's up here? Anything?
Did you check everything over there?
Yes, I did. This is where I got before I got burned. Follow it. Oh, fuck! It comes back!
Why did you do that? Oh.
It hurts. I'm hurting. Oh my god!
Something behind me exploded.
Oh, they're coming again. Careful. No, let them get burned. Let them get burned. Neo, stop! Stop! Come back here. Come over here.
There's no point. I'm already dead.
I'm coming.
Or not.
Here.
I forgot it comes back.
Come back over here. Oh, you're dead. Oh my god.
Trevor! Oh my god.
Not once, not twice, not even 3 times, 4 times. Neo.
It was fun. Why? Give me my ammunition.
Oh my god.
Give ammunition to me.
What am I doing?
Give ammunition
do
to
I
me.
have ammo for you?
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
Thank you.
You. That made my head hurt. My head's hurting now. There's handgun ammo right there.
Did you pick it up?
I picked it up. Come get your ammo. You got it? Alright. Now
Yeah.
remember, Neo, it comes back.
I don't understand.
It gotta go this. It's 2 lines and then cross over, see? And then now we go.
Oh.
Now we send her to here.
Yeah, watch out. There's a thing over here.
And then these guys are gonna get burned to death. Don't go yet. They just get exploded. Alright, and then we go to the next one.
It exploded. No,
Down
no,
here.
no, don't go
Oh,
over there.
fuck.
It came from there.
Okay. Alright, now we go. Checkpoint again. There's a thing over here. Oh, I can assist you jump.
Ooh.
Is there anything else over here? Machine gun ammo.
Mamo.
Mama.
Mamo.
Mama.
Mamo.
Mama.
Oh.
That's what I call your mother. Mama.
I hear men screaming.
I hear men screaming too, but they're not screaming at me, they're screaming at you.
They look like they're purple.
Oh, they're coming still, I see them. Oh, there's a big boy! Again!
Oh my, big boy.
Oh, he's coming down here.
Come back, big boy.
No, he's coming to fight me.
Bing bong.
Hey, I got him. Watch this. Come here, come here, come here.
But I wanted to explode his knees.
I'm exploding his knees. I missed. He's dead.
Did you say anything about exploding knees?
Yeah, I blew his knees out.
God damn it!
What?
There's herbs.
I can't get over there, so you're on your own.
You have to wait.
How do I get over there?
Oh, I'm gonna get down. Hold on.
If you need to circle back, just give me stuff and I combine them and we slow you back over again.
No, it's okay.
Is there anything else?
Oh my god. Big man. Hello.
Big me, I blew him up.
Come
I
over
blew him.
here.
I'm coming.
Oh, you can also
Ooh, that's mine.
combine these. Because I didn't find the red.
Well, so here, we gotta go. Where are we going now? Hold on. Wait.
Over here.
You are
Over
cutting.
here. Over here. Coming? Okay, hold on, hold on.
I'm coming. Run. Is this another one? No.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Oh, I've not been here yet. Hey, we did it. Open the door.
Why is the
Alright,
sky
let's go.
lower than the ground? I don't understand anything.
We're underground.
No, I don't mean that.
Oh, up top. Diamond.
Diamond. I believe in both. Don't believe in
in
me.
you, but we don't believe in each other.
Yeah.
There's a shiny green thing down there. Oh, snake.
Spider. Look.
I got an
Look.
egg.
Spider.
A spider. Where?
Over here. No.
He gave me money. He gave me a lot of money. You want an egg?
No. I mean,
Too
you
bad.
gave it to me because you don't have any room. Where did you see shiny? You almost missed another
Shiny
spider.
green thing on the wall here. So shiny green thing on the wall here.
Shiny wall on the green.
Investigating.
I'm
Oh, it
AFK,
opens.
but okay. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Yay, puzzle!
Is it a puzzle or is it a laser thing?
I
that's
don't know.
gonna
I
cut
hope
us to
it's a
pieces?
puzzle. I don't like lasers.
I don't like lasers either.
I like puzzles. It is puzzles. What are we aiming at?
This thing over here. I gotta... If I go on the other side of this, I'm going to get shot. This one, right here. You see it?
This thing when I'm standing?
No, the one next to it. Can you turn it? No, that one. Right here. The mirror.
What?
Turn it.
What
The
are
one
you
you're in
saying?
front of.
Yeah, what about it?
Turn it.
Where?
Oh, you burned me! I'm dead.
I thought it wouldn't burn you if you're behind it.
The game doesn't care. The walls don't matter in this game anymore.
This game has more tombs than Tomb Raider 2. I know! I know!
I'm down. Oh my god.
They took my egg.
Oh my god. My head is pounding right now. Alright, let's go. Come here, egg. I got my egg back.
I got money back from
now
the
my
spider.
egg. Now my egg is your egg.
I'm egg.
Okay.
But you need
You're
healing.
egg.
Look at yourself. Are you surprised you're fucking dead?
Fire hurts.
Eat the egg.
It's fine. Look at Chris. He takes it like
you
a
look.
man.
Yeah, sure it did. Very much. Come over here. Eat the egg. Eat it now.
No.
Eat the fucking egg.
I don't want.
Eat the egg. Where'd it go?
I don't wanna.
Where's the spider? We missed him.
He was standing right here, but I think we got distracted.
No, this one doesn't have money.
No. All right.
Over explore.
Oh, Neo's eepy.
I'm always EP.
You're always eepy. Let's not get burned to death this time, Neo. So, chat, it's like the 4th time she's burned me alive.
That's not true.
One of us is... Okay, where are you at?
Oh, okay. Never
Right,
mind.
return it.
You just stay there.
I'm staying here. We did. Okay, this feels like it was a lot simpler than it was supposed to be.
Yeah. I feel like something is wrong. Down. Oh, this is an elevator. Come over here.
There's no fucking way it was that easy. Oh my god.
They made the baby easy. I hate this. Oh, more.
Oh my. Oh, there's a wall here.
A wallet.
Well, the wall needs to move. How do we move the wall? Oh, why are you shooting? That could have killed us if one of us wasn't paying attention.
Maybe...
I gotta turn this one. Careful. Don't get burned to death. Where the fuck are you? Okay. I just said don't get burned to death!
I chose running towards the platform! You didn't wait for me!
You were... I didn't wait. I was impatient. I didn't realize he was gonna bounce off again. I misjudged. Okay. Well, we're in the same spot. You know what? Hold on. Before you destroy that. Let's do that. Oh, let's turn everything. And now... Oh, wait. Did it turn back?
Yes. Go, you have to destroy two platforms. Destroy this. This.
And then that goes in there. That goes to there, and then that goes to
I'm
there.
gonna
So
watch.
let's destroy this one.
I'm just gonna watch because she's gonna burn me.
It will not burn you. You will be fine.
Yeah,
Calm
sure.
down, Neil. I promise.
Sure.
Where are you at? You're over there? Okay. Watch this. Magic. So smart. So smart. Alright, let's go.
I have found a ruby. I'm coming! The fuck up.
No.
Boris. Ooh, the hole.
Oh, there's a chest.
There's a thing. Oh, we're supposed to go this way. Never mind.
Empty.
Spiders! What did you do?
Oh, shit. I opened a chest. Oh my god, there's so many.
What did you do?
I've become the spider monster.
You became the spider monster?
I look at all these spiders I attracted.
Yeah, I see it. Maybe, like, kill them or something.
I mean, I was gonna let you do that. You got the machine gun.
I don't have ammunition.
Well, shit. I've only got the heavy hitter guns. Oh, they burn in the fire.
Well, only if they try to jump at it. Which they don't
stuck.
always do.
I mean, they will if I go
Ooh,
on the other side of it.
munition! Fuck. If why are burning
Why
the
fuck?
wall?
And because it's the Wally wall.
Wally wall?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
does that
Wally World.
mean?
Okay. Well, I don't know. Don't ask.
What is this?
What's in here? A trap. Oh my god.
I want his egg.
Which egg?
What
Where are we
trap?
sending the light to? Alright, Neo, stay in that room. Don't leave.
We're sending light over there. In front over there. Oh
We
my
need to
goodness.
send light multiple. Oh fuck.
What? What did you do?
I trapped ourselves. We gotta send light to multiple doors. See, there's multiple doors that need light.
Oh my goodness. This is stupid, kind of.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna turn this one. Be careful. Go
Stop,
in the room.
stop.
I know, I'm not touching it yet. Mistakes have been made. Give me 1 second. Do not come out of the room.
Too
Oh my
late!
God,
I
I
was already out! Shut the fuck up, Chris!
Oh my god, is this the part that's gonna do us in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Trevor!
Yabang!
Trevor is cat food.
It is.
We are supposed to... the elevator is on here, so I'm guessing the
Yeah, I
things
gotta
to the
hear-
sides are...
distractions. They are
Or
distractions. I got
maybe... treasure.
I don't know how to open them though, that's the issue.
I always need sanity peel.
Oh, actually, you know what? I
Sanity
do know how to
peels.
open them. Watch this. Hey, why are you throwing things at me? Like this. I know how to... Neo.
I need ammunition!
They grabbed me.
We not French?
We aren't French. I have to go have fun with the French guys. Where are the French guys?
I don't know. That's a grenade.
This is ammo. Here.
Pick up the grenade.
I
Thank
gotta
you.
free my inventory. Wait, you have the incendiary grenades.
I don't have any oh, I do. Never mind, I didn't see. Did you give them to me?
Yes, yeah, we swapped them at the beginning of the last round. Alright, so we have to turn it to that. Okay. Neo, hide in there.
I'm hiding. True, I'm having fun with spiders, don't mind me.
Okay.
Well, they didn't even give
Alright,
me anything. Well.
Oh fuck, wrong way.
Ooh. Ooh.
The golden eye. You go on the right one, I'll go on the left one.
I managed to shoot down all of the spears in this dead man.
Oh my god, there's stuff in the thingies that attacked me.
What? What are you saying? Beetle!
Okay, give me all your gold.
I'm back to my old guy friend.
I got eggs again. What happened?
I'm just chilling. In the hole.
In a hole. Why are you hiding in a hole? Again.
What is that? I see a snake.
Snake. I got an egg.
Where's fucking teleporting?
I got ammo over here for you.
Ooh. Sorry, what are you destroying? Ooh, egg.
Things on the ground.
Idol.
I was gonna grab the ammo over here. I was gonna grab the idol last. Other side.
No. It was waiting. Oh my god.
You missed it.
What? I picked it up. Is there more than one?
Did you grab this one on the other side too? The little skulls with things on them?
No.
There were skulls hanging on the wall with gems in their heads.
Oh, I didn't see.
So look, we gotta get all this money. We're tomb raiding in Resident Evil 5.
I mean, we have to.
Oh, there's another snake here. Look, there's a snake here.
There's another snake over there. They kill it. Go pick up the egg.
I got the egg. Where is the egg? I see the egg.
Listen, mine was more pathetic. There's just a guy in a wall. And he's on
I
fire.
wanna look at him. Why did you burn him to death? Oh my
You're
god,
the one
he's in
who's
a
burning.
tree too. I'm not burning, he's burning.
You're burning people.
Are you gonna burn me again? You're gonna burn me again, Neo? I'm gonna turn the thing.
Wow,
so get
you're
ready to
the one
not-
that's burning people.
Where are you?
Don't put it on me. Oh my goodness, that was so close.
I told you not to get it. Alright. Oh, I have a situation.
You have a situation.
I am trapped.
I wonder why.
Okay. So what we're gonna have to do, go back in that room. Where'd you go?
Leave.
Oh, that was... I'm leaving. I'm going in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm stuck, Step VTuber. Can you get me out?
Well, how far underground are we going?
I don't know, but what the fuck is this?
Skyrim.
This has very Skyrim vibe, isn't it?
What is this place?
With some very special flowers, I'm guessing.
How can they survive underground?
These are no ordinary flowers.
Don't you say?
Wait.
The more I watch you two play this game, the more I realize there's just some weird green filter over everything. Do you like flowers? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the game, you know, the game of this time, they all had this piss yellow, or piss green filter. Umbrella.
What was Umbrella doing?
I don't know. It doesn't look like anyone's been around for a while.
You can be sure they wanted to keep this place a secret.
Some of this equipment's got the Triso logo on it. Are they working together?
Umbrella is Tricell. Oh, we did it. Sack. I got a sack.
I good. Ask.
I got a sack of book. I got a sack of book.
I killed more, but we only have 500 points.
Oh no, it's because we took so long to beat it. And we died 5 times for the fire. Okay, I played that game has this, I played in that period.
What? We missed that. We missed that
What are you
gun.
talking about? The flare. What game did we miss?
We missed a gun.
A pistol.
A pistol.
The P226. I don't even remember seeing it. And a bulletproof vest. We got a bulletproof vest now. That's. Are we gonna get shot?
Who's gonna shoot me? Zombies?
I mean, they were riding motorcycles.
Oh.
Money we got 18,000.
Chris, is this gun good? Should I get it?
I'm Chris.
Oh, the capacity is very low, but the firepower.
It's because
The
you gotta upgrade the
firepower.
gun.
Is there more guns, or is just the last one?
I think there's probably one. There's probably an AA-12. I'm assuming a shotgun.
This gun is worth it. Oh, I'm gonna
The
get
gun
a
is
new
worth it,
gun
okay?
because we missed it.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 2 is like this game. MW3 was the same way. Black Ops 1 had the other filter on it, like the reddish tint one. Sniper Elite had this filter on it. I need 12,000 money so I can max out my sniper.
12,000 money. Oh, I should sell egg.
I sold my eggs. I have no money again. I wasted it all.
Oh, I don't have enough to upgrade my firepower more.
Fallout 3 New Vegas had the pistol there. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. That's true.
What else had it? Sniper Elite had it. Mad Max had it.
Do you want grenade?
I will take Granada. You gave it to me anyways.
Come on.
You gotta sing that song for your karaoke.
Chris, should I sell the other gun? It has
For
a
the
good
money.
critical, but do I need both guns? Probably not.
What else had it? Army of Two had it.
Sell it? Okay. Goodbye, my gun. You were such a good friend.
Bioshock had it too. Bioshock had the green filter on it, not so much the piston.
Bioshock was piss?
Bioshock wasn't pissed. Bioshock had the really green one on it.
True.
But it's because the lights were always dark that you could never really... It was harder to tell with that. You get more money to upgrade other weapons. Yeah.
The lights were dark, so
my
you
shotgun-
cannot see.
I need to upgrade my shotgun, but I can't because it doesn't let me do it because we gotta get further in the game. Oh, what chapter are we on, by the way? I didn't pay attention. We just chapter 4. We don't have okay. They are only Madden and okay. First off, you don't bring up sport games because they're bullshit. You do not bring up sport games because those don't count.
Yeah. They were not trying to go for an aesthetic.
And they even those games have been the same for 20 years. Those games from when they first came out and on the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 have not changed to this day. Other than them adding actual adding microtransactions to the game. That is the only way they have changed. Is adding more microtransactions. Thanks, EA. It was mostly yellow. Yeah, it was a desert. It's the same way with this game. We're in a desert-like thing at the start, and it's just kept the same. The dry, it's the low humidity light.
Maybe... Wait, how much money are you missing?
I am... How much money do I have? For what?
I don't know, you wanted an upgrade or what, something?
Oh, I need, 12,000.
Oh, never mind.
You can't give me guns anyways.
No, but you could. I want to sell two grenades and upgrade my thing.
Oh, you want the grenades?
Yeah. I'm doing magic.
Blue?
I'm returning them to you.
It was just the contrast with the game.
Yay!
I have too much stuff in my inventory. Why? Here, you pick
Remove,
up.
then put it in your inventory. In the bottom. Just click remove.
Why? We need the healing.
But you don't need grenades right now. You can save them for later.
I don't know what we're running into on the next one.
I know, but like, you will always find more shit on the ground.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
You can always sell them. The red ones sell for 200.
I'm an inventory hoarder. I don't want to sell my stuff. I want to keep it all on. I mean, if you want to talk about the filter on the original Oblivion was the really green, the really contrasty bright blue ones. It would like swap between purple, red, blue, and green. That one got very extreme at certain parts.
Wow.
We were talking about wrong games. Are you ready to go? Or are you still up?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's go.
I wonder if this is what Irving meant by answers.
Not sure, but obviously there's a connection here with Umbrella, and that's never a good sign.
We can worry about this.
Bambrella.
First, we need to find
Umbrella Corporation.
You're right. Let's see what we can dig up.
I'm just digging out dirt from under the ground.
Why are you digging dirt? You should. We're opening doors. Oh, what is this? The document.
Water purifiers. Little.
This game is. Oh, you found stuff.
I'm looking for stuff. I'm not looking. I don't know anything about the story anyway. I'm just doing shit. I'm just doing fuck all.
We can't go down there.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Let's go.
I did go down there. You don't know.
Don't be. If it runs largely in front of. I don't want to partake in that. Don't be a fool. You're missing a great game over pettiness. To be fair, Fallout 3 and New Vegas run amazing on console. They're only crash a lot on PC. Because PCs are too powerful. And we like to do things called mods, and mods tend to break everything.
I'm done. I only found one bug.
Okay, I mean, just think the one of the most modded games of all time are also the most unstable games.
Yeah, and not like that helps them. Document.
So much that the own mods that you could download for the game, when you install them, crash the game.
Yeah. So many documents in here.
Yeah, we're in the research facility. Oh, umbrella.
Here, munition.
Grenade.
Munition.
I want munition.
Don't take it.
Where is it?
On the floor.
I found it. Alright, let's go. Next room.
Mama.
What was that?
Ooh. Plant. You have room for plant? You don't have room for plant. You don't have room for anything.
I have room for plant.
You have room for plant.
I had room for plant.
Oh. I take it back then.
Liquor? I think it's a liquor. Oh no, there's the plants.
I don't know how, but they could be using them to produce biological weapons. This is the facility from the picture, no doubt about it.
We're finally getting somewhere.
Whoa! Calm down, Neo.
No. I must destroy the flowers. Shotgun shells.
Wants the shotties.
Power on. An email to Qantas. Hey, I know this is sudden, but I'm going to be getting some time off soon. I don't feel like reading this. I'm sorry.
I skipped through it too. It adds it to the documents. Oh, those
Listen,
are
I would read if
watch
I...
The ceiling.
What?
Watch the ceiling.
It's fine. It's just silly. I gotta know what they're talking about.
Handgun ammo.
Just a silly. I don't understand what you want.
The scratches on the wall are from a liquor. It looks like.
What does that mean? You're licking a wall?
It's a monster that falls on the ground.
Punch the boulder? Yes!
I want to punch the boulder, but we haven't got to the punch the boulder part yet.
You didn't clean the floor. Wild animal. What a rotten way to die.
Oh, yeah, there he is. They're one of the main enemies from Resident Evil 2.
I like destroying. I don't know why I said that. Like if it's not obvious.
What happened?
I said I like destroying, and I said I don't know why I said that, as if it's not obvious. Oh my god, there's a... Who feeds these? This is abandoned. They shouldn't be alive.
But look at these giant ass fucking rats, though.
Ooh, sounds bigger.
Oh my god, he's big.
Should we? I don't want.
Oh my god, this dog looks. Should we go ahead and put this dog down?
I mean, I guess.
It had red eyes.
Release the rats! How do I release the rats? I thought there was something shining in here. Am I crazy?
Yo, there he is. Hey, buddy.
Release. This is Venom.
There's multiple. Alright. You gotta execute them. Let's go.
Execute the bitch!
Alright, we can... I can't do that. Was a wild African dog. Doesn't matter. It was still going to come out eventually and kill us. At least the goats don't have red eyes. It was just a dog that had red eyes.
Goats are naturally evil. I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Should be another one around the corner.
Ooh, red plant.
Red plant.
Combine the red plant.
We don't have a green plant to combine it with. Oh, it said AK-74.
Do I take it?
You already have a machine gun. Do you want another one?
Oh, I cannot combine them. Those are hard. What do you mean? No! Ate it. She ate it, I'm gone.
I ate the gun. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna go empty it on something. Handgun ammo.
Thank God there weren't more of them.
Yeah, we wouldn't last in a fight with a whole horde.
Oh, that was foreshadowing.
What? I didn't listen.
She said we wouldn't last in a fight with a whole horde.
I don't have room. That's the best SMG in the game.
If you look in the...
And she ate it.
You know what? There's a bunch of them in there.
Yeah.
I think we should press this button.
I don't think they'll notice us.
Sure.
Guess their senses are weak.
Just to be safe, we should be as quiet as possible.
Then maybe stop talking. Some, you know, just as a suggestion. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck.
Be quiet as possible. Run!
Honey.
You know what? I can do this, can I?
I guess. Bro, they're not even dying.
Did they even give us an? Oh, they did give us money, high heart things. At this point, we might as well finish them off, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Behind you! Behind you! Behind you! Behind you!
What? They're in the walls! It bit me.
One of them dropped machine gun ammo.
Hold on, I left.
Oh, they got. Well, that wasn't as dangerous as it could have been. We got a bunch of those lion heart things, but I don't know how much they sell for.
I don't know. Money's money.
Money is money, that is true. Too bad we can't buy ammo, though.
There's more.
So... No, there's not. We killed them already.
There's more.
There is? Oh, there is
Yes.
more.
Do you not have like a grenade or something?
I do. Hang on. I was gonna see, my rifle kind of sucks against enemies that aren't humanoid and shooting in the head.
Makes sense.
Because for a gun that supposedly does 1300 damage, it's not doing much damage. Or maybe 10 if I recall correctly. So we just got banked then, didn't we?
Ooh.
Oh, those aren't mine. Here, these are yours.
Thank you.
Oh, you're full. I have a problem.
Throw them away, just 5.
Okay.
This looks like ramen.
What looks like ramen? Let's go. Oh, fuck. Boss fight? Again? With no ammo because we just used it all in that last fight.
X-Men!
X-Men?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Hey, there was one of these in Raccoon
That's
City.
so many pods.
Wait, that means Jill might be here.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow, surprising.
Uh-oh.
Just one? Half-Life. Sorry, I'm just gonna be screaming things that remind me of something else.
That's fine.
What have they done?
They sucked out life of this husk. 10 squads, god damn it.
10 what? I don't get it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, they reduced bots.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You got this.
Squads!
Squat, you're strong now.
Oh, cutscene.
They must be kidnapping people from all over the world to experiment on.
Uh-oh.
Stopped.
I see spider webs.
Access denied.
Well, that's why.
I was right. I did see. Oh my god, the
What
thing's
the
big. How
fuck
can you
is
not hear it
this?
approach us?
That's not a friend.
Oh my god, it's the weird fucking keys again. The legs have the things on them. You see them?
Yeah. The moving bitch.
Okay, I got one. Shoot its face. Oh my god, it's got a bunch of babies! Mosquito babies? Question mark? Oh my god, she smacked me.
They beat on me. So they're moving too much. They're moving so much.
He fell. Oh, we gotta toss stuff in. We gotta toss grenades in. That's what we have to do. Not shoot her face. We have. Okay, then we gotta shoot the top of her head.
There's grenades all over the floor.
Okay, we gotta throw a grenade in her
There,
mouth.
she's hungry.
We gotta throw a grenade in.
Then do it.
I don't have one.
There's one
In
on
her
the
mouth, in
floor
her
over
mouth.
here.
Fuck, she got up. I see you. Give me a second. I need another grenade.
Her brain is sizzling.
She's getting violent.
Stop fucking moving. No, I didn't even get a freaking thing.
He fell again? I don't have a grenade. Do you have a grenade?
No.
Oh, I found one. It's just my thing is full. Where'd she go?
On the shoot its brain.
Okay. I'm gonna go shove a grenade in its mouth. Yay, it's dead. Shoot the mouse, shoot the brain, she's hungry, shoot, shoot, shoot. Exactly. Oh, we're moving again. I bet you it's empty. Yeah.
Don, don, don.
Damn it. Where is she?
Mr. Redfield, how nice to finally make your acquaintance.
Excelia.
Who the hell are you?
Excelligione.
Excellent.
Tricell.
Nice. You've done your homework.
An officer in the Global Pharmaceutical Consortium. Why?
As if I need to explain myself to you. Although, weren't you two given orders to retreat?
So it was you.
Where is Jill?
Jill? Even if I did know, you think I would tell
Jill?
you?
Cut the crap. Tell me where
No, do you assume Curtis Peak game design? Yeah.
Done with your little vigilante mission? You should leave. There's nothing here worth throwing your lives away for.
She's lying. She knows something.
It's time we get some answers.
There's a nice dress. Yeah. We got
So many S's.
We did so good.
We were just a little bit slow.
A little bit. Oh, we can buy something. What can we buy? Oh, the new machine gun. I didn't like it. As it is 90. The big. I guess the base damage is higher than the.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, let me.
I'm not gonna buy another one. I upgraded this one so much.
The capacity is higher on yours, anyways. So. 74 is an assault rifle. Your MP5 is a submachine gun. Actually, it's probably not worth it to sell it. Let's just remove it. That is base shotgun. Young. Can I upgrade this? I can upgrade my firepower. I don't have enough money. Do we have treasures?
Yes.
So, well, they didn't sell for that much. Those heart things. They only sell for 2,500. It's unfortunate. They weren't that great. Okay, firepower. Can I upgrade it again? I can't. I want to upgrade it again. God damn it.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn on the light.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna go refill my glass.
You're gonna... Oh, you need water again? Version that sells for 15,000. Oh, okay. Which we haven't gotten those yet. This is the biggest one we've gotten. She does. Have you guys seen her thingy? She's so silly. Old how? If she's not in the one with her head facing up, she's in the one where she's like staring into your soul. She's so cute. Okay. Anyways, I have a shit ton of notifications. Let me look at them. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Oh, it's Monday, so she's on the second channel. That's why. Give me a second, chat. Did you eat dinner yet? I have not eaten yet. This is Starlight, you guys hear? Okay. Now I should probably get food for something, I guess.
I've returned. Hello. Are you getting food?
I think so.
Get some food. Proton, hello. Hello, how you doing? Soul gem? What the fuck?
It's fine. I pulled up Starstream to see what was going on over there. Sarah and Eve. Why do you say Sarah and then said and Eve? Why do you just really not like me that much?
Oh my god.
Damn.
Ooh.
You know how I know that, Neil? It's because he doesn't even follow me. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I really got nothing against you.
Oh no.
But you are mean to me. Tisk, 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 tisk. You're a bully. Lies?
Cześć.
What is lies? You being a bully? You are a bully. You're mean to me. You... Ender, why are you throwing things at me?
O,
Are you ready to...
kamienie. Druty złomu. Wydobywanie metali z rudy złomu.
God fucking damn it.
To jest to, co lubię najbardziej.
You know what? While Polish mode is on, I'm gonna go grab something.
To
snack
jest
real
to, co lubię najbardziej. Wytapiać złom. I wyrabiać produkty szklane. Praca w hucie. Praca w hucie. Dobrze. Życie jest nowelą, ale żyjemy. Jest fajnie. Ucho mi szumi. Ale żyję. Ucho, czemu szumisz? Spokój się. Moje ucho chce więcej pieniędzy. Więcej pieniędzy. Chcesz spać? Nie śpi. Nie śpi. Spanie jest dla ludzi Push
Mode in
them.
the shared stream. Excellent. Fart Bath, is that seriously what you come out for today, Fart Bath? You have not said a single thing all day. And then you come out and say Polish mode in a shared stream. Excellent. You have to be kidding.
O Boże. Nie
From
wiedzą czego
Does
chcą.
my suffering give you energy? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Grenada. Ugh.
I don't remember you posting it all today.
Omega. Omega.
Oh my god.
Are these like the
I mean,
same?
that is a comment. Is that what? Oh, you're the one that made that comment.
Czerwone kora. Czerwone drzwi. Czerwone jarzębiny.
You guys drive me crazy. You know that.
I że dziewczyny i wielkie łzy. Tu, 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 tu. Tu, tu. Tu, 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 tu. Tu, 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 tu. Oh, it's over. How are you doing, Proton? Why are you
He doesn't
tired?
pay
Why are you sleepy? What?
I do pay attention to
What?
things that are important. Like Neo.
What?
I don't pay attention to you guys. Because no matter what, I know one of you guys is going to do something mean to me, and so you guys all get lumped together.
Who's mean?
All of them.
I see. Get it, get it, get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Wow. Don't wow me.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
You threw things at me.
What are you eating?
I am eating cheese crackers and smoked turkey.
What?
I got a cracker, and I put a slice of smoked turkey on it, and then I put a piece of cheese on it, and then I eat it.
My goodness. Cheese!
It's like the lunch. I'll take a picture. Hold on.
She's good.
Cheese is good.
No, never mind. I forgot Americans don't have cheese.
We do. I'm eating cheddar cheese. Here, I'll send you a picture of one of them. It's like they're like little mini things. You gotta make them and eat them. I got like bags of things to put them together with.
Chisel is only legal in America. Oh, that thing. I see, I see. And you're laughing at my fish sticks.
Your fish
And you're eating a cracker with a piece of cheese on it.
with meat. You're talking about your cheese sandwich. Okay, hold on. Let's have this conversation. So the cheese, a sandwich in quotation marks. So what Neo does, one of Neo's snacks that she eats, is she gets a slice of bread, and she puts a slice of cheese on it.
It's
Nothing
not a
else,
slice
nothing.
of bread.
What is it?
It's not bread. It's a bun.
Same thing.
It's not the same.
What is your bun?
It's... I'm gonna tell you.
Send me a picture.
I will give you a picture. It's different kind of dough. It's not the same. Look at it.
I'm looking
It's
at it.
it's round. Look at all the different ones.
Yeah, it's bread.
It's not bread.
It's so basically it's the bread that you cut in half and you put a piece of meat on.
Yeah.
It's the bun. It's the same. Eve being judgmental. I am being Eve things. Don't worry about it. I just think it's funny.
Eve doesn't understand the magic of cheese sandwich.
I am eating cheese on a cracker with meat right now. But you didn't put anything else on it. You didn't put mayonnaise, you didn't put butter. You just
I had butter on it!
You didn't, no, you said you didn't have
I
anything
did! I
on.
told you! You didn't listen to me! You can search the conversation that didn't have butter on it!
I don't wanna.
Because you know it's true! Mayonnaise on the cheese?
I do that.
You put mayonnaise on the ham!
You put mayonnaise on bread.
No.
Yeah. I like cheese too. I just thought it was funny because I asked her, "Did you eat dinner?" And she said, "Yeah, I ate a cheese sandwich."
No, that wasn't dinner. That was my breakfast.
Was it breakfast or was it lunch? I don't remember. Was it? It was a meal. It was supposed to be a meal. I asked if you ate, and you said, "Yeah, I had this." I was like, "What is
It
that?"
was my breakfast. It's a normal breakfast. Don't put mayo on that plain bread like I like.
Okay. See, every so often if I have bread, I do make mayonnaise sandwiches, which is just a slice of bread, then you put mayonnaise on it, you slice it, you pull it in half, and then you eat it.
Mayo.
I do eat that if I'm hungry.
Oh my god. I don't want to argue about food because
it's fine. We're not.
I mean,
I'm just poking fun, and you're poking fun at me.
I mean, because I kind of don't eat half of the things that exist.
I'm one of the pickiest people ever.
I don't like tomatoes.
Me neither. They're disgusting.
And you just got me the fuck. Oh my god.
Onions are bad too.
Oh my goodness.
Lettuce is bad. Peppers are really bad.
Peppers.
No peppers.
Peppers.
You eat peppers, Neil?
Only if they're like in a sauce and like soft and mushy.
That just the thought of that makes me sick.
I don't eat any raw vegetables.
I can eat some raw stuff, but as soon as it's cooked, nope, not happening. Nope.
I will only eat them if they're like I don't like. How do I explain this? Some Chinese dishes would like have a lot of stuff like cooked very much just into like a soft thingy. It's just a sauce with pieces of random stuff. It's like chicken, mushroom, and paprika. Not paprika. It's bell peppers.
Oh my god, no bell peppers. Is garlic a vegetable?
Probably.
I like garlic. You don't like garlic.
I don't like garlic.
No, I know.
I will only like. It's okay as a seasoning, but not on its own. Hot garlic bread, I can eat that.
Hot garlic bread isn't spicy, or is it hot out of the oven?
It's spicy. I see. I mean,
no, not spicy. I can eat spicy.
But it can be like. How do you call it, like just like a. You know when you have a bulb of garlic, how do you call like one piece from the inside of the bulb?
A sliver.
Yeah. What?
A sliver.
Sliver?
Yeah, 4 slivers.
I see. For some reason we have a very silly name in Polish.
What is it?
Like for some reason we For some reason, we say that it's like a tooth of garlic. You take 2 teeth of garlic.
For the word toe? Oh my god.
No, tooth.
No, Draco's
Oh, I just okay. Sorry, I was like behind
talking
chat.
about he's in the Netherlands.
Toe. Oh my god.
See, what I normally I only use garlic powder, but if I do use regular garlic, it's for fried noodles. I'll stir garlic in. So you just you cook the noodles and you fry them with diced garlic. And you just make us blah.
Garlic has toes? Oh my god.
My taste is lost on you, Neil. Tisk. But I don't know. I need to get Neo a burger. Neo needs to eat burgers. Burgers are the best.
Burgers are good.
They are good. And ranch dressing. You don't know what ranch. You guys don't really have ranch in the EU.
No.
Ranch is an American thing. It's
What?
a dipping sauce.
What even is it made from?
Some mixed spices and buttermilk and actually let me go grab a packet. I make my own, so it's a little different. Stop.
Buttermilk.
Well, I'm not.
Britannia.
Let me go get it. I'll tell you.
Britannia. Hello, chat. How do you do? How's your Monday? Are you feeling good?
There's a mixed spices mixed with mayonnaise and buttermilk, and the spices have better now. What is better now?
Hello. It was frustrating. I'm sorry.
What do you?
No, I was just asking how
Wait.
they're doing.
I swear to God, Proton.
Oh no, my chat disconnected.
I said I'll be right. I'm gonna leave to go get it, and Proton and I left, and Proton said better now, and I came back and said oh, and then he said and she's back. God damn it.
Anyway, yeah, you can continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's a mix of spices mixed with buttermilk and mayonnaise.
What's a mix of spices?
Salt, garlic powder, onion powder, parsley. I think it's parsley. No, I use a packet with the spices already mixed together.
It's a sauce.
It is a sauce. It is a really good sauce.
I see. Pierogi. What kind of?
Pierogi.
Do my eyes deceive me?
This is what it looks like.
Posture check. I was
shrimping again.
No, I was sitting cross-legged.
You dipped. It's a big thing. You dip chicken in it. You people use it on salads and stuff like that, but you also dip chicken in it.
It looks like, kind of looks like garlic sauce.
It had garlic in it. Garlic powder.
Samosa filling, some potato, spices, onion. Food. Yeah, that is true.
You can put whatever in. Oh, Neil, I meant to tell you about the repo thing for next week. I don't. Alice Mom is having a lot of issues with power internet, so she might not be able to join.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. I've got to talk to her about it, but she lost power again today.
Oh no.
So I have to talk to her.
So?
Well, I can finish this off in a bit later. We can go ahead and keep playing.
Oh man.
I was just making my little sandwich thingies.
Shango. Sando.
Sandal.
Sando.
I'm wearing sandals. Are you wearing sandals?
No, not sandals. Sando. Did you know that Japanese call sandwiches sando? Like sand?
No, I did not. No,
Now you do.
I do. Daijoubu.
Wesker!
I do have clothes on. Yes, I do have clothes on at the moment.
We have Wesker in the chat!
We have Wesker in the chat? Where?
In my chat.
In your chat?
In my YouTube chat.
Your YouTube chat? Is the bot not? Oh, the bot's not sending the chats through. It is Wesker. Oh, he's got beer.
It has a beard, yes.
From her. Eve, yeah, I am wearing clothes. Okay. I am wearing clothes. I looked down and double checked. I am wearing clothes.
Looking down and double checked.
If I didn't, when I sent a picture to Neo earlier, she would have made a comment. So I do have sweatpants on.
Why?
You had to check? What? Why? You want me to take them off?
No, I don't understand why you... I don't know.
You don't understand why I had to double check? Because I don't pay attention. Rare E wearing clothes? Just shut up.
Rare Eve. It's so shiny!
Are we ready to go, Neo?
Yes.
It's a shiny putting word in my... I'm shut. This is all typing. What? They're being mean to me.
Facility Excella was talking about.
She's got us under surveillance. I can almost guarantee she's...
Excella! Ooh.
Ask her about that and about Jill once we find her.
All right, let's find her then.
Was there anything there?
There's a document here.
I'm not reading, I don't have eyes.
Let's go this way.
I thought you already went there.
Over all the way down here, this hallway?
Yeah, didn't you?
Did you go down here? It did go down here. Oh, this was the start area. But how could this be the start area? We were all the way down below. I don't get it. But it brought us all the way back up?
Yes, finally.
Oh. We didn't have a cutscene for that.
Game's lying.
Game back. Well,
Chris, welcome back.
we're still gaming. Your ring. Yeah.
Did you know that video games?
I'm leaning on the door. Let's go. Did you know that video games video game with video gamers playing video games?
So many spider webs.
We killed the big boss spider though. Oh, I didn't mean to take that. Here. Come back. I gotta go.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Open your door. Let's go.
Hold on, give me a second. I need to adjust volume because I feel like one of my ears is sad.
Why is it sad?
My ear is sad, yes.
Why do you make your ear sad?
Because one of my ears is worse than the other. Can you say something?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too much. Hold on. Okay.
There you go. What, did you blow it out or something? Or you just did?
No, my dog barked into my ear one time.
Oh my god, they have machine guns now.
Shit.
Give me a second.
Excel spreadsheet vibes. That's stupid. Zombies shouldn't have machine guns.
Well, they can't aim at least. That's something.
Not like we can.
That one's got a stun baton.
What the fuck? Ah! You don't need to comment, I know I fucked up.
Poor did was do. I'm gonna do that in, young.
You gotta do that dead? What's that? What does that mean?
I don't know anymore. Don't ask me questions.
Yeah. Oh, he has a mask. I can't even shoot him properly. This is stupid.
I guess that was the point of upgrading my thingy. There's machine gun ammo here. Holy fuck, there's so many.
That is terrible.
Hopefully they die easily.
I'm missing so much.
It's all for you, though. I'm almost out of shotgun.
That's why they give me stuff, because they know I miss all the time. Do you have an herb?
Red. I do not. Do you have an herb?
I know.
Oh, hi.
No AK? Eve has the AK.
I put it away.
Oh.
I didn't want
No
it.
AK then.
Let's go. I just like my shot. I like my...
What?
What happened? For AK? I mean, I got a shotgun and a rifle. What more do I need? Oh fuck, he hit me.
Get up!
There's another one over here. Stop
There's-
rolling, you bitch! They learned the roll mechanic.
God damn it. Kaiser, hello!
Hey, Kaiser! I have become VIP. I did VIP you. I VIP'd Ace as
Shiva,
well.
hurry! Come hurry!
There's another guy up here.
There's more than one.
Shiva, hurry.
Defeat 3-man
Hurry,
genie
Shiva,
at
hurry.
once with a drum. With a drum?
No, you're getting shot at. You should walk past him.
Over here! Chris! Oh shit.
I'm coming! Oh, hi.
Oh hi!
I don't know if a shotgun to the face is fairly effective. Whoa, he's shooting me.
Sure is. I need to heal, come over here.
I'm coming. I was just dealing with the people shooting at me.
You heal,
But
you're
yeah,
coming very slowly.
I'm shooting people. I'm here. Keep. I have a DM for you.
Wow.
Okay, I see it. I will do that. Ace already talked to me about it as well.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah.
Talking. You people talk.
I talk to people. It's weird.
Wow. Unnecessary roll. Come on. I'm here.
I know this. You do know this. Okay. I mean, after stream, I'm gonna.
You know that voice.
It's Excella.
Don't you say. There's literally two people in this game.
What are you talking about?
Wesker. I thought he was dead.
Hoped he was dead.
I'm
I'm gonna grab lunch and then start. Okay, okay.
Lunch.
I have an overwhelming urge to call it work tomorrow.
Oh, I need this
Okay.
green plant to merge with my other
Grab the
plant.
green- There is machine gun ammo for you right there.
Machine gun. Didn't mean to use it!
Oh,
Blood.
fuck us.
It's blood.
Oh god, he licked me.
You're letting them lick you.
Just keep walking. He got me again.
Stop letting them slick
Oh, they're
you.
behind me. Wait,
Oh
my
my God.
What the?
This one likes you.
I thought he was dead.
No, it's already wrong.
Give me a Z. Give me an E.
What's happening in there? Ooh. They are slimy.
I have no more ammo.
It's okay. My revolver is very good.
Yeah, it is. Did you upgrade your revolver?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good. Give me a G. Give me an O. Give me an R. Give me a Z. Oh my fucking god.
Gosh.
He didn't cut the G though. Oh, I missed the first. Whoa. We're in an explosive facility. There's explosives everywhere.
I like that.
I don't like them.
Monies.
We're just asking to get blown up. Oh my god, is this Frogger?
Frogger. Oh shit.
There's so many of them.
Go 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 go. Ah! God damn it!
There's a box in the way. Oh my god, he's shooting me. That
Who's fucking
hurt.
shooting? There's stuff behind you, by the way.
I got it. I'm hurting though.
You're hurting. Why are you hurting?
Are they flashing us or are you flashing them?
They're flashing us.
Because I got shot to death.
What the fuck? I don't have anything to heal us with. Oh!
Oh,
now
it's
I
right there
can.
on the ground.
Now I can heal us.
There's another one over there. Over here.
Oops.
There's one up here, but I'm too dumb to grab it. Okay.
You're too
There's handgun ammo there.
I have so
What
much
is-
handgun ammo.
Where is this guy throwing stuff at us from?
Oh my god.
Do you see him?
Ooh.
The guy throwing stuff.
Ow!
There he is. I see him.
I can't get
How do we get up there?
through the power of imagination.
Sheer determining. Hermione.
What the fuck?
I am looking. Oh, he's up there. I found him. Is it over here somewhere? Oh, do we have to jump on the boxes over here?
I'm thinking maybe, but like I don't see where I jump on.
Right here.
Oh, pff, stupid. Okay, that's too complicated for its own to make any kind of sense. Like you literally could
what are you
just
talking about?
get on top of this anywhere else. Just run through the middle. It's faster.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Why doesn't it work?
What do you mean? Why doesn't it work?
The lever.
You break it? What lever?
There was a lever over here. Didn't even see it.
Oh no, I didn't. I
Okay,
just walked past
it's
it
not
and
not useful anyway, so that's fine. Our
Oh
child
God,
are
these
gonna
are
be
the
exploding us
explosive
now.
ones. I think you're gonna
Fine.
have to shoot them. Hold on, let me destroy and let's kill these guys that are gonna shoot stuff at us first, and then we go. Because you're gonna end up having to use your pistol to destroy the explosive things, or else they're gonna shoot them and blow us up.
I'm gonna try and disable the thing. I don't know what I'm doing, by the way. Don't mind me. Fuck off. Turn it off.
We need to get back over here because they're gonna keep throwing stuff at us otherwise. We can't collect their loot. There's no point in shooting them.
Yeah, but they will show us more. We have to go to the other side over here.
No, over here. That's where we came from.
Oh. No, but there's like plants over there. We weren't here.
We get over there from on this side.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it goes around and goes back up.
My bad. Fuck.
Alright, they're done. Alright, let's go.
It's going.
I can swing them.
It's a go.
Boxes. Let's go, Mario.
Let's a go. What is this? What the fuck is that?
What is this?
What is this
Ooh,
egg
it's an
over there?
It's a 556.
Eve. What's
What?
that?
556.
What is that?
Oh, it's nothing?
Machine gun. Should I eat it?
I think so. Yeah, heal us. Heal yourself and then grab it.
Oh, it's nothing? Nothing but those eggs! They're scary looking.
Where's egg? I don't see eggs.
Above there. Oh, over here. Where are you?
Where's over here? I'm coming.
In the back, over there.
Well, I don't know, but I don't want to know. Pull the lever. Power's out. There must be a way to restore it. What do you mean? Why is power working everywhere else except this one?
Video
makes
game.
No.
Video game logic.
Must restore power. Everything's running. Fuck.
Yeah, I was
Shoot
telling
that.
you. I don't think they can be shot unless...
We're gonna drop when we come back.
Probably.
Machine gun ammo here?
Because I don't want to be wasting my ammunition on them right now.
Missiles.
This is the most idiotic part of the entire game. Oh, the thing.
Maybe they're planning to start a war.
Video
there's a red one. Do
games.
we have any green one? Oh, you do have the green one.
Video games love war.
Reload your machine gun.
I did.
No, you didn't. It's 0.
But I'm using a different one right now.
Yeah, I know, but we have to. You need to grab that so you can combine the stuff because we're both full.
Oh, fuck. I could have just done this. Oh, no, never mind.
We just have to swap back.
Ooh. Ooh.
We're here.
Yeah.
Where's the bug?
Wait! I cannot pick it up.
Why not? Oh no. Eve's
Goodbye.
mic is dying. Ava's mic is dying. Why is my mic dying? What do you mean
You're
it's
very
dying?
quiet, yeah.
Why am I quiet?
I don't know.
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, you found it?
Hold the lever, Croc.
Why did they? Oh, there's two levers. All right, now we gotta fight our way back.
Yes.
Oh my God, the door's down now. Yeah, there they are. Where are they? Oh, they're gone. It's a mosquito bug.
Fuck it. I'm leaving.
I burned it. He's still touching me. He's touching me.
You just have to escape. This is fine.
Is it dead?
Wait, what the fuck is that?
Is it? Shoot the thing. Shoot the thing. Shoot the thing on it.
What do you think I'm doing?
Shoot the white thing.
Oh, it's losing its legs. What the fuck?
Okay, we got it. Is it gonna drop anything? It got a power stone. That's new. Okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
I feel like there's gonna be more of those, and I don't want to fight more of those.
Don't worry, there'll be more.
Wait, do we want to look down here first before we jump down?
No.
Or not?
There's just bodies. What do you want to look for?
Not death.
That's impossible. That's not how games work.
What was that? Dead bride necklace. Okay. There's loot on these guys.
On people? Oh my god.
They wake up. Be careful.
Come on! What are you doing?
Oh, you have to be kidding me. Alright. Oh my god, I didn't make it. There we go. Destroying the boxes. What's there? That's machine
That's
gun.
the great of it. It's a shame. True.
In fact, they disintegrate. It's a bit of shame. It's just cannot surprise you getting back up after you thought you killed them.
Why?
I don't want it on.
What's the point?
What's the point? I don't know what the point is, but I feel like if it's there, it's meant to
I
be
hate
cool.
enemies that go back to life. Stay dead, bitch.
The chainsaw fanboy does that. Yeah, he was the bitch. He's the strongest enemy on the game because of that.
Fanboy.
So going back, what kind of hallway does that? To be honest, in a facility, why do you have a hallway that ends in the middle of
Video
fucking
game.
nowhere?
You have to pick.
Oh wait, I need that.
What?
That's a round for my
Oh, that's
grenade
for
launcher.
you. How do we do this? Oh, that was easy.
I get rid of the flash grenades because we don't need them.
You
Handgun
should have
ammo.
sold them.
It doesn't matter. We're about to go into a boss fight. Look at that room in front of us.
You should have sold them.
What does that look like? What does that room in front of us look like?
Like a button. Why did she have to use that one?
Because you were using the one I was in front of.
No, but I mean, like, why does she have to go to that one?
I don't know. You're... Yeah.
Worms.
Oh my god, there's worms everywhere. I wish he would hold his shotgun out instead of his pistol.
Sheva.
Ooh, who's that?
Don't know, it's the old man?
046.
Well, glad you could make it.
Wait, this is a,
Excella. Where's Jill?
Jill.
There's Jill.
Like a broken record, you know that? Just as single-minded as he said. You've spent so long trying to track down...
Sheva is leftward.
Well, here, enjoy.
I mean, that's Resident Evil 2.
No, he's
I don't
full
like
of
this.
worms.
Oh my gosh.
The Uroboros is a new BOW, and you're planning on selling it to terrorists.
Good guess, but no. While it does resemble the BOW based on the progenitor virus, I have no intention of selling it to terrorists.
Then what are you using it for?
This is like the worms from Princess Mononoke.
I don't think I've ever watched Princess Mononoke.
Oh my god, it's
my
fucking
God.
Voldemort!
Proceed to the next stage. My vision and his combined, now made a reality.
Evolution? What are you talking about?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Everyone will.
Oh, he's dropping worms.
You
on the
dropped a
ground.
worm.
You dropped
It's a
one.
gummy worm.
Looks like he wasn't worthy.
Gummy worm, gummy worm.
For the coming new world.
Excella.
Did you say
Say
Philosopher's
Philosopher's
Stone?
Stone. Yeah.
Yeah. This is all about Harry Potter.
Oh, is it this thing again? From the beginning?
Mama, ooh, get the fuck out of my way. There's a fire thing here, but you cannot use it yet.
He's under.
I'm busy shooting worms.
We gotta shoot the orange things on it. No.
There's a grenade. Another grenade.
That's good.
What the
He
fuck?
ate me.
Why is he turning into pieces?
Because he's trying to shoot things at us. Oh, I got him. Shoot the things in the air. Shoot things in the air.
Oh, I want fire. If I don't want fire, I want treasure.
Flamethrower.
But we can't get a treasure if we use a flamethrower.
We won't get a treasure? What do you mean?
Look at the chat.
You kill it with using fire. If you kill it without using fire, it'll drop treasure. Okay. Well, what if I use my flame grenades? Where the fuck is he?
He wormed its way into a different place.
He's got his things in the air. You gotta shoot.
He what? What's in the air? Oh, the last shot must not be from the flamethrower, I see. Why are you full of worms, sir? Oh no!
Okay. These things are in the air again.
I know, I'm shooting.
He's disappearing again.
He's by the flamethrower.
We're not using the flamethrower though.
I'm saying he's by the flamethrower.
I see him. We're waiting for his yellow things to pop out so we
I
can shoot them.
know. There was a healing thing over
Wait,
here.
he's got no yellow things to pop out and shoot.
You have to shoot him more.
I want to drag him to the fire thing over here and blow it up. Come on, let him waltz over here to this gas thing so I can shoot it. He just absorbed himself into the concrete. Oh, he's got yellow things again. Yay.
Yeah, I don't understand either. You can drop the gas things to the ground, he will eat them? What?
Well, we already blew them up on him, so it's not like it makes a difference.
Bro.
Oh, there he is. There's handgun ammo over here.
Oh yeah, I couldn't pick it up because I was full. Hold on. Why are you hurting? There's
Because
shotgun
he
shells
stabbed
over
me.
there.
Where's shotgun shell?
On top
Over
of
there?
this
I'm going.
thing.
I'm going.
Like in front of the gas tank.
Oh, there's another gas tank?
Yeah, over there.
Oh, there is.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a lot of shotgun shells. What do you got?
Shit.
I want him to eat this. Hold on.
Oh, like that.
Let's have him eat this. Yeah. He's got a black bulb thing on his arm. Oh, he looks different.
Oh god.
Where'd he go? He's over there now. He was supposed to eat the gas thing and he didn't. We gotta go to the other side of this? Oh, we just walk fucking through it. Okay.
Okay, let's not shoot him, let's just let him eat it.
Yeah, let's let him eat it and see what it does.
I kinda had to
he
shoot him
regenerates.
because I wanted to get rid of ammunition.
Is he gonna eat it? Let's see what happens. You bullied him into retreating. Is he gonna eat it? He does eat it. Okay, perfect. Oh, there we go.
Why does he make pig sounds?
Because he's just what he does. There's... Where's he going?
How many
Over there?
times can you shoot a worm?
How many times do we have to do this? I'm so confused.
A lot.
Okay, when he's on fire, that's when he spits those things out.
Mm. That's when he makes pig sounds. Watch out, he's charging!
He like charged through me.
He saw. You wore him somewhere else.
Is he? Oh, he's over there. There's a reason why they give you treasure? Well, it better be worth it.
Yeah, because I'm running out of ammunition.
We don't have anything else to set him on fire with, do we?
No.
He's a misogynistic monster.
He's back here. Do you have any more grenades?
No, I don't. We used them all already.
I have 2 bullets.
I got a healing spray.
What, do you want me to heal him to death?
I guess. Oh, I got an incendiary grenade.
I don't have
I
any
found
more
one.
bullets.
Shit.
I can't even slash him with a knife, it doesn't work.
I don't...
Oh, he destroyed a thing. That's sad.
I'm out. I'm just about empty as well.
What do I do now? Wait. No!
I'm dying.
Chris!
Save me.
What the
Thank
fuck?
you.
I found more bullets. But like, only a little bit. What the fuck is this?
A thing that grabs me and hurts me.
You become
I don't
warm.
know.
You're one with the worm.
I am completely out now. Oh, I got 3 shotgun bullets left. I lied. Time to go the flamethrower. What was the... Well, if we were gonna use the flamethrower, we're probably better off just redoing this level then. To be honest. If we're gonna have to use the flamethrower no matter what.
Yeah.
Because we tried burning them, it didn't do any. Like, we used the incineraries and attacked them. And they didn't do anything.
My god, he's not dead
Finish
yet?
the bullets. We have nothing left. Well...
Yeah, now I'm completely empty.
Yeah, so what would... So I guess there's no way to kill him then without the flamethrower. Obviously. If we've done everything and shot all of his weak points and he's just walking around with no weak point, what are we supposed to do?
I'm gonna go cut him with my legs, with my arms. Melly, the boss!
I mean, it's literally what we have to do.
Don't die, Chris!
Must not be with... Well, it doesn't matter anymore because there's no fucking flamethrower anymore. Or there's no more ammo to shoot him with. That's not the flamethrower. We're gonna have to restart it.
Yeah, that's why I'm just letting him hit me. What? Oh.
I hit the restart button. Oh, did we miss? No, we didn't. There's just 4 machine guns. The game gives you a flamethrower? Oh my god, we have so much money.
Do we?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, my rifle's fully upgraded.
Ooh.
Someone told them that they'll get a treasure. They don't.
Yeah! You can't just give it back on random.
Oh, damn it! You tricked us. I got 3 pings in Sajini's server for some reason.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, wait. Let me organize my stuff. Can I upgrade my shotgun anymore? No. We still need to move forward. Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna try again. I'm gonna run to the restroom first.
Okay, go to the restroom. The AK is stronger. They sell this one, I get this one. I'm hydrating. Yeah, but how am I supposed to know what the last hit is? You're not? What? Whoa, this one is like what? Oh, right. Because that's the one I already upgraded through. So I'm gonna sell this one. Remove.
Okay.
Buy.
You ready?
Hold on, give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
You should take 3 full tanks of the flamethrower. Jesus. Luciela,
we can buy it
hello.
now.
Should I sell this new machine gun that I got and just buy the AK-74 instead? Because it does have a more firepower.
Yeah, but the capacity is smaller.
Yeah, but like, I can have them in my pocket at least.
That's true. Pick which one you want. You have the money to upgrade them. At
I
least if you
do.
sell the other one. Hello, Lucilia-chan.
Hello, hello.
Take 3 full tanks of the flamethrower. Oh my god, we were never gonna fucking beat him.
You don't have faith in our lives.
I don't have faith in our ammo capacity.
400?
Oh my god.
It? That's pathetic.
Unless I bought a bunch of flame rounds with my grenade launcher.
You have grenade?
I have grenade launcher and grenades and incendiary grenades. I got lots of explosives.
No.
Yeah. I wish we could buy ammo though. That'd be a lot make my life a lot
Yeah.
easier. I don't think all of my guns are upgraded as far because you can't upgrade the grenade launcher. My shotgun, my rifle is fully upgraded. There's no more rifles for me to buy.
I don't know, Eve. What are levels? Do we know what?
What level y'all in now? I think 5-3. I think there's one chapter left after this.
Oh. Only one?
Because it goes to 6-3. And so we're at 5-3 now. So we gotta go through 6, 1, 2, and 3 after this. Neo, how much longer you want to go tonight? I know you've been going to bed early, so it's a question.
No,
for
it's.
you.
I mean, it's still early.
It's what, 9:15?
Yeah.
Fine, we can get ones. Just let me know when you're out, Eels.
Oh. Uroboro.
Oh, you're ready. I wasn't paying attention. I do that sometimes. Oh, here, get this way. Neo, back up. Neo, back up. There we go.
That's the same type of bioweapon that wiped out Alpha Team.
He ignored
Did
it.
he eat it? He didn't eat it. Go ahead and knock the other ones down, though, too. Oh, he's over here now. Why is he focused on you again?
Because... this, yes.
Is he gonna eat it?
Come to me. Come eat the gas thing. It's tasty. Hey, what the fuck?
Oh my god, he's seriously just fucking... He's not eating it.
Fuck.
Come on, eat it.
I'm warmed.
You got worms.
Go
You're not
take
an
the
animal.
fire
Okay, there we go.
launcher.
No, we blow that one up and then it does it.
Go take the fire launcher.
The fire launcher gets him into that mode to shoot the things on his head. I got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Refill tank.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, he's on top of me.
Whoa. It's burning.
Whoa, he does not like that. Where did he go?
Over here.
Come back here.
He's ready for consumption.
He keeps touching me, but I just want to keep shooting him with the rock thingy. I'm empty.
Please refill tank.
I'm refilling the tank.
Chris, why are you hurt?
Oh, he's coming towards me. Is he gonna eat it? He's gonna eat it again. Are you ready? Shoot the things that pop out. Okay. I think this shooting the ones on his arm only slow him down, but shooting the ones that pop out are what kill him. So we destroyed one of the ones that pop out, so he's only got 2 more.
No, not you. Oh.
Burn, bitch, burn. He ran away again. Where'd he run away to?
I'm guessing his health is kind of like, is... When he destroys this last tank, you probably should stop using the flamethrower.
Wait, what happened?
The tanks, the worm tanks, he has destroyed most of them, and I'm thinking that's his health level. So if he destroys the last tank, you should stop using the flamethrower.
Oh yeah. So that what that does is that makes the flames are supposed to make him spit out the things on his back.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if we want the treasure.
Let's see. And so now if I do this...
You're not?
Where's he going? Because, like, if I do this, combine that with that, and then he's gonna pop the things out of his back. See? Those things that pop out of his back, he's got 3 of them. We have to destroy them. See? Let me get behind him.
No, his arm escaped.
I'm out of ammo, fuck.
Already?
No, I ran out of shotgun ammo. I had to reload. A fucking missed. Yeah, when he gets on fire, he shoots those things out of his back, and we have to destroy the things out of his back. Like this, see?
God damn it, I pressed F.
Yay, we got it. We win.
Oh, he's on fire.
What?
He's on fire.
He's supposed to be on fire.
No,
we
want to get the treasure.
Flamethrower.
No.
No?
No, we didn't get the treasure.
But the things don't pop out of his back unless he's on fire.
I don't understand it then. You should have it.
We probably have to pick it up.
Yeah, we didn't.
Check the treasures.
I don't have any treasures.
We probably pick it up. We have to pick it up after start of the next thing.
Maybe. I don't have anything.
I have no shotgun ammo. That is unfortunate. Okay. Like, I'm ready when you are.
Hold on.
You sold the rifle.
Yeah. Oh.
Should be on the seat where he was before the transformation. Okay.
Oh, I see.
We'll figure it out when we get over there.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're on 5-3.
I thought you said now we're on fire. There's nothing is
it's
shining.
Not here.
What does she mean?
It's not. I knew it. I knew we got cocked.
It's because we use the flamethrower in general.
We got cocked.
Then let's go take care of business.
We did.
Did you pick up the ammunition?
No, I did not.
Oh, we are so hurt.
Do we want to redo that? And
no, I'm too lazy.
No. But we don't have anything.
It's
we have no ammo and no healing.
It's fine. Do you think we're
die.
gonna do it better?
Yes.
No.
We do have healing. You have healing. We just have no ammo.
Oh, I do have healing. Okay, that's fine. Come over here.
The only thing I have is rifle.
It's fine. We'll be fine. Look how much ammunition I have.
You don't have any. Oh, you have plenty of pistol ammo.
Yeah.
I got rifle ammo. Well, which way do we go?
The way you went.
The way I went is the way to go. We want to go the other way.
Yeah, that's why I went here. Munition. Bill's here.
A total of 5 ammo. Yay. Let's go. At least there is a treasure. At least I bet you there's no treasure to be in. I bet we got scammed, Neil.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think there is a treasure. I think we just made our lives harder.
Bill's here.
Oh, whoops.
I'm telling you, this game reminds me of freaking Left 4 Dead.
Left 4 Dead?
Yes.
1 or 2?
Both. They're kind of the same.
They are the same.
Because of the, you know, you have to help the other person. Otherwise you're gonna get, you know, everything's gonna go to shit.
Everything goes to shit no matter what.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
It turns out it's faster to reload your gun in the menu screen when you hit combine than it is to actually go through and hit
I'm
R.
too late. I'm too slow when it comes to pressing buttons.
Where are the enemies? Oh, they're over there. He's still shooting, but he's got no head.
I saw! What the fuck was that? Oh no, there's another egg. Oh god.
What'd you do?
Not me.
Stink bug.
Stink bug? Burn him!
We don't have anything to burn him with.
I thought you had a
Shoot the white
grenade.
thing. Yeah, not an incendiary one.
Oh, I see.
Okay, he's dead.
That
There's more
was
enemies coming.
Fast.
He dropped a power stone.
Ooh.
There's a guy running towards us from somewhere.
Never mind. Too slow.
Machine gun ammo here? Where'd you go?
I killed him.
We ran past ammo.
Did I?
Yeah, I picked it up. I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
There's a lever.
Worm! Worm!
I'm stuck in a cutscene thing.
Worm!
Worm. He's eating me. He's stabbing me.
Oh my god.
You couldn't save me.
How was I supposed to save you? You weren't there.
Shoot him.
I was not my fault you walked into him.
He walked into me. Yeah, he one-shots you. I see that. Oh my god, the ammo changes.
It does.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, plant. Wait, I missed this room.
Getting shot at, it hurts.
Just come into the room, it's fine.
I'm killing people, give me a second.
No, it's fine. Oh wait, that's just oh, Black Panther, that's for you. Electric rounds.
Oh, there's a room right there. Let me look.
Yeah, I've been there already. I don't know why I said that. I mean, you kind of know.
Those are new. What are they for?
Electric round.
Oh, they're for the this thing.
I'm going for the worm. The bug and the worm. Not the same.
Give me a second. I'll grenade him, and then we just gotta blast his face open. With when his white thing pops out, we just need to blast it.
Oh my god, don't go in front of it!
I didn't. I went in front of it.
I said done.
Oh, they got guns. That's bad. Don't play stab.
I was reloading. Last time he didn't have a worm head.
Random.
What the fuck?
There's another one coming.
What the fuck? That wasn't here before. Oh.
The red one. Do we have a green one?
But yeah, I do. Wait, hold on.
Give me something. Give me ammo.
Combine them.
Okay, I got thumbs.
Oh, hello.
Nope. Oh, fuck them. The worm spawn is, yeah, we just managed to get it at bad times all the time.
Weapon. They take it.
What kind of weapon?
It's alright.
Oh, do we want to split rifles?
I know, you
again?
can take it. I'm just saying.
Is this rifle any good?
I don't even have room.
I don't have room either.
I am worm.
I wish I could see the stats for it before we grabbed it. I like my Dragunov though. And my Dragunov is maxed out, so it might not be worth it to grab it.
Maybe. I mean, okay, I have room. I can grab it if you.
Yeah, go ahead and grab it. Well, the problem if you grab it, we'll have ammo issues.
True.
Whatever. It doesn't. I don't think it's worth it.
And what? Just leave it here? At least I can sell it.
Yeah, but the problem is getting to the end to sell it. Unless you want to kill ourselves with it when we get to the next checkpoint.
No. What was that about the freaking bow?
The what?
I remember Chris mentioned something about a bow.
A ball or a
bow? Or a crossbow, I don't remember. A good rifle. I'm gonna eat it.
Oh, a bow. If you fully upgrade something to the end, I think is what he said. Oh my god, I'm dying. I need assistance.
Don't fucking die. Look at all of this red blood.
His hand's red. Why is his hand red?
He was bloody.
No, it had spikes on it. Are they behind us again?
Oh.
Wait, why did you... We were supposed to be on that.
I don't know, I'm sorry. Bitch! Stop
Is he
it!
fucking with it? There we go. Get it?
God damn it.
And you can unlock the bow. Oh, I see.
Oh, I already sold it.
Oh, one of us, we do it one at a time. You go. I think we can. I mean, if we manage to get a shit ton of money, we can do it. Or they're shooting at you. Behind you, behind you, behind you! Shield! I got him.
Mama.
Okay. Oh, another one behind you? No.
I'm just gonna complain. This game has too many guns.
There's too much, not enough inventory space, too many guns.
Yeah.
Biggest issue. Not enough inventory space. What the? I got him.
The one you just discarded? We didn't discard any.
I'm bugging out.
What are you doing? Look at her, she's dancing.
Okay, there we go.
PSG1?
That makes most damage. The one you just discarded is
I
most
have it in my
accurate.
pocket, what do you mean?
You grabbed the gun?
Yeah.
You did grab the gun. Wait, this one is the one that does... The Dragunov is the one that does the most damage. That's the second one.
No, it doesn't.
The Dragunov does.
No, it doesn't.
It does 1300 at max. It had the highest bar.
No, it
for
didn't.
damage. It didn't? I'm pretty sure it
Oh.
did. That guy's got a rifle. He's got an RPG!
What the fuck? Is that a dude in the inside? Wow.
Oh my god, something's still shooting at me.
What?
I'm getting shot at by rockets. I just don't see
I'm
them.
never
Oh, I see
leaving
them.
stuff behind. Under they'll sell it, don't leave it. We are loot goblins.
We are loot goblins. That's why I'm pissed off that I can't make my inventory bigger.
Yeah.
I got ammo over here for you.
I have
I'm gonna go ahead
shotgun
and grab
shells
it.
for you.
Well, we went the wrong directions, didn't we?
Not really, I had them before, but I couldn't put them in your pocket anymore.
That guy just blew himself up.
What the fuck did you just give me? Oh my god.
Machine gun ammo.
But I wanted to... Oh my god. To go back? No.
We gotta go back? Okay, give me a second.
No, I have to go back.
The PSG-1 is the least damage between all the rifles, but it's the best human.
Oh, I see.
That's what he was saying. I'm going back.
Be honest.
We're back?
No, I just had to pick up something because I didn't have room.
Oh, okay. The enemies are getting stronger. They have rocket launchers now.
They are. My game
I'm
is
gaming
still
forward.
playing. Oh my god.
I don't know. We didn't get our treasure that you were telling us about.
We've been scammed for treasure.
Fuck off! I'm dying.
Oh my god, why did you go in front? There's a
Yeah, I didn't
window
know they
over
were gonna
there.
be in there.
Go over here, there's a window. And then
The
me
window is windowing.
flash grenade.
Look at him there.
Yeah, that's why I was shooting his ass. I'm shooting his feet. Aww.
My gun doesn't shoot that far. There's something on the ground here.
What?
Oh hi. He just walked past me.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What's on the ground?
They seem to have weird priorities sometimes.
Yes.
Neo, come here.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna heal myself and grab the new thingy.
You cannot have plant.
I can't have plant like
I
that.
mean, you can have plant. Sorry, I can't read.
What is that? Pizza?
A real necklace.
Oh, no.
Pizza.
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 Okay. What'd you smash?
Screen, I think.
Is there any buttons we can hit? Nope, unfortunate.
Undestroyed this one. Hold on. What the? My God! I don't need a haircut. Stop it.
No, the one up here. Okay, we're done. Let's go. Ava has her own. Who's Ava?
Ava.
I don't know who Ava is.
Evangelion.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Evangelion. Evangelion.
What? Do you need herb?
I do need. We need. Oh fuck. Well, that was a loud one.
Dang it. Don't have
Are we in another boss fight? Oh my god, we're back here.
Why do we keep coming back here?
Like, it's our second time back here, so we keep coming back. Oh, my inventory's full. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna eat it.
Neo, I need to trade you. Hold on.
I ate your rifle ammo. What? You have swords.
I need ammo.
Have big pockets.
No, we have small pockets. That's the problem.
No, your gun has big pockets.
I want to say Eve, but since the Italian autocorrect is Ava, so I apologize. What?
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's the same, but it's not the same.
You can't destroy the screens. Scammed.
Oh, I guess it's not the way. I thought we had to touch that. We're not touching that. We're going this way. Apparently. Wait, we can't go that way. Where the fuck are we going?
Do I press the button?
Where is the button?
There's levers here.
Where are the levers? I found the button. That's not a button, that's a lever. Don't worry, you're fine. It's Eve's name that's wrong. Shut up. Neo, why does he hate me?
I don't know. Oh, you're going up.
Oh, they're shooting at us. I don't think we need to shoot back at them. We just need to not get hit.
I was gonna say,
just keep running in circles.
No, just come to the middle, and then they cannot reach you. That's it.
Yeah, but there's gonna be one shooting down at us, aren't they?
I don't know. For now, it's safe.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. What the? A lever?
No, don't stop it.
Bitch. Where are they at? There they are. I see them.
No, something's stopping it.
Oh, I see them.
The fact
my
that
god, the
it's
slight
stopping
rotation
it. Stop
is-
fucking rotating
rotation
in
is-
place.
Okay, that one's dead.
What did you pick up?
There's a bunch of those.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking lumbago.
Wait, are there any more? Oh, that was it. It's just the one. Thank you for the sub. Anonymous gifter gifted tier 1 sub to the Proton. Oh my god.
Where are they?
Where is it?
I saw one more, and then
No, we're still going up.
are we?
It just slowed down. Yeah, we're still going up. It's over here.
System error. System error.
Oh no, we're not going
You're
up.
not going up. What are you saying?
I don't, there's nobody on any levers. Oh, there it is. It was that one. I had a feeling. Some kind of feeling. Some kind of feeling. Yuck. Wait, oh, they're coming. Look at them. They're coming to shoot at us.
What? Oh, what the fuck?
It's still rotating.
Stop
Okay, there we go.
rotating!
They're all dead.
But rotating.
Don't ammo for you.
I don't want to. Stop rotating me. It doesn't even make sense in my head.
Thank you very much. Reload your guns.
My gun is reloaded.
God damn it.
That's very inefficient to have all of the doors being only, you know, operable by 2 people.
Are we leaving? Oh, we are. I don't...
This is...
ruins. You think Excella is here?
Tomb Raider.
Obviously, they got buildings everywhere. Oh, Excella is the lady.
Maybe they're in that building.
It's locked from the inside. We gotta drop down from the top. Okay. Lever!
What is this?
Girl, I hate this level. Girls start crying. What are you talking about?
Oh, the thing.
We're gamers. We'll be fine.
I found a thing and I broke it. That's my favorite thing to do.
You fixed it. We need to get on. Jump over.
What?
I got you singing a different song now.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Going. Sorry.
Too bad we don't. Oh, you. Where did you go?
Where are you going? Oh, you
Swear
have to
God.
stay.
I gotta say, you gotta hit the lever. Send me up.
Go!
Alright, let's go. You got the blue thing gives you extra stuff at the end of the game? What blue thing?
The blue thing.
Oh, that's right. We've been ignoring those. The things that hang on the wall.
I
and
haven't
hidden
been ignoring
places.
them. I only saw one. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god, the lickers are coming.
He has boobs.
Oh no, they got me.
There's 30 in the game? I haven't seen any.
I've seen one.
I only saw one too, and it was like a second ago.
No, he got me. Shoot him.
I'm trying.
Why are you so alive? Yeah, no, yeah, we definitely have not found any of them.
I have only nearly 7 hours left.
I am only nearly 7. Is that how long we've been going? 6:45. Yeah, I guess it has been that long.
Eve, go, go, go.
Where am I going?
I'm shooting down the bitches of the walls.
Oh, I see them.
Oh, goddammit, this one went up.
Don't worry, he got shotgun to the face. There's handgun ammo here. That's useless to me.
Another one.
I hear them. I don't see them. Oh no, he stabbed me.
If they're falling down like frogs. Ooh.
No, they're touching me.
Heal yourself.
I'm trying. I don't have anything. I am fucked. Alright, hold on.
Go back here. Oh my god. Fuck.
They surrounded me. I can't I physically can't move. Oh my god, they all uppercutted me at the same time.
Oh Jesus.
Crap.
You died.
It died. I thought the grenade launcher would make them go away, and they didn't. So the funniest thing is Proton currently has 3 months gifted, or 3 months of subscription with my channel just because he keeps getting gifted subs.
Oh my god, this one has even lower firepower.
Which one? Yeah, it does. Oh, the first one's the strongest.
I
one for
told you
firepower,
it's the
isn't it?
strongest.
I'm dumb.
What in listening?
Maybe I should buy that one and fully upgrade it instead.
But I wanted the ball.
The ball? What's the ball?
Oh. Bow.
Bow. Oh, the bow. Yeah, we're doing that right now. Give me a second. Wait, there's something else on the thing we can buy? Oh, the electric grounds.
Yeah, but you didn't tell me. I mean, maybe you tell me that the first one needs to be upgraded, but I just didn't really understand how that makes sense. Also, you know, that makes sense. I was just looking at it from the perspective of the second gun. Did you get the other gun?
I got the other one, yeah. I'm upgrading it right now, but I ran out of money.
Sell grenades.
But we don't need. We want the bow. That's the thing.
Sell grenades.
Sell grenade. The grenade. I need like 14,000.
Sell grenades.
Grenades aren't gonna help. Grenades aren't gonna help. We'll throw the grenades. We're not gonna sell the grenades. How much do I need actually? Oh, I can't even upgrade it anymore right now.
Did you sell your royal necklace?
I sold everything, yes.
Okay. Making sure.
The capacity on this gun is huge though, too.
Yeah.
But it does the same damage. It does more damage than my other rifle did already.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's fine. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if I need the electric rounds though. I should probably. I bet you we're in. I don't know. Oh, they're really like worth nothing. Okay.
What's worth nothing?
The electric grenade rounds.
Oh.
Get the Gatling gun for Chris, and if you upgrade the first SMG at max, you also get the Gatling gun for Chris for New Game Plus.
Wait, you mean if we upgrade to max the first, then we get the bow for New Game Plus? Is that what it meant? Why did you tell from the start?
We're not doing New Game Plus. I4 Gore? Oh my god. Beam me up.
One day we will bow into oblivion. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow.
They're coming.
You have to upgrade it anywhere.
Yeah, he's down there with you. He already fucked off from me. This guy didn't drop anything though.
I killed him.
I think for this next area, I think we just need to run for it.
Crinkly
Yeah, I'm
wrapper.
just gonna run.
Now did you think about it?
I'll let you shoot, and I'm just gonna run for the other side. Okay.
God damn it! She fucking dead, bros.
I'm not dead.
Not yet. Soon though.
Oh god, he got me.
That's what I'm saying. Ow. Fuck.
I'm coming. Oh my god, I had a fucking...
Look at her eyes, just...
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize they were down there with you too.
Dead. Oh, I have so much money, I forgot to upgrade stuff.
Oh, spend your monies. I do not have that much monies. 950 and I need 3,000 to continue upgrading capacity. They probably do, to be honest. They probably all have special weapons in the game.
Probably, but I already sold it.
We all sold them.
Crinkly wrapper. Eve, are you melting?
I am melting. I'm dying.
Why?
Slowly. Because that's what I do. Alright, let's try this again. Beam me up. You don't run and don't make noise. You should be able to avoid the monsters. They're gonna know. Whenever I push the thing, it's gonna make noise. They're blind, that doesn't count. Let's see what they do. These things are so fucking buggy.
One jumped down.
The other one's just sitting here.
It's a puppy.
Oh, he's going up. He turned around. Oh, okay, you can get past it.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, they are pissed off already. That was a lie. It was a lie. You lied to me. God damn it.
Oh my god. Eve, did you touch it?
I'm touching them. I did not touch them. He was on the fence wall. And then I was walking away from him, and then all of a sudden they dropped down and attacked me. Well, they're already almost all dead now.
Come over. Open the door.
Open your door. Give me a second.
Before they come back.
They're already coming back.
That's what I'm saying.
You did. I did not. I swear to God. Watch the fucking VOD. I did not touch it. Try me. Hello, the devil that cries. Welcome. It's your first time chatting today, I do believe.
No, that
got their fucking attention. That's machine gun ammo. That's useless to me. Jump down. I'm opening your door. Alright, it's open. You can come in now.
Hello.
Welcome to my room. There's ammo for you in that one. There's gold in that one. Uh-oh, you pulled the lever.
Yes. Ooh.
Oh, there's a door. Fancy door. There's magnum ammo for you in this one. And then first aid spray. I don't have room for that. Do you have room for that?
Yeah.
There you do. Okay, let's go. There's a gem thing here. You walk close to the wall that he was on. It's a fucking hallway! What do you expect to happen?
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. She's here. With the booba shirt.
Damn it, where's Jill?
Jill? Maybe I'll tell you.
Maybe. Just fucking shoot the lady. There's Jill. Oh, she got a nice pair of boots on though.
She does.
Oh. Oh, she's been enhanced.
Stop playing around. We want some answers.
You haven't changed.
Wesker. I'll do it and I'll send a video to you. Do it. You're in the server. Clip it.
This is Wesker.
We last met at the Spencer estate, wasn't it? Well, isn't this one big family reunion?
And Showa.
I expect you to be happier to see us. Us. So slow to catch on.
There's Jill.
Jill, it's me, Chris.
What? Are you sure that's her?
The one
Yes, now girls.
and only.
Wow. Metroid Prime.
Oh. Uh-oh. Now it's like fighting two Weskers.
Let's finish. I think the odds are fair. 2.
What?
2.
I don't
Isn't
know
this
what you said.
Yuri?
It's two Weskers. I kind of laugh. I'm just gonna stand here, sir. Why are you complaining, sir?
Why? Stop complaining. You can't dodge a shotgun. It doesn't work like that. I'm dying.
Stop moving, then.
Oh, we gotta shoot Jill. Don't shoot Wesker.
I picked up your thing.
I gotta reload. Hold on. We can't hit Wesker. We gotta shoot Jill.
What do you mean you can shoot Wesker? I can.
Yay.
Stop doing fucking JoJo poses.
Oof. Wrong.
We'll never win like this. Time to change tactics.
We should hide.
What? That's your best idea?
I got separated from you.
I'm just running around picking up shit.
Sam.
Rifle ammo. Forever.
There's just a bunch of machine gun ammo up here and pistol ammo, which I don't have.
Ooh, machine gun.
Yeah, but you're the machine gun
Fuck off,
user,
Jill.
not me. Oh, there's a thing. There's a double person thing up here.
Double person. There's only rifle shells on the top. Hmm.
There's one of the things up here that require 2 people.
Oh, I'm coming. How'd you get in there?
I don't know. It like put me up here. There's a door on the side on the bottom.
Oh.
Oh, I got a blue Juby gem thing.
Blue Juby?
Juby.
Blue
Juby
Juby?
doing Juby.
He just ran past me.
Wait, was this a time based?
I expected more of a challenge after all this time, Chris.
Didn't even do anything.
Oh, this was a time based fight.
Yes.
Look at this fancy ass smartphone.
So you can't yell at us. We were trying our best. I cannot stop the clock.
There's Jill.
How does Gear get signal here?
Jill, come on! It's me, Chris! Snap out of it!
The Chris I know do not dress like that.
But now that your partner has arrived,
He dresses better now.
catch up.
Come on, Jill! Get yourself together, wake up! Jill Valentine! Jill!
Remarkable. Still resisting at such an advanced stage. Commendable, yet futile. No more time for games, Chris. I've got work to do. Have fun watching Jill suffer.
Oh no. Jill is mad because Chris has to be this thing, get something with another woman. Oh my gosh, mad. Shoot her. Shoot her chest.
Shoot the booblies.
Well, she's down there. We're up here. Is she gonna come back up here? Oh no, wait, Neil, let's go open stuff. We don't have to
No,
fight
it's
her
closed.
right now. Let's just...
Can't. Oh my god, Tomb
It's
Raider.
closed?
Yes. There's a crate on the door now.
Oh. Oh, that was easy.
Did you murder her?
I don't think I did.
You murdered her!
Oh, wait.
Eve just like shotgunning her.
Well, apparently that's not how that fight was supposed to go.
Yeah, you're
Nah,
not
nice
supposed to
shooting.
shoot randomly!
Oh my gosh, what's the meme? What's the meme? That's not. Oh my god, me! I got a meme to send you. Hold on.
What?
Hold on, because it's perfect for this. Hold on, I'm gonna send it to you, Neo. I know you're gonna find it funny. Hold on, hold on. I have it saved. Because it's perfect. Even the name for it's perfect too. Where is it? 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 Where is it?
Give me my
There it is.
My
oh, no, no, his
ammunition.
name is different.
Give me ammunition.
I'm giving ammunition.
Give me blue.
I sent it to you.
Give me blue.
I gave you blue.
Look how much stuff you have.
I have so much rifle ammo, but these guys dodged the rifle shots.
I know.
I'm gonna store one of these.
That's what you did.
I did. Also, Chris has to go near Jill and beg her to stop. I see. But the meme I just sent Neo is it's a thing. It's a white text around it. It says a warning shot doesn't go to the face, Carl. And in the picture is like a guy in like a police uniform pointing down at a body on the ground, both in his hands, like bending over it. Shiva has to block Jill and Chris has to go in front of her to move the thing in her chest. Oh, that's what that throw button was I didn't push.
I swear.
Send it on Discord, please. I will.
Don't shoot
Give me a
her.
second.
If we can remove that device on her chest, she might return to normal.
Oh, fuck. Stop doing that.
Jill, what are you doing? Stop!
Jilling.
Jill, answer me. It's me, Chris.
Spidering.
Oh, we got her. We got her.
F! Excuse me. Ow!
You should hit me. Bitch, don't do that. That's bad.
Jesus,
Bad,
stop
Jill.
pointing at her!
Come on, snap out of it.
What are you doing?
I got her.
It'd be like, let's shoot her to teach her a lesson.
Yeah.
Oh, before moving Etsy. Okay.
Stop
Don't
that,
shoot
Jill.
her!
Don't do this, Jill.
Jill, come here. I got her. I can throw her.
I don't want to hurt you. Jill, what are you doing?
That's not true, you already shot her like 3 times. Stop throwing her!
Did I?
That looks so weird.
Oh god, she hit me. Stop doing that, Jill. I gotta shoot you again.
Don't
What
do
the
that!
fuck was that? She just fired up the wall.
Bro, she's in the wall! What the fuck did you do?
I got her.
I'm not shooting anymore, I'm gonna miss. Spam the button!
Come on, snap out of it.
She kicked me.
Snap out of it! Pfft.
Don't do this, Jill. I don't want to hurt you.
You
I
are-
got her.
Ah. Carl,
I'm gonna shoot down at the ground again.
get out of the wall! Just shoot her down. Jesus Christ.
Jill, answer me. It's me, Chris.
No, it's your time.
What button am I pushing? Alright, we are missing something here.
Come on, snap out of it.
I got her. Shoot it again. Oh fuck, you just kill her? I got her.
Says a person who shot her from a shotgun 3 times.
Don't do this, Jill. I don't want to hurt you.
Ow!
Holy shit, Jesus fucking... I got her, let's try again.
What the fuck?
Oh my god! Oh, we got it! Kick her, for good measure.
You ain't kicking?
Don't shoot Jill. Wait. She had to be taught a lesson.
Jill.
Ooh, thank you for the follow, Shadow Master.
Are you alright?
I will never. Chris, I'm a worm. Her teeth are
You were
uneven.
supposed to say, you're gonna say it's getting cold. It's getting real cold. Oh my god, they are fucked, aren't they?
I couldn't control my
They what?
They are fucked up.
They are.
Teeth.
Forgive me.
So now she has holes in her forever.
Thank you.
They'll heal, probably.
Listen, I'm gonna be alright.
No, you're not. You're just...
We can't just leave you here.
You have to. This is your only chance. If Wesker succeeds, Uroboros will be spread across the globe. Millions will die.
Oh, yeah, but...
I'm alright. You need to stop him.
I don't think she's alright.
Chris, you're the only one who can.
Chris, you're our only hope.
Chris is our only hope.
Don't you trust your
Apparently. I don't know, my partner tried to kill me just now.
Don't look at me, I don't know you.
Cool scar, Jill.
Take care of him.
Shame on you. You doubt me. I do doubt you. You made our lives harder for one boss fight.
You're our only hope to survive this.
Your only hope! Oh my god, I knew it!
I'm the only hope.
I didn't
apparently.
expect them to actually say that. Chris, stop cursing around.
Chris is cursing
Why
around
did she
with
leave with them? Like, what is she gonna do? Live in the fucking ruins?
I guess. I don't know. Oh my gosh, a fucking cargo ship. Why the fuck is there a cargo ship? What? Why? Why? There's so many different things happening. We went from a desert town.
Why are they not liking them?
We have a sniper rifle too.
How does that
What's up?
work?
Why are they not? Why are they not attacking?
Yeah, why are
they're-
they? Why the zombies are not attacking them?
Because they're bioweapons, not zombies.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. No, don't think about it too much.
That's the same.
Jill Valentine file has been added to the library.
Jim Blind.
Bioweapons, yeah.
Valentine.
I'm her only hope. Oh my gosh.
Oh
Maybe
my
I shouldn't have
gosh.
modded her so much in Resident Evil 3.
Oh, this thing. You see.
What is
But
that?
it has lower firepower. Why would I take it?
Reload speed. But you don't even get enough ammo for reload speed to matter.
The fuck? Doesn't matter. I don't even have any ammo anyway.
Oh, we can
It has
sell
faster
those treasure things.
shoot
Oh
speed.
my god, thank you.
Like, how fast can a shoot speed be for it to really make a
For it
difference?
to matter.
Sorry, I'm just being very particular about this because this game is annoying me.
Why though?
What?
Wow. I need 50 gold so I can upgrade this capacity one more time. Okay, there we go. I got it. Upgrade. 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 Okay. Yo, how you feeling? How you doing?
Yes.
Yes. Obviously.
Yes.
Do we even need the melee vest anymore, to be honest? If we're getting shot at?
Probably not. You can sell it for 1,000.
Meh, I'm better off just keeping it in the inventory. But I guess I'm going to be using all this sniper ammo I have.
Do you want a flash grenade?
No, I don't think we'll need it.
Do you want 2 proximity bombs?
Yeah, I'll take the proximities.
I have very random stuff in my pockets.
I fixed my pockets. I took the grenade launcher out because I don't have any grenades to shoot.
Ah.
And you have to buy them.
Fair enough.
I don't have money to buy them. Alright, I'm ready.
I'm already.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Are you ready? Are you ready or are you sleepy?
I'm ready. I was just staring at things.
You do 3 shots per second. You do 500 damage. You do 1 shot per second. What?
Do you think I will actually, you know...
Get enough ammo to shoot that
No!
much?
Do you think I will actually aim correctly to shoot at the thing?
This ship is huge.
Oh, I'm hurting.
Like, you have to have accuracy to be able to calculate things this way.
They must have another plan.
Combat started. That guy's got a vest and a mask.
What the heck? I was never good at shooters. I'm not gonna pretend like it's different.
You're a noob, I forgot that. We're all noobs in the grand scheme of things.
I play puzzle games.
We do play puzzle games. This is just a big puzzle game. Obviously.
Oops, I...
I really wish all the enemies were spawned. Oh, they are.
There's rifle ammo at the top of here. Oh, well, I picked it up by accident. I'm gonna just give it to you.
I'm sniping people.
Where are you?
On top of the thing over here.
What?
Where we were. Where you at?
I already went down.
I'm up. Hi.
Because we have to go this way. No, I went there already.
I'm in the... No, but I want to snipe people.
Oh, but there's like nobody to snipe.
There is. I've been shooting them.
You already did.
I want to find more people to shoot. Give me a second.
No, we're fine.
I'm scanning everything. Yeah, the enemy didn't spawn in yet. That's fucking dumb.
My belly just made that ooh sound.
You ate dinner. I don't know why it's making ooh sounds.
Because it likes them. Oh god damn it.
Do you have any reds? No. Do you want to which green? Do you want to use the small green? Use that one. That's fine.
Okay. I was like, what are you saying?
Alright.
You wanna use small green?
Small green.
Small
Well, we have the
green.
healing thing. So I'm trying to get health for us.
Yes!
Whoa! What the fuck was that?
Behind
Douglas?
you!
Behind you! Oh, I got shocked! See Daddy finally. Where the fuck did you come from?
Yes!
I'm dying.
Ooh.
There we go again. Oh, you're not dead? He's not dead yet.
Oh man.
What the fuck is that?
You already had one like this.
Why are you not dead?
Oh, now there's a red one, but you already ate the small green one.
There are people to snipe. I literally already looked around and there was nobody else to snipe.
Eva,
Why?
where are you
Why?
going?
I want to snipe people. Where'd you go?
Oh, I saw something shining.
You go back. You have to go back to the tall thingy at least. That's where I'm at. Look, there is nobody for me to snipe. I'm looking. Your information is wrong again.
Information is incorrect.
See, there's Neo.
Oh.
Look up.
Shotgun shells.
Oh my god, they are up there. I see them. I did miss them. He just ran off. What the fuck? Checkpoint. You reached a checkpoint. I guess I should probably catch up with you, shouldn't I?
Probably. Come over
The
here.
point of a sniper net is cover
I
fire.
have a
and I
flash
can't cover
grenade.
fire. You have a flash grenade? I'm coming till you can flash me. With the grenade.
Sure.
You know what I meant.
Sure.
I think. Oh, hi.
Yeah, listen, you have to take it.
You're gonna flash.
There's,
Okay, you flashed me.
yeah, go over there. There's shotgun ammo.
Oh, there's not.
The most important one? What?
Eve, the most important one. Eve, what the fuck are you talking about? There's nothing there. I swear to fucking God. There's another most. Oh my fucking God. I'm going back up. Hold on. I need to prove something. There's nothing near.
Nothing
Eve,
here.
why did that feel smooth? What feel smooth?
I don't know. Oh, never mind. I found a random guy.
There's more random guys.
I'm gonna kill him.
I killed him. What is the important one on the ladder? Oh, I see him.
What's so important about him?
He jumps out and attacks you while you're on the ladder. Why is he not dying? I got him.
Chris, come over here.
Chris is Chrising. Alright, there's nothing else. He traps you, I see. Chris was gaming. Hold on. I'll go back to Neo stream. We're literally in the same fucking stream.
Oh.
Go back to Neo stream. What do you mean go back to Neo stream? We're both in the same stream.
Chris, come up here.
Over here. I want to go over here. God.
Whoa.
I'm here. I'm coming. Hey, I pushed one of these by myself earlier.
I'm only legs. Welcome. Welcome, Chris. Why are we pushing it that far? Like how far?
I don't.
How much room do we need?
This is going. I don't.
You're thinking too much.
I'm not thinking too much. We're about to get ransacked in this area.
Yeah, but like it's not like I can stop it, so.
I can. There's stuff over here for you.
Ooh. You prefer Chris or Chris? What the fuck are you asking me?
I don't know what they're asking anymore. Don't think about it.
Do you need... can I give you a healing item?
Yes. There's bullets up here for you. Oh, you gave me the healing item. There's another healing item here.
Because there's shit everywhere. I have so much ammunition.
Checkpoint.
Oh
I'm
no!
in danger.
Another
From somewhere.
plant?
Oh, there he is.
What? Oh.
Oh, there's another one here.
Don't hide. Don't be shy.
That was easy. But I made sure would have trapped you there and a lot of people would have come to kill you. Okay, so we just avoided the trap fight.
Oh, that's for you. Shotgun.
I'm coming. Jump.
What's this?
Oh, gems.
Jam.
Jump.
Piece of jam.
Piece of jam? I don't like jam.
You don't like jam?
No.
Why not?
Where are we going?
I don't know. We're
Down
supposed
here?
to find a key. But like... Wait.
Is there a button over there? There is.
What?
Over here, maybe? What about up here?
Oh.
No.
There's a button, but like over there. On the outside. Oh!
Oh!
Shoot it over here! For me too. The green thing. Thank you.
There's machine gun ammo over here. I can jump down over here. Oh god, there's a dog!
Oh my god, the dog.
He came out of nowhere.
Lola, Lola, Lila.
Oh, you're a dog.
I'm not a dog.
Bad dog.
There's a dog over there just running in
Bad
circles. Just dog being dog.
Oh, I found a secret chest with 3,000 monies in it.
There's two dogs. And they're chasing
one
each
dog.
other. They're playing.
Oh, I see them. They're up here fucking... They're trying to fight me. Oh, you...
I cannot get up.
Did you trap yourself?
Maybe.
Let me figure it out. I'm going up.
Well,
Oh, there's another dog.
I jumped down from where we came from because there were chests. I mean, the crates, and I destroyed them. But now I cannot get back up. I need you to press the button for me again.
Oh my God, there's more dogs!
I cannot help you. I'm too far. I know, but I cannot shoot it for myself.
Knife it, baby.
You can shoot from this side, but like not once I'm already on it.
I'm here. Give me a second.
Whee! Thank you.
You're good. Go, go, go.
Go, go, Power Rangers!
Whoa, whoa.
Ah, dog!
Is there another dog? There is another dog. Bro, stop it. You stay dead. Handgun ammo over here. Oh, there's another dog. Oh, he got me while he was trying to attack me.
Ah.
That's fine, you said. Let's go.
The dog turned around into a piece of garbage.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for the wall. Light.
Did you go that way?
Well, there's nothing over there. I already explored it. It's where I found the gold for 3,000.
No, I see. I'm coming, I'm coming. Super dog! Courage the cowardly dog?
We're inside. What's this? Machine gun ammo, hanger. Oh, our all of our inventories are.
I don't need more green.
I need green to heal.
Ah.
Well, I got a grenade now, but what do I got all this rifle ammo. I don't think I needed it. Okay, let's go.
Can eat it.
There's more handgun ammo. And money.
Money.
Money. More greedy.
Be funny. Wait, but we already missed like the place with the. Hmm. Unless I was it the trap that place with the key.
Oh, I have no idea.
Let's just say we have a history together, and he's not the type to let grudges go.
Must have done something to really piss him off.
It goes a bit beyond just pissing him off.
So, are you going to tell me what happened?
Maybe. But not until after we put an end to all this.
No, tell me now.
What is that?
Stop hiding things. Ooh. And
it's an AA-12.
It's the fuck is on this G? Oh, shotgun. That's for you.
It's a very fast-firing shotgun.
The shotgun stole shit. Oh, I see. Total shit.
I was right though. It's an A.
Oh shit.
But it's oh my god! It's missing the freaking what's it called? The back part of it. The part that rests on your shoulder to hold it still. Pistol does more damage, yeah.
Whoa, what the fuck?
It doesn't have any of the attachments it's supposed to have. It doesn't have a muzzle brake. It doesn't have a
I thought he's a freak.
What's going on here? Nothing that concerns either of you. We're not.
This woman is just gonna keep gaslighting us.
Bro, just shoot her.
Where's Wesker?
If you can behave yourselves, maybe I'll tell you.
How many times are we gonna let that woman gaslight us?
What? Can you open this? This is like literally it opens from this side.
Chris, is this...
Whatever it is, Excella seemed protective of it.
Like, bro, this door opens from this side. Why? Why couldn't they just open it?
Don't think about it.
Unless she put
Oh my
something
God.
behind?
It's fucking.
I don't understand.
Oh my god, I'm getting more and more rifle ammo. Oh my god, what am I gonna do with all this rifle? You know what? Let's just keep going.
Jill? Jill's not even here. What are you talking about?
Oh, they're not even like. We gotta go that way. Oh, wait, they're
what
up
the
here.
fuck?
How did he get up here so fast?
It's full of worms.
They're always full of worms. They got weird diseases in them.
I saw a green thing. I don't know where it came from.
Okay, I think they're all dead. Never mind, I lied. Now they're all dead.
Yeah.
No, I lied. There's one. Oh, that's you.
That's me. I'm dead.
You're not dead yet. Oh, there's more? Oh, he tried to... Oh, they're over here now.
One of them is hiding. It exploded.
They spawned up here where we were.
Wee wee. Sheva, don't fucking reload and just... Carla!
Oh, I got blown up. I can't see inside of that building.
I got your knee!
Why? He's being so fucking weird. I got him.
Munition for you.
I'm coming. There's munitions for you over here. Machine gun. Back behind you. I need healing.
Oh, what? I thought I already picked it up.
Apparently not. Here, come here. Come here. Let's heal.
What the fuck am I doing? I thought I can jump over. Oh, down here. Dale. You... Why did you step in front of me? I couldn't see.
I'm sorry.
Beautiful. Ah!
Hi.
That's a big boy.
No, he's not. Fucker.
Watch out for the worm.
I am so close to dying. That's the Al-Qaeda bow?
What?
I don't know. Oh, we need to check corners now. Okay.
I'm not gonna check corners.
What is that? It's gonna blow up. Oh no, what is that?
We already saw it twice.
We did see it twice, didn't we?
Eve always surprised. I mean, I don't blame you. But, yeah.
They surprised me. Oh, there's something over here. Incendiary grenades? That's 2 of them. That's... means we need them for something. Oh, shotgun ammo. There's a red thing over here, too.
What red thing?
For thing, but we don't have any green ones.
Oh, there's a green one on the other side, but we don't have room for it.
I took it and used it.
Oh, never mind then. There's one up there.
What is that? Oh my gosh. It's a big guy with a machine gun.
That's a lot of fucking munition.
That is a lot of munitions. I don't think we're gonna be able to weed him out.
Where is he?
Where is he at? He's over there. Oh my god. I'm dying.
I see.
I'm dying.
Come over here.
He's coming over here.
No, you tunnel came up to you. Go down.
Going down. I'm trying to jump down. It won't let me.
I'm shooting his butt. How are you so tanky? You don't even have a helmet on. Wow, his head, what's it called? His hat fell off.
How do we kill him?
You should.
He's dead. Oh, there's a green... He dropped a green herb. No, there's green herb up here.
It was already there. Oh.
What did he drop? Anything? He got a tanker key card. That was it.
Oh,
no goodie. I'm gonna go grab the red one down here.
I already picked it up.
Oh. Whoops. I'm not paying attention. I feel like we were supposed to bait him around and blow him up with these red things, but instead we just brute force.
I mean, you didn't want to go down, so what was I supposed to do?
I stayed up there and I was shooting him in the head every time he aimed at you. With the right. like you would shoot him in the head and then he'd recoil, and then I'd go and shoot it, and then as soon as he went to aim at you again, I'd shoot him in the head again.
You're too happy to find more stuff? What's wrong with being happy about stuff? It's a video game.
We want all of the stuff.
It's a video game. You'll find stuff when you enjoy them.
There's a safe over here.
What?
Give me gold. Oh, there's a key card in here. Key card B. Well, where's key card? Oh, we have key card A. We need key card C.
What?
I don't know.
We
have 2 key cards.
On both here. Listen, we found a lot of stuff everywhere. I kind of like stopped seeing the correlation. What are you doing?
I tried to shoot the camera.
Oh, we needed 2 key cards.
Oh, we did need 2 key cards. Okay. Oh my. How did the lady open it then? If she only had 1 key, if she was only by herself?
Because the game doesn't make any sense.
Take cover.
What? That did nothing.
Oh, there's another one. Holy
Jesus
fuck.
fucking Christ.
I'm dying.
I was about to say, Jesus fucking Christ, Josh.
Josh? Why can I not shoot him? There we go.
Why do you
Where's the
guys
other
have
guy?
endless fucking RPGs?
I want endless RPGs. Oh my god, there's another one down below.
Mama, I'm hurt.
Ooh. You gotta shoot his arm.
Heal
And
me!
it's- Oh, that guy.
Heal me!
I'm trying.
Thank you.
There. Look
You
at all
want a
my
plant?
handgun ammo. I got a plant. Oh, there's another box. Oh, there's machine gun ammo. Alright, let's go claim our goodies.
I don't know
that we
why
got
this
over
game
here.
makes me freaking sing that song so much.
I don't know, but it's funny. You said, well, anytime we're together, we end up doing or saying a bunch of weird stuff.
True.
So it's not like it's something new.
I mean, I always sing stuff when I play games. I don't know why. It's just my...
Yes, but when we both start singing stuff, is the issue.
Listen, it's the ADHD brain. It
The
needs some...
ADHD, yeah. You know what?
It needs to do
Let's go.
something. Well, it's focusing on something else. Karaoke stream one. I already have one. I mean, I had one a month ago. I'm gonna do next one when I get a mixer.
Mixer?
Yeah, because I only have an audio interface and the one doesn't allow me to do the thing I want to do.
I know I need to do something, but I don't know what that thing is yet, so I haven't worried about it.
I want the mixer because it lets you do the little reverb. Like,
Oh, my audio thing lets me do reverb.
mine doesn't, so that's why I'm like, I want a different one.
What do you have?
I just have a basic ass audio interface. Only, you know, lets me plug in my XLR cable and like change monitoring and volume, and that's it.
Okay.
It looks like Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine. Tomb Raider 2 has more residents than this game. Oh god. Raccoon.
Despite that setback, your creation still holds great significance. Now my candle burns dimly. Ironic, isn't it? For one who has the right to be a god.
What the fuck
I don't
up?
think. What is this on about?
Yo. Virgil. Kill him. Kill the bitch.
The right to be a god.
Oof.
There we go.
Oof. That's insurance fraud. Guess who's back? You should go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Oh my god. Hello, the devil that cries. Get the little Chris emote going.
Arrogant even until the end. Only one truly capable of being a god deserves that right.
That's stupid, but I was an old man.
An old man that was trying to.
That was
be
Emperor
more-
Palpatine before he became an emperor. Virgil stopped him.
Virgil stopped him? What?
Yes.
Yes, Virgil.
What?
Yay, we beat 6-1. Bah. Come on, Neil, you gotta step up.
What the fuck was I doing here? Oh, it's because you were shooting them and I was just running around. And I got myself stuck.
Did you? I don't even remember.
Yeah, you first went.
Look at all
You were on the tower and shooting people from the sniping rifle.
Oh, yeah.
And then you were getting rid of the dogs while I was stuck.
That's right, I forgot about that. Organize. What kind of treasures did we get? Let's sell them all.
Treasure.
13,000. Alright, I want to upgrade my gun. Upgrade. I can max it out. Yay, it's my shotgun's max.
I want to
But
max
now I don't
out
have
my
any-
thing.
I can't
I
upgrade
don't
my
think I'll be
my
able to,
rifle.
but I'm gonna try anyway.
I need 700 more monies, and I don't have 700 more money.
I need more money. So.
We need all of the monies. What do I have in my inventory I can get rid of? I don't like this. Sell that. I don't want this. Sell that.
I don't want to sell that.
Okay, my rifle is almost... I need 12,000 for my rifle. I need 5,000 more monies, and I can max out the damage on my rifle. To 2,000.
Oh,
I'm so strong. But I need 12,000 monies, and I only have 7,000.
Strong. Wesker's such a
Strong.
wise man. Help you on the rest. I want more money! I'm going to upgrade this!
I want more money. Oh, I have a bunch of... Wait, why do I have this? You have this.
Yay!
That's yours. I don't know why I have that. Oh, why do I have this too? You have that.
Yay! Do
Eve,
I just...
could ask for a loan. I can't... Where am I gonna get a loan from? I need 5,000 monies, and I don't have 5,000 monies.
I need 3,000 monies.
Guess we're gonna be moving on. It is 5 p.m.
Sell... No, the proximity mines don't actually sell for much.
No, they don't. I still... Wait. I don't even need them, do I? Get out of my inventory. I need 2 things. A rifle and a shotgun.
You're a loan shark.
I give you... And I want 10,000 back? Well, how about you give me 5,000 and then you fuck off?
What is that pile of people?
I don't like... Are we going in a boss fight right now? Is 6-2 just a boss fight with Wesker? Maybe? I don't know.
What the hell happened here?
It's a pile. You don't need to know anything more. Oh, it's there.
She did that.
Oh, did they make you drink the thing?
I wonder what could happen.
Chris, how nice of you to join us.
Wesker.
Don't worry. Your mission is at its end. Ouroboros is on the eve of its appearance.
I need...
Start screaming then.
Cries of agony will burn a new balance.
Sorry, Wesker, but
Chris, no, it's 11 p.m.
You said we change this world together. Oh, why?
Oh my god, the bounce though.
Wesker doesn't give a damn about anybody but himself.
Soon, even you will understand, Chris. One glimpse of my new world, and it will all make perfect sense.
Jesus Christ.
Show yourself!
Unfortunately, it's too late for you. You will not live to see the dawn. Sorry, Excella, but it appears...
Go to sleep. Oh, you guys know each other.
rejected you. Though you have been an excellent asset, I have one last task for you.
Oh my god.
Farewell.
We don't have any fire this time. Oh, she's eating bodies. He's my brother. Oh my god. Bonk him. Neo, calm down.
Ew, it's raining, man.
It's raining tentacles. Arguably better. Wait, I am so confused. Weren't we supposed to be punching? Wasn't I supposed to punch a boulder at some point? Why didn't I punch a boulder?
Ah!
There's no boulders on my shelf. Oh, this is supposed to be a QTE. Is this a QTE that we just aren't doing
Yes.
again? Oh my god.
I'm just laughing at there's no boulders on the ship.
One of the funny things with this game is supposed to be a scene where Chris just mad punches a boulder to break it.
What boulder?
Exactly, that's the problem.
Oh god, no.
So now
Why is the boat bleeding? What, did you get hit by something from the ceiling? Oh, what the fuck is this?
I think that we need to not piss it off.
I think we should.
Alright, there's handgun ammo in there.
Ew, a worm fell down.
Don't let it fall on you. Don't touch it. Let's not go that way. Oh, we gotta go that way. We automatically dodge them too when they come out of the roof. It's supposed to be more QTEs.
Duality of man. They want a proximity bomb?
Oh my god, another one. I might as well. I already have in my fucking inventory. Where is that?
Pick it up because I want to open this thing and I can't.
There's more stuff over here. Hold on.
Empty.
Empty.
What the heck?
I think this is supposed to be more QTEs in this, and we're just dodging them all because they're not, because like it's skipping all of them.
Why is
for
there no
some reason.
QTEs? You know what? They were like, we are asking them to press too many buttons. We can't do QTEs.
QTEs in the fight, so too, when it has us dodge some attacks.
Just make a QTE be like WUSAD. Like this. What the fuck? Just remove them altogether. None of this makes sense.
It doesn't, but it's not. This what makes it funny.
You want a plant?
I want a plant. I want all. Oh, I got a gold thingy.
Ooh, there's a plant over here.
Oh, was it red or green?
Green.
All right. Well, I've got a full green one. I'm gonna take the other the green one. And then
Go
we're gonna
green.
Go green. Let's go out this way to the.
You want to suffer
why
like
are
you
these guys
did?
all okay. Oh, they're waking up.
Wake me up inside.
Oh wait, he's on that
Wake me
side
up
too.
inside. Oh no, it's this one.
Oh my god, he touched me. I want you to suffer as I did. What do you mean suffer?
He ated me.
Stop getting aided. How do we get this guy to open up again? I forgot.
Shoot at his butt. Or something, I don't know. That's what I did.
Oh, what did he just drop? Bridge key card. I'm guessing that's important.
Bridge? Document?
A bridge. Use key card here. Is there anything else in here? Oh, there's documents. Okay.
Bridge.
Is this the way to go? Probably. Oh, this is the way to go. Where's the other direction then?
Was there another direction?
Yeah, the door's closed.
I thought it was a circle.
There's a red herb here. Wait, I just picked up a red... Wait, combine with that one. Okay.
Shotgun shells.
I'm coming. Where?
Down there.
Where down here? There's lots of down here.
Over there.
Over there. Okay. Where are we going? Over
This
here?
way. Yeah.
Upstairs. Wait, I just had a thing pop up.
What?
Satellite laser. We just might have a chance.
Oh.
Satellite laser. What kind of fucking bullshit is that, Losabi? Before I do something stupid, how does the paint redeem works?
I draw something in paint with my mouse.
But not right now, because we're playing a game.
Not right now.
Right, yeah, you heard it. Right now, meow. There's the bitch.
She became a worm.
She was already a worm, but now she's more of a worm.
Now she's a proper worm.
Where are we going? Right here? Right here, key card.
What? What have you found? Flame rounds. I'm gone. Ah, what the fuck? There's red plant on top and fire rounds.
I don't know, I'm shooting this bitch. I'm gonna go up. Oh, there's little tentacle things up here.
Yeah, they hurt me. Whoa, what are you using?
A rocket launcher.
Oh. She became an
We
egg.
gotta shoot that thing.
Stop it!
Oh, I got hit by something. Oh, there's a bunch of things down here with us.
Ooh. LTD.
Oh my god, there's so many.
The tentacles give you
I gotta
loot.
shoot those bulb I gotta shoot the bulb things with the rocket launcher.
What tentacles?
Tentacles are tentacling again. Holy shit, they're all right next to each other.
Oh, these ones. But there are so much of these.
Oh, that locks the space laser on. There's so much handgun ammo here.
I don't need more.
Oh god.
My. Again?
Oh god.
Why is it Evan V? Jesus Christ, such a weird combo. I will never hold on.
Shoot the things on the ground.
Why am I hurting again? You have to spray me.
I gotta wait for this thing to charge and then I can destroy another
like
one.
a cat.
Okay.
Oh.
Grab my rocket launcher to shoot the last one. Oh, fuck.
Jesus. Jesus!
Okay, it's got one more. I gotta wait for the thing to recharge.
There's a green plant on top. And some shotgun ammo.
I'm doing, the rocket launcher is needed to destroy this thing.
Where are you? Plants to eat.
Oh gosh, I'm getting attacked.
They're just screaming.
I got a bunch of green ones down here too.
Oh my goodness. So many plants. Ooh.
We got it.
That's it?
Little ones on the ground. Yeah, little ones on the ground give loot. I think so.
Where did it froze?
I don't know. Oh, we did it. 6-2 is done. Oh, there's one chapter left. I got sass.
Oh, sass. I also got sass.
Apparently, we didn't kill enough enemies.
Sass.
Thank you for the pots.
Pots.
Let's give you loot. Little ones on the ground. Okay. We didn't get any money from that, did we?
We did a little bit.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't get any.
What do you mean? I got some. Treasures.
Oh, I didn't. Did we get treasures? Oh, we did get treasures, didn't we?
Got treasures.
Yay, I maxed out the damage on my rifle. Okay.
I only have one more upgrade on the freaking... What's it called? Revolver.
I got a few upgrades left on capacity. Probably 3, and then I'm done with the rifle. And the shotgun's done too already.
I have one more on the thing.
Okay, and we have one section left of the game.
Yeah, revolver. The same thing.
Alright, let's go. We're gonna beat the game tonight. And then I'm gonna go fake being sick to call out of work tomorrow.
I fear for the world if that ever gets out.
God damn it, Wesker. He's actually serious about destroying the entire planet.
Come on!
We're almost done. We are almost done.
Wait.
This was a distraction.
I might just bullshit through work tomorrow and get done by like 8.
Planning to spread Ouroboros throughout the world.
He's planning to use this to spread it. Wesker.
There's Wesker.
Come on, let's go.
It's 6-4. That's it. We're on 6-3 right now. We finished 6-2, so this is the end.
Don't worry about me. Just listen carefully. There's something I need to tell you.
You're gonna tell us.
Wesker's superhuman strength. It comes from a virus, but the virus is unstable. In order to maintain a balance, he must inject himself regularly with a serum.
So if we cut the supply of serum, he loses his strength.
Affirmative. But he just took a dose, so it's gonna be a while before he needs another one.
Damn.
Listen, Excella said that the amount administered has to be precise. So if he injects too much, it should act like a poison. I think she used a serum labeled PG67AW.
How do you remember that kind of number? Well, code. I already forget it.
Excella always kept it with her, and then that's how she came.
Jill. Come in. Jill.
Jill, get out of the basement.
This is it.
Let's give it a shot.
Haha!
She has good memory, apparently. Alright, where is he?
That was a pun!
He can't fly around in that without getting shot down. Oh god.
Exactly. The plane can't get shot down. If it does, it'll initiate a biohazard.
Why are you talking to me through a radio? I'm next to you.
He's planning to spread this
I don't understand it. Don't worry about it too much.
Warning. Fire detected in the engine room. Warning.
Also, hi Mimi.
Area with primary
Mimi.
I see. Mimi's here. My mod's on.
Hello, Mimi.
sealing off area with secondary.
Uroboro.
Evacuate the area immediately.
Exploded his brains.
Oh, that guy just burned
Stop
to death.
shaking me, stupid fire. The guy just burned to death. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Oh yeah! Woohoo!
Where are they? Are they down
On
here?
the
You got them?
ground.
Grenade.
Granada.
Here we go. Grenade. Machine gun ammo over here. More machine gun ammo
Machine.
over here. Maybe I should have took the machine gun. There's so much machine gun ammo. There's 2 of them over here.
Oh.
Green herb. Pull the lever.
Pulling.
Make sure his friend Wesker has his COVID shot. Exactly. What's opening? That is? Can we jump down? No, we gotta run around.
Beep. Beep.
Oh, hi.
Beep.
He shocked me. Why are there so many of you guys now?
Ah, what?
How do you get behind you?
I don't know. Like I saw someone going up, but there was fire. Then I thought he burned.
Shotgun shells is mine.
Are we letting go Metal Gear?
The Metal Gear.
Let's release Let's release the Metal Gear.
For issues. Wait, what is supposed to be happening here? Oh, there we go. Did they even? Those just disappeared on randomly. They didn't even.
There's a
Where'd he choose
flash
them? I see
grenade.
'em. We don't need the flash grenades.
Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on. Jesus
Whoa!
Christ. That
Good
just
thing these guys
zoomed
can
by.
aim.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing? He could have killed us
Thank
if
God
only
you
he
guys-
wasn't a
yeah.
zombie.
Because we were saying this. You were just saying, here, take this, and then all of a sudden, behind you, more. Up top? I got him. He's down. Oh, my rifle. Doesn't matter where I shoot them now, they die.
Nice.
Pull the
Rifle.
lever. I'm gonna go look up here, see if there's any
Okay.
goodies up here.
Fuck are you-
Incendiary grenade.
What is this man doing? Yeah, I didn't want to pick it up.
There is green healing things everywhere.
I don't. Oh, hello.
Oh, nope.
I don't need healing. I need hurting.
What? Dead Bride necklace. That's from the RPG guy. What's up here? Anything? Oh, there's a door. Did we not go? Did we not open the lever on the other one? We gotta go through this door. There's machine gun ammo over here.
There's aid spray and proximity bombs. Oh,
I'm
come
opening
on.
the other
Well, I
door.
have to give you this.
There's nitrogen rounds. Oh my god, that's for the grenade launcher that I don't have on me.
I have to give you this grenade.
Give me. Thank you. I think these would be good to have if I had my grenade launcher.
Well.
Oh, here, you know what? You take this. What do you have? You have green? Take that.
Combine green with green. Fuck it.
Might as well at this point. I think we're about to go straight into a boss fight, so it's not like we wait, was there nothing on that side? Are we going back down?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go pick up
Down.
the healing spray. I mean, there's proximity mines if you want them, but...
No, they're useless.
Yeah.
Healthy deodorant and funny Roombas. We don't really need the Roombas, though, because the Roombas are broken and they don't move around like they're supposed to.
Roombas are broken.
He's not down, he's so special. Are those nests? What are yeah, the nest was above me, but they didn't open up, thankfully.
What does that say? What does that say? What?
What does what say?
I don't know.
Doombas, as I like to call them, but nobody always avoid them.
Doombas?
Behind us?
Stupid plant. That's not even a plant, what am I saying? Oh, you
There's
fired
two of them there. There's
him.
another one coming.
Oh my god, there's more. Don't touch me!
Oh god, it got me!
Oh my god.
It's touching me! It's touching me!
Buy?
I can buy it.
Oh, nitrogen rounds.
Nitrogen. Oh, you know what? I probably could have used that just now to stop those guys.
Oh well.
Not oh well, I'm gonna fix this.
You can sell the treasure.
Can we sell the treasure? Do we get treasure?
I don't have enough money for my last upgrade.
Okay, and then... Okay. Okay. Do I have enough money for my last upgrade? I might. Oh, I have 2 more upgrades left on this. Oh, this next one upgrades it to 40 capacity on the rifle. That's crazy. Alright, let's go. Ready, I'm ready. Are you ready? Let's go.
Oops.
Pull the lever.
I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Coming.
Sheva. Let's go. We got shit to do.
Ooh.
Beep.
Beep.
It's always me?
Beep.
Shut up, it's not always me.
Beep.
They're touching me.
Fuck.
Okay, so the nitrogen things are fucking useless. They did absolutely nothing. They're supposed to freeze him, aren't they?
I guess.
I don't have acid rounds. I have nitrogen rounds. Get the flashbang. They're most efficient. We don't have flashbangs. Do you have flashbangs in your inventory? We don't have the electric ones either. God damn it! Keep saying, quit suggesting stuff we don't have. Sell nitrogen and get the others. I can't. They're in the gun.
Oh my god.
And they only sell for like 10. And the munitions cost like 2,000. It is not very cost effective. Sell my body. I already did. God damn it. The things you guys make me say. God damn it. Alright.
What?
No, just shooting you.
This stupid bug gets too close to me before I get to reload. What the fuck?
Okay. He's dead.
Oh, I didn't notice. I was ready to get upset again.
Upset? You were dying laughing. You don't kill enemies because they are shitty bullets. Good job. The nitrogen rounds are best for regular enemies. It should be good for stronger enemies. Okay, we ended up killing those guys faster than we were supposed to, I think. Oh, fuck me.
Wow, wonders.
One's red, one's silver. I think we need to take, take cover.
I need to, like, get the fuck out. I can't even take cover over here. What the fuck is that all about?
Are they behind us? They're behind us, too.
The normal ones are. Yeah.
Holy fuck, there's a bunch of them behind us. Neo, you're in danger there.
I'm in danger!
Oh god, I got machine gun. I have incendiary grenades I can use.
What the fuck is she shooting at?
Me.
Chris, you have to heal yourself!
I'm not. It doesn't matter, I'm getting shot at, I can't.
Nine. What the fuck?
I'm gonna die.
I know you're gonna die.
The enemies that came up behind. Go to the 50 cal? What 50 cal? There was no 50 cal! What are you talking about? You can't just say go to this, it doesn't fucking... There are two. You mean the big fucker guy shooting us? The big guys with the Gatling gun shooting us. I didn't see any 50 cal things. Did you see the little turret things we can put on and shoot from them? You didn't either. Yeah, exactly. See?
This is your chaos.
This is your chaos I'm for it? Oh my god. Because it's getting late for both of us, and so we're both tired. Neo, are you gonna hit ready? There you go.
No, I'm fine.
Oh my god. Where are the 50 cal things? Because I don't fucking see them.
After the gate.
Yo, the left. You mean towards the fucking bitches shooting at us? The guy with the Gatling guns? What? I don't understand. Alright, he's down.
Bing, 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 bing.
You see 50 cal things here, Neo. I don't fucking see them, do you?
Yeah, they're on the platforms over there.
Holy fuck, they're over there. How the fuck do... Oh my god, we gotta climb.
How was I
oh
supposed to see it?
There's not one over there, there's one on the other side. On this side.
No, there's one. There's a mounted one, and then there's a different thing over there. Oh wait, never mind. That's not. That's not just ammunition. Never mind. I'm blind. Yeah, there's just one.
So I'm gonna beeline for that thing then.
Okay.
Evening, Eve. Hi, hi.
Hello. Because there's only one.
That hurt. Holy fuck, he shot me off of it before I could even shoot.
Oh. Somebody exploded in front of me. What? What? What?
Alright, I killed one. You gotta bring him back over here, Neo.
I ran out of ammunition for my handgun. Somehow. Is he coming?
I don't see him. Yeah, he is. I see him. You got it? Get up here behind me.
Flash grenades. No, that's kinda too late.
There's handgun ammo up here with me. Alright, he's dead. I can't shoot that far down. If you can go...
Oh.
There we go. I think they're all dead now.
Oh, I have to heal here.
There's so much handgun ammo down here.
I have to heal. There's a lot of stuff, yeah. There was
Come here.
what was
I'm
on
trying
the
to
other
give you
side? Oh, healing and shotgun? Oh, no, that's from the grenade launcher, I think.
Oh, your inventory's full. I can't give you more stuff.
I know. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. You use it. I don't. God damn it. Oh, acid rounds for the fucking grenade launcher. I don't fucking have now.
Sam, wait, yeah, just like we got the flash grenades just now.
Everything after we needed them.
Yeah, like what the fuck? What am I supposed to do with this now?
Nothing.
Like, hey, did you need that? Maybe.
Yeah, before you fought the enemies. Fuckers. Alright, whatever. We win. We're winners here.
Something doesn't feel right. I can't explain it.
We're
Who are
on
you,
a
Indiana
ship fighting
Jones?
biological weapons. Nothing feels right.
Yeah. I have a bad feeling
no,
about
Willie.
this.
I have a bad feeling about this. We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean with a bunch of missiles that could destroy the world with a guy who's superhuman.
He's like a Monday.
And a bunch of biological weapons. Yeah, nothing feels right about this.
Ever tire of failing in your mission? You've really become quite an inconvenience.
Oh, his glasses are off. Oh my god, the eyes.
Why did you even grab them? Just should have like flipped them off. What?
He thinks he's Neo.
He does.
I mean, exactly.
Like, look at him.
Neo.
You can't be Neo. You can't even be me. Fight him.
What do you accomplish by unleashing Ouroboros?
Every day, humans come one step closer to self-destruction. I'm not destroying
Crazy
the world.
cutscene. Hi.
You just want to destroy all humans. I understand.
Why the fuck are we trying to fight this guy in hand-to-hand combat when
I
he
don't
has
know.
clearly proven every fucking time we have no fucking chance against him?
You already forgot you were supposed to use this? Jesus fucking Christ, these people are stupid.
Do I gotta like go and stab this guy or something with it?
Hey, Chris. Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Either way, I'm not gonna stop until I'm dead.
Apparently not. He's very muscle-headed. I mean, look at the outfit he's wearing.
He looks like he has too many teeth.
I'll see you dead.
Am I supposed to
Makes
like
sense.
grab it
Like-
again? Grab him again or what?
I don't know because I couldn't grab him.
Aye, that's what all you have.
Wait, there's levers to pull.
There's a grenade launcher. Ooh, what is this? What the fuck?
I don't know. There's levers to pull. I'm just gonna pull the levers and see what happens.
Mine is borked.
He's chasing me. I don't think he cares about you. I think he only cares about Chris.
Yeah, he's like, well, I don't know this bitch. Whatever.
Is there another lever over there? Did you pull it?
Has it never occurred that this...
Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him!
No, I can't. I don't have more ammunition.
With a gun.
Oh,
You gotta drop the RPG and then shoot him.
too late.
Is it recharging or something, or do you gotta
No.
find another one?
Another one. I didn't know. Okay, I'm just testing. Good night, Draco.
Good night.
Oh, munition for my silly RPG. What are you talking about? What is he
I
upping
don't know.
about?
I'm running around him in circles. I don't think the boss knows what to do.
I think the boss is just as confused as we are.
He's just running around in circle, like he's just trying to charge me, but I'm just like circling around him.
I'm shooting him again.
Okay.
The fuck?
Neo!
with superior DNA.
The end. Why did he not finish the sentence? I'm looking for them, okay?
Going up.
I cannot just spawn them with
you follow me
with the
up
power of my mind.
What the fuck is rifle ammo gonna do me against the guy that fucking dodges everything? There's another thing up here, over here, Neil, right here.
I found money instead. Ooh, RPG round.
Yeah, they're right here. There's a big fucking crate of them.
What?
You, Neil, why are you going down? There's a big fucking crate up here of
But I
them.
already have. Because I left the fucking thing downstairs. You cannot put it in your pocket.
Put it in your pocket.
Where is it? Did you take it?
What? No, I didn't.
What the fuck did it
You
go?
left it over by the thing.
Bro, what the heck is it? Am I blind? Not here.
Oh god, he hurts me.
He ated me. He ated my gun.
He's shooting me. I'm dying.
Yeah, I see.
Neil, you're letting me die.
That's RPG. Why are you blaming me? I just put it on the ground.
He shot me and killed me.
Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die.
You misplaced the RPG.
That's different.
Oh, we can sell. We have treasures to sell.
Yeah, I can upgrade my Magnum fully now. And I can just.
God, I need 10. I need 7,000 more money to fully upgrade the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this because I'm sure. Actually, it's probably useless against Wesker, isn't it?
Everything is useful. Useless. Useful.
Alright, let's go. Part back. You can grab them and load it together. I forgot where I put my
Bye.
RPG7 in. Oh my god. I forgot, where did I put my RPG?
Oh my god, that one is strong as fuck.
Yeah.
Did you see the third Magnum?
Oh, I did. There's a third Magnum?
Yeah, we missed it apparently. And that's fucking expensive as shit.
I only see 2. The Yellowhawk Mag?
Oh, it's because I upgraded the one to the top. I see.
That's why. So I don't have another shotgun.
Yeah.
Because you fully upgraded the first Magnum, right?
Yeah. And I have... It has terrible capacity, but it's like...
So all the Magnums have bad capacity.
And if you want to glance on my stream, look at this fucking thing.
Well, I will. Give me a second. Oh my gosh.
Like, this is the one I have right now.
It's 30,000. Oh my god, it's so expensive. And then you gotta upgrade it too?
Yeah.
Wait, that's got more damage than my rifle does. I'm so close to fully upgrading the rifle though too. Hold on. Let me look at the rifle.
If I sold this, I would have to.
Oh my god, yeah, it does have more. It has more damage than the rifle. 3,200. Oh my god, your Magnum does more damage than my rifle.
My rifle?
My rifle. Your Magnum does more damage than my sniper rifle.
This one?
Yes, does more damage than my sniper rifle.
Oh.
I only do 2,000. You do 3,200. even my shotgun only does 900.
Yeah,
damage
but like
on
you
the
only
spread.
find ammunition for this once every blue moon.
Yeah, that's true. When you fully upgrade the first weapon, it adds the strongest weapon to the shop. Okay.
Mm.
I see. Well, I need one more capacity.
You unlock
I
them
need
for the end of the
7,000.
game? You do.
Let's go.
Which means I could have had a bow.
Yeah, but it's too late now. Oh fuck, he shot me.
So just immediately, they want to try shooting him?
It's broken. Get off of me, Wesker. He's punching me. Go pull all the levers.
They want to get the RPG?
Yeah,
Ah,
we
what
need
the
the RPG
fuck? Leave me alone.
I don't know what these levers do, so.
He wants to be super fast, like a monkey.
Super fast like a monkey.
I don't know.
No point in hiding.
No
You
one's
gotta go
hiding,
with your
we're just
RPG
standing here.
RPG and shoot him.
You're merely postponing the inevitable.
What the?
What? What did I
Give
do?
your RPG.
RPG.
I'm gonna trust you to shoot him, Neil.
What the fuck is
Where
this?
is he at? Why the fuck is he out there?
You can't just do that.
Wait for him to get down here and then shoot him.
Bro, like we haven't moved.
There he is. Oh, you got him with the RPG again. The rockets are upstairs.
There's one over here too.
He's coming for you.
And I cannot even moving, bitch!
He dodged it. You can climb up there with the RPG. Yeah, over here, this way. Past Wesker.
Oh, what? He's just, he's just standing there.
Look right here. There's a big thing of them. Here, I'll distract him. Where is he?
Why
There he-
am
oh, what
I
the
wasting
fuck?
my
He's
ammunition?
dead. I'm dying.
I see. Well, I didn't even get to do anything.
He just fucking bolted over here. Oh my god. One blocks the other, gives a shot.
What the heck was that?
This is too good. I don't know. If he sees you shooting, he'll let me know. Oh, if he sees you shooting. Oh, okay, so I... God damn, I'm trying to wait my
You didn't even get to do anything.
Oh, fucking cheater. Oh my god.
Fucking Peter?
Cheater. Get off of me, Wesker.
Fucking Peter.
I'm buffering when it stops.
There's no point in hiding.
There's no
I just
point in
turned around
hiding.
and he started running towards me, and all of a
Stop
sudden
walking,
I'm on the fucking
Wesker. I'm shooting at you. The fuck?
Did you miss?
See? I wasn't
I gotta
even-
block him. I gotta block him, that's why. So he can't see you shooting.
I was shooting from behind him. That doesn't even make any sense. For Peter Wesker.
Oh, I'm hurting. Go upstairs and get more. Oh god, he's gonna throw shit at us again.
Ah, there you are.
You didn't take the RPG with him!
What?
The RPG is down here!
I know, I cannot take it with me.
Yes, you can. You can take it upstairs.
What?
You can climb the ladder with it. Where is he? Does he know he's up there?
What? Why did it let me bring it last time then? The fuck is wrong with this game?
Where is he?
He's coming now.
Oh, he's here.
What the
Here, now he's looking at me. Now shoot him. Shoot him. Oh my god.
Oh my god, hold on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Good.
What the fuck are we doing? I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. Kaiser's live and I didn't even fucking know it. Oh my god. Listen, RPGs are heavy. You don't want to hurt Shiba's back. Like, shut up! Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. This peak comedy? Shut up. Oh my god. I can't. Fucking I can't. Also, I want to count this up, Rick. Twitch says there are currently 8 people watching. Instead, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We have 21 people currently watching, but Twitch only says 8. Fuck you, Twitch, for not counting lurkers. Why do you always die? Because he wants Wes. He wants me. I need to eat my food. I left it. It's been sitting here for hours. Hold on. I literally forgot about my food. Twitch math is pure math. I don't understand it. They just hate people lurking. Who the fuck is that?
What happened? Did it kick me out again? Bro, what the fuck?
No. Did it?
It kicked me out. Ew.
Give me a second.
The devil that cries, thank you so much for the fall. It kicked me out.
I started eating again because I left my food in like 2 hours ago.
Filter select. I can change the piss color to a different one. Oh wow wow wow.
Wow wow wow.
Wow 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 wow. Oh. Wow wow wow. Wow wow.
You guys, hold on.
Oh right, you're eating. I forgot. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Oh my god. This game. Expensive good. Black timer, good night.
Good night.
You can see my son leaving my brain. As always. That's normal.
Hold on, the bot just joined my server.
Wah, 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 wah.
Alright. Let me go deal with this. Alright, we're good.
Wah.
Alright, let's go.
Your achievement.
Alright, Neo. 3. No, you don't get me. I the Neo TV plushie, not you.
Oh my god. doesn't see.
I don't quite know what these levers do, but I'm gonna pull them anyways. Alright, so you can't shoot him till after he's like looking at me. So let me go fuck with him real quick. Hold on.
That this planet is overpopulated.
Where the fuck is he looking? What is happening?
Kind of like losing his brain. Why is he blowing it up?
Go upstairs and get the other RPGs. Oh, I gotta stab him. Hold on, I gotta stab him. Fuck!
Why did you stab him? What were you doing?
Because he was too far away. Go upstairs and get the other RPGs.
Now I don't understand
So you
this
can
game.
hide from him? I mean, I don't really need to hide from him. I need him to see me. This is Sword. This is Gams. I need him to focus on me so Neil can shoot him.
Are you coming up?
No, you come down. Or you know what? I go up. That is smart. Let's do that. Forever. Forever and ever and ever.
Don't go up.
Don't go up? What do you mean don't go up?
Do you want me to keep running down up?
Your struggle is over.
So? Oh my god. Bro. That's not fair.
I guess
He
bring the
has endless
RPG back down,
rocket.
Neil. Bring it back down. Just don't miss this time. Try aiming, Sarah.
I know, but do you want me to keep fucking running downstairs and upstairs all this time?
As we don't miss, we don't need to.
Yeah. I'm not even turning up the lights.
I swear to God, Fartbath.
Where is this bitch? Where is he?
He's down here. Let me shoot him and then you. Oh fuck! He's hitting me. He's hurting
Wait,
me.
hold on. Can I shoot him from up here? What the fuck is he?
He's hitting me. I need to fucking swap gun. I can't. I'm dying. I was trying to swap to my shotgun and it wouldn't let me. I don't need him to lose me. That's the problem. He needs to focus on me so Neo can shoot him. Shut up. We go again. God, Young, you need to stay near each other. We can't stay near each other. Neo needs to go get the rocket so I can distract him.
Oh. Don't know what I'm saying.
I don't know. You got the RPG? Hold on. Let me get my shotgun out.
You have to stab him.
I know I need to stab him, but let him focus. You need to shoot him from behind while he's focused on me, but I need to...
Why did you shoot him? I missed because of you. Stop fucking shooting him. You're not gonna shoot him.
I have to shoot at him so he doesn't look at you.
He was looking at you anyway.
He was gonna turn around.
He fucking squatted because you shot him.
Go get the rocket.
I'm dying. I have the fucking rocket. Where's a good Chris, stop fucking dying again.
If he loses you, he can't dodge. Oh my god, you actually saved me.
Never mind. Oh my god.
I like the whole...
It's fucking fine. This truly feels like playing a game like 2020. What am I saying? Like as a kid. And just being unable to fucking finish a boss fight. Stop shooting him! See what you did!
Somebody clip that, please!
Stop shooting!
Oh my god. It went through his body.
Swear to God.
Yeah.
You're doing it on purpose!
Why did you not? You need to see the clip. You see the clip? You see the clip it, please. Oh, she was looking at you.
I know! It's your fault!
It's my fault.
Where... Oh, there's the letter. Is this experience 10-year-old me had when I found you back then? Yeah.
Hi, Wesker. Stop touching me.
Why is it happening? Why are you dying?
I'm not dying. I'm alive.
You're merely postponing the inevitable.
We can't see it. He doesn't have any. He doesn't see anyone right now.
He doesn't have eyes.
So you can shoot him. You can shoot him from there.
Has it never occurred to you?
Go stab him. That's not stabbing.
I know. I gotta restrain him. You gotta get him. You gotta get him.
Jesus
shot.
fucking Christ!
I didn't realize that. We didn't know. It's the same as the Jill. We have to stay together.
But how do I stay together? When if we stay together, he fucking jumps away from my rocket.
We just have to. I have to get her behind him so we can focus on me, and so you shoot it from behind him.
Well,
Or I guess we have to get it and go downstairs. Oh fuck! Careful.
Get the fuck out.
Oh god, it hurts. Okay, we have to do it downstairs in the dark.
There's no point in hiding.
We have to go down here and do it.
Why
in the
does he
dark
have
area.
eyes?
Because he's a superhuman bitch. We gotta stay together.
You don't need
Shut up.
eyes. It's just being.
Where are you at? I don't have the map pulled up. We gotta go over here.
Go press the lever.
The levers are all pressed.
Oh, never mind then. What
There, you can't see us. He can't. If we says you're only postponing the inevitable, he can't see us.
Oh, I see.
Now he can see us.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. He thinks he's cool or something.
Yeah, like for like a 10-year-old. Maybe.
You got him? Got him? Alright, you ready? We gotta shoot him?
Shoot him!
I'm restraining him. Go, 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 go.
I'm coming.
Stab him, stab him, stab him. Quickly, quickly.
Girl, I can't. I don't have any button to press.
Maybe you have to restrain him.
Why does it give us like half a second to do anything?
I don't know. He wears sunglasses at night like a weirdo. Just go up and get another RPG and then maybe we'll try trading spots. Or no, I think it's just you need to restrain him and then I need to stab him. You have to draw. Oh, you had the RPG in your hand. That's why.
Only those with superior deeds
Shut the fuck up.
will be chosen by Ouroboros. Only those fit for survival will be allowed to carry their genes into a new age.
And let me guess, you're the one that's gonna rule this new age, right?
We're just running back and forth, turning the levers off.
Let me clarify something for you, Chris. I don't think of myself as a king.
Oh, great. I feel more crazy talk coming on.
No, I am a god. And even
Alright, we gotta get close. Quickly.
Wait, hold on, don't restrain him yet.
Wait, I have to or he's gonna get up.
Eat it.
We win! We did! Your strain lasts longer the more you hurt him. DNA, superior DNA.
Did it work?
I think so.
Better hope so.
Here's your fucking superior DNA. You will become an animal now.
This isn't over, Chris.
Come back, Wesker. Peter's head is out.
Peter's head is out. Oh no. That's true. Come on, you gotta keep up, Neo.
What the fuck? Why am I so slow?
Cause you're not a manly man like Chris. Come on, let's go. Maybe when I eat 2 vitamin gummies instead of 1.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh.
It seems I may have underestimated you, Chris.
Save it, Wesker. There's no one left to help you now.
I don't need anyone else.
His glasses are gone. Will they ditch the this QTE too? Probably.
We'll reach the optimal altitude for missile deployment. Ouroboros will be released into the atmosphere, ensuring complete global saturation.
5 minutes is a long time.
Oh, no QTE, no QTE.
There's no QTEs, just get used to it.
I know, but they're still complaining about it. I think it was an automatically enabled.
No, I'm talking to chat.
Yeah.
Why are his brows clipping through the fucking glasses?
Oh, they are.
Why is that setting like auto on then?
I don't know. But can you imagine if we were to use it right now, we would both be losing our minds because we'd be missing it nonstop. Because it'd be some weird ass fucking keys.
What? You had more of that?
You're just another one of Umbrella's leftovers.
You know what we have to do.
All right, I'll go for the override lever. Cover me.
You pay for that. You mean you pay for that, you silly goose? Oh my god, you fucked up. Leave my leg alone. Don't touch my leg, Sheva. Just let go. Let us both fly into space. It's fine. You need to give your life
Chris is gonna let go.
for the life of everybody else.
Chris is gonna let go, isn't he? To go save her.
Probably.
I knew it.
God damn it.
50 pound, I'm a good guy. What are you talking about? I save everyone. Why didn't she do that earlier? She was already hanging on with one hand. On the convenient volcano, yeah.
What the heck?
Wait, aren't we in it still?
Yes.
Isn't this bad?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's not over. I thought it was over. Oh my god, it's not done.
Why are we hurt?
Why are we in a volcano and I just think it's okay?
Why are you gathering shit from the volcano?
I don't know, my inventory's full. Can we heal real quick? Do you wanna use your heals? One of yours? Oh no, I got one here.
I'm not even hurt.
You're slightly hurt, but I'm hurt. But we want to clear inventory space. And I don't know what we're running into. It might just one-shot us, so there's no point in... You're in red, or what is that? A hand grenade. Do you think he would be okay? I don't...
Rain.
What is this? Why the fuck are we in a volcano? On top of the ship. There he is. Kaku would be losing her mind right now.
I should have killed you years ago. Cress.
Witches don't die this easily.
It's over, Wesker.
Over.
I don't know.
Just getting started.
Started.
Holy fuck.
He's eating
oh my
the
god,
worms.
he's infecting himself. Are these things are like extreme? Oh my god.
What?
Did he just give himself like a bow or something? Or like a stabby thing?
Stabby.
Also, isn't he? These guys are extremely weak to fire, and we're in a volcano.
I have the high ground, and I can. Why are they passing through his neck? That's kind of gross.
Is that on his heart?
The fuck are those parts? What the fuck are you doing, sir? Stop waving your.
But I think we should back up.
Stop waving your tentacle around.
Oh, I fell down. I don't think we kill him based off damage. I think we have to do something else to him.
I don't know, honestly. I
He
have
walked
this.
there.
I have the high ground.
Did he seriously fucking follow me?
This is Star Wars.
Humans have escaped this winnowing for far too long.
He's just following you. I'm just gonna chill.
Oh, the boulder! The boulder I was looking for!
Boulder time!
Look, I'm punching boulder!
It's a big ass boulder.
I knew there was a boulder punching part in the game, I just didn't know when it was.
Well, not on the ship.
Wait, I can't jump across. Why not? Where are you at? Why do you need help?
I might have just caused myself... Oh, I don't need help. Fine.
It literally won't let me fucking jump across it. Like it won't give me the option to jump. Like I'm supposed to be able to jump across and I can't. Can you jump across?
Yes.
Okay, so you're supposed to come over here. That's the issue. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I thought we were done. I guess not. These are useless. Get out of my fucking inventory. You know what? Let's just do this. I'm so over this.
Why can't you
Why
think we
can't you
just need to
understand,
run.
Chris?
No, I'm gonna.
How did you die immediately?
I got it.
Stop dying, Chris.
I'm sorry. Alright, turn around and run. Don't shoot him until we figure out how the fuck we're
I
supposed to kill this
wasn't.
shit.
You were shooting him. I
Oh
wasn't.
my god, even though I was in front of you. Alright, I'm gonna go punch the boulder. I found my the mysterious
punch
boulder.
the
I was supposed
boulder?
to- I'm gonna go punch the boulder.
Humans have escaped this winning for far too long.
We're gonna punch the boulder! Let's punch the boulder!
Punching.
I can't.
Punching.
And then you have to come over here, but I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to do over here is the issue.
Show them.
Oh, his thing's showing now.
Oh shit.
He's gonna knock me in the lava again.
What the fuck? Why is this here?
I can't come help you. The game doesn't let me. Fuck it, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You have to go to a different edge, I'm telling you. You're going to the wrong edge.
Where's the edge with the boulder that I pushed to let you over? I have no option to not go towards them. There is one direction. Because it won't let me jump on the boulder.
You're jumping wrong.
Oh my god. What is over there that you're shooting at?
What?
You're shooting at him?
Yeah.
Don't shoot at him. Get all the way over here. You gotta come.
I'm
across
shooting at
over this
him from
boulder.
here.
No, you gotta walk away. You gotta walk around so I can get you over here.
And die just like you. I'm actually hurting him from here. You can't even
There's
jump
a
on the
boulder
fucking
thing.
boulder.
You can't. I can, but you can, can't you? Because you're the one that has to jump on it.
You have to go up. You have to pass him, and go up on this.
Oh, you gotta shoot him
thing
from the back. I can't pass him. That's the issue.
Well, then that's your problem.
It's our problem because we can't pass the game.
Oh god. What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So she can punch the boulder. Oh my god.
I damn it.
Why can't you understand, Chris?
Chris.
Do you really believe the world is worth
The worm is worse or
So what
worth
we'll do,
saving.
okay, I'm gonna try something else. While he jumps down, I'm gonna piss him off so he swings so his thing shows up on his back. So that way you can shoot the thing on his back.
What?
natural selection?
What did you say?
Look, see on his back?
Yeah.
Humans have escaped.
Wait, I got stuck.
What the fuck? This is just a two. Oh my god.
We will beat the game tonight. I swear to God.
Stop dying.
I'm trying not. You're not the one having to fight today.
Can't you understand, Chris?
god. The worm is worth saving.
Go, Shiva, go! And he's gonna come down here and I'm gonna piss him off.
Piss him off, I can shoot from over
There we
here.
go. Now he's got the orange thing on his back. There we go.
What?
Oh god, no, this is worse.
You wish. You wish it was that easy. What the fuck?
Oh, he's going to fight you now? Oh, he's going to fish you? Okay,
I
then
was
you have
supposed
go over
to
here.
wait.
Yeah, and now you gotta run down here to the
And you
boulder
told
to
me
get
to
over here to get away
go.
from him.
Shoot him!
I'm gonna shoot him. Give me a second.
Shoot
Where
him!
is
Shoot him! Punches a boulder.
I'm gonna cut to you. Where is it? I don't see him. There he is.
Where is he? Stop making sounds, Wesker. Shut the fuck up.
He's throwing shit at me all the way over here.
Peter, behave! Full of worms.
Oh, he jumped over there.
I've been wormed.
Yay, welcome. Uh-oh.
The human race requires judgment.
Shut the fuck up.
Why are you throwing things at me? We're trying to win. Up here, this way, up here, this way.
I'm coming.
Oh, you go up there, go up there. Yeah,
Stop
go up
turning
there and I'll
around.
piss him off.
Just fucking
And
Christ.
so when he you can shoot him in the back. Wait, is the yellow thing on his back
No.
or no?
I'm just shooting his head.
I miss. I miss. I miss. That went through him.
I went through him.
Here or something?
You gotta shoot his heart.
Oh no, he threw me.
I told you to come up here!
What is coming up there?
Fucking look at the map! You never remember it's there!
It always disappears. I forget.
Oh my god.
I don't want to fall. Okay, at least it's got us here. Okay. Okay, go. And then wait, no, yeah. And then so I'm gonna piss
I
him
can't
off and
even
you guys shoot
go!
his- I know. Give me a second.
Humans have escaped this winnowing for far.
Wait for him to come down here so he activates. So his thing. Oh, did we bug him out?
It forked.
Oh fuck, we bugged him out. Okay, there we go. There we go. And then I gotta go punch a boulder for you to jump over here. Miss. Went through him, lol.
Oh my god.
God damn it, you guys are driving me crazy.
Why the fuck was she reloading? At the exact moment he fucking jumped over there. I swear to god. I'm gonna lose my mind.
We're just getting so confused on trying to figure out what the fuck we're supposed to do.
Like, I knew I had to run, but she started reloading. And he started waving his fucking tentacle again.
He's waving his thing at you.
Yeah.
He was doing the helicopter.
Oh my god.
He's gotta come down to me. There we go. And then you can shoot him. Oh, fuck. No, it didn't even give me the chance to jump. Kill it.
Why can't you understand, Chris?
God.
Natural selection leaves the survivors stronger and faster. Humans have escaped this winnowing for far too long.
Yay, now he's gonna jump up there to you. Alright. How the fuck they don't have 10? What do you mean don't have 10?
10 what?
I don't understand it. 10,000 followers? Oh my god.
We died too much.
We're not gamer enough right now. Give us a minute. We're tired. It's 12:30 for Neo. It's bedtime for both of us. Past bedtime for both of us. Alright, there we go. I punched the boulder for you. Where are you?
What is she doing?
I can hit
They're
my
missing
shot.
this Star Wars like beautiful action. She doesn't even get the fucking do the cutie and she fucking falls down. What is going on?
Yay, welcome.
The human race requires.
She doesn't even do the QTE. Shut up.
Get all your ideas from comic book villains?
Wow, Chris.
Wow, Chris.
Nice dialogue.
Are we supposed to go up here?
I don't
assume
know,
so.
but I'm going.
Oh, we got a checkpoint.
See, I told you.
Chris, he's so angry. Are we supposed to jump off?
Why?
I don't like that. I think we need to go down this way.
I don't know. He didn't even shoot me. He didn't even. He missed me. So whatever.
Oh, it's on his back. I gotta jump. I'm gonna go around and shoot his back.
He's doing a helicopter. Too much. Too late. I already shot his back.
What is that? It's getting bigger. Oh, it's on his front now.
The boulder punch was a QTE? Come back here.
Is there anything on his back?
Not anymore.
Holy fuck. He's faster now. I'm running away.
I'm shooting his face and he's not even flinching. Yeah, she did go down.
The other in front. Well, they're going. Try going behind him. See what happens.
His face,
His
not
face
weak
is not a weak
spot.
spot. Okay. Try shooting his back.
But there's nothing on his back.
I mean, he's stuck right now.
There's
No, I got
nothing
his
on
back.
his
There's
back.
nothing on his back.
I'm telling you guys, I'm not fucking
Look,
blind.
I got his back right now. There's nothing on him. The middle platform. The game doesn't like it when you leave the middle platform part. Oh my fucking god. You have to be shitting me. You gotta piss him off, Neo, and take him back up there so I can go up there.
He's getting pissed on the rocks right now.
He's right. He's... Oh my god. So we gotta take him back up to the middle fucking platform. He's pissed off at
He's
me
not even coming
again.
in my direction. Stop shooting at him.
He started. I'm not shooting at him.
You broke him.
You broke him.
No, you went down. I was just chilling. In the middle. And now you're fucking dead. You're gonna go into the lava. Goodbye, Chris. It was nice knowing you.
You're just watching me.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do? Oh, he's not even throwing into the lava anymore. He's surviving? You sure about that? He does like Chris from the time I threw in the lava. Not surviving.
So we're not supposed to leave the middle platform. We know that now.
I knew that. You didn't read the chat.
I didn't know that. I was gonna go around him and shoot him from behind.
How do you go around from the bottom?
There's literally a platform there that says you could let you jump off of it.
Well, there is a jump platform indeed.
Okay. Now that one gets covered. Oh god, he touched me. It's on his front now.
I know. What are you doing?
I don't know. He's looking at you.
Don't change the subject.
I'm dying.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm dying in a cutscene.
I'm dying in a cutscene.
What is this thing? What is he doing? Oh, it's on his back now.
Yeah, I got it.
I guess it really doesn't like when you leave this area.
Take care of his front.
There we go. Now it's on his back.
I will knife him. I like how it told me to freaking dodge, even though it wasn't even coming in my
Now it's on
direction.
his front. No, it's on his back still. Oh no, we gotta back up. Oh, I'm almost out of ammo. On his front now. Oh god, he hit
fought
me.
it with fire.
Oh yeah, it's swapping again. How many times do we gotta do this? Because I'm almost out of ammo. You got him? What is EV? What kind of combo is that? What kind of dodge combo is EV?
It's Eevee. It's for you. It's special, customized for you.
Okay, it's swapping again. Alright, how many fucking times do we have to do this? Oh no, it's okay. It's actually changing. You gotta... Where is he looking? He turned when I was going to shoot him. I'm out. He got me. You get his bat?
Oh, did he miss? Master, thank you for the follow. What the fuck is happening? F and V again. Shit.
He's looking. Can you get him?
Cutie is going from behind him? How do you even do that?
I'm getting behind him now. Oh
Bro,
fuck, he died.
why do you always reload in the worst possible moment?
There's a QTE for going behind him? There was? Maybe that's
I
what
think
we were
that
doing
was the
wrong.
dodge.
Apparently we're missing something. Crash!
Crash!
When the pulling part is on the front, Chris can grab him from behind. Oh my god, I didn't know that.
To shut his eyes.
You shoot his back? What is... I fucking hate...
I shot his back. And he gets all wobbly. He's a wobbly, look at his hands.
Wibbly wobbly, wibbly wobbly.
Wobbly wobbly.
And then when it's on his
Go
front, I
wobble-
can grab
wobble
him
him.
from the back. Okay. I'm gonna wibbly wobbly his face.
Can you even grab him?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. There's something I can do. It just doesn't tell me. It's like it's being pain in the butt. Because I'm trying to turn while doing it. Okay, it's covered up again.
Fuck.
So you gotta shoot his back.
I'm trying. He's not ready yet under his. Oh no, don't go in my direction.
Oh god.
I shot his butt.
Okay. I need to get behind him. I got him, 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 I got him.
Bro, this is just fucking stupid.
You're on the wrong side. You got it? Oh, you got it. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up.
I'm pressing the button.
Tap the F as fast as you can tap.
Ew, he's pissing.
He's pissing all over us. Oh my god, we fucking won. We beat the game. Let's go. Go, Chris. Backshot him. My backshot his ass.
Let's go.
Oh my god, I get so many pings.
Anakin, I have the high ground.
Oh, he's in the lava.
He's Anakin.
Omerito. No, yo. Arigato. Let's go.
Whee. Hurry the fuck up!
Go!
Instead of grabbing it, he was like, I'm gonna look at this rock that I'm standing on.
Hey, pipe, let's go! We beat it! It's, oh my god, Neo, we've been streaming for, we're about to be almost streaming for 10 hours.
We had like...
When was the last time you streamed this long?
A year ago. When I was doing my 12-hour stream.
Oh my god.
I think.
Ah, he's still yelling my name! Oh my god, he's going for it.
Uh-oh.
He got it.
Although, I don't know, maybe, I think I was like, I had an 8-hour stream when I was playing Fallout 2. But not this long.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
The RPGs, get it! Another QTE? Dude, we gotta shoot it? Or is it a, oh, it's cutscene. Okay. I
Whisker's
need
lava
lava
for
proof now. I need Wesker lava proof now.
As if that would have stopped him.
Of course, no QTE. No QTE.
That was for our fallen brothers.
Whee!
For the records, it should have been a QTE. I figured as much.
Listen, I know. Won't change anything. Vroom, 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 vroom.
It's over.
Yes.
It's over.
Now go play the game on PlayStation 3. Fuck no.
I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it. Nope. Not happening.
Wondering if it's all worth fighting for.
Oh my god, he's got this fucking...
For a future without fear. Yeah.
He's still wearing his fucking sunglasses.
Yeah.
Hey, those sunglasses are on his regular skin too, by the way. Not just this one. Okay, with the QT. No, we're not playing this fucking game again. I'm sorry, we're not doing it. I'm sorry.
Whee!
Whee! Yay!
Whee!
Flying off to the horizon. After 10. Oh, no, we streamed yesterday too. We did 7 hours yesterday. No, 6 hours yesterday. So it took us about 15 hours,
Yeah.
so a little bit extra.
Whee!
But we also got stuck on boss fights because we didn't know what the fuck we were doing.
Like, what did we get stuck on yesterday? No, we got stuck on the freaking tutorial.
Okay.
And then it was good afterwards. I don't know what happened.
Wait, what happened? We got through it. We figured out how it worked. Okay. Complete all chapters on amateur. Complete all chapters on normal.
Look at
Oh
my
my God, you didn't get a
accuracy. Look at
rating.
your accuracy. Of course, it like cut out half of me just existing in this game because, of course. Oh, I just
God, look at all these,
sure, never mind.
Look at all these DLCs we can play. Or the extra story modes. we
I
can
only
play.
killed one in.
Oh, we got new costumes and stuff too.
Yeah, the disconnect. That's so stupid.
Did you get disconnected?
The disconnect of pain. Yeah, when I went to the bathroom.
Okay.
Just killed me.
Oh yeah. Let's look at the new stuff we got. The outfits.
Fairy
We got outfits
tale,
for
what the
being,
fuck?
Is it special setting? Yeah. Let's look at the outfits. Costume select.
I don't have any
Look at
outfits.
Chris's. Heavy metal. Oh my god, he's got a fucking outfit.
I don't have it. It's because it's a... Bro. I didn't get
What?
them because it kicked me out, so I don't have ratings for the 2 levels.
Holy fuck.
Wow.
Ew.
What the fuck?
If you want to look at my stream, this is what it looks like. The ones you get from beating the game.
Hold on. Hold on. I need to freaking hide this game. Hide this game from my sight!
Kaku just pinged us for something on Twitter.
Kaku
Remble
Kaku?
just pinged us for playing. Kaku pinged us on Twitter. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
I'm looking. I mean, they're looking for the costumes. What the fuck is that outfit?
I want to give you a free copy of my horror game to Exile. Comment here if you want to DM from me. Retweet and tag other content creators.
What is that outfit?
Which one?
I'm looking
Shameless
at
or
your.
Kristen?
I'm looking at your stream.
Yeah, that's the one you get from beating the game.
That's what I'm talking about.
What is it? It's Fairy Tale.
It's so stupid.
Oh, it looks kind. And this is Chris's, the heavy metal one.
My god.
You know his voice lags so much. What do you mean it lags so much? It shouldn't be lagging.
I became a lag. Became a lag. Oh.
Okay.
How about you let me see what the fuck I'm buying first?
What are you buying? What do you buy them?
No, the game is like, you want to exchange this for points? I'm like, sure, but what the heck am I looking at?
Where is that at?
And bonus features.
Oh, what is this? Oh! Exchange this for points. Oh, it's 0 points though, so it's free.
Oh no. Extra.
Oh, and then the Magini, select an item to. Oh, you can get IG. Oh, it's like it's like what's it called? Cheats and stuff. It's cheats and
cheats.
Cheats. And looks like library stuff, like data stuff.
This.
Figurines.
You're like, wow, you can look at a 3D model.
Turn off the ammo
Amazing.
limit for the M3 shotgun. Special settings. Infinite ammo for the M3 shotgun.
Why don't you have that?
Because I maxed it out. That's what it was. And then I maxed out the Dragonom, so I can get infinite ammo for that one too.
What else did have
Is
that?
garbled in my stream?
What?
How? Apparently your voice is garbled in my stream.
I'm garbled. What? Which other place had these gacha things?
There. Oh my gosh.
Look, I'm missing too. Us.
I wonder, does it let me keep the money? Well, I guess money carries over to New Game Plus, doesn't it?
What not there? What are you saying?
What?
Whoa. Why do I have a Chinese?
What are you talking about?
I'm being crazy. Ooh.
I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna pop back up to my just chatting screen real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Let me
I'm
close
staring
the
at
game.
random
Alright.
things.
It is very late.
It
We need to
is.
go to bed. I need to go to work tomorrow and bullshit my way very quickly because I have to stream with Reina tomorrow.
What was I looking for earlier?
I don't. Oh, the outfits. That one. You were at it. Wait, so you didn't? You didn't get the things? Did you not get the achievement for beating the game? No, you did beat the game. You got New Game Plus, so the new outfits should be there.
No, it's not.
And
Oh, this is what I was looking for. Okay. No, hold on. Look. I don't have like 2 things. I'm guessing the game things that I didn't complete it then.
Oh my god! So it didn't give you the outfits.
No.
Fuck.
I do have New Game Plus. It doesn't change anything. I did not get the outfit.
broke
You
it.
saw it.
We broke the game basically.
Yeah.
What was that? Redeem Blob Man's hang.
Blob. Blob.
Except Neo's blocking the Blob dance right now.
Oh.
The disconnect means Neo technically didn't beat the game. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You have to complete it in your own room.
No. Doesn't matter. I don't care about that outfit, okay?
Didn't care about the outfit. Okay. We beat the game though.
Yeah, I'm just very tired.
Neo,
now.
how'd you like it?
Left 4 Dead.
You like Left 4 Dead? Is that what you think?
Yes.
Do we want to play Left 4 Dead at some
Left
point?
4 Dead out of 10.
Left 4 Dead out of 10?
Yeah.
Do we want to add Left 4 Dead 2 to the list of games to play soon?
No, I've played too much of the game.
That's fine. We'll do Repo. I think we have Repo Sunday or Monday.
Yeah.
Whatever one of those. We'll figure it out when we get there. I gotta see if Allison is gonna actually play. Her internet's getting better. If not, she's gonna have to sit out and I'll get some other people to play. Did you enjoy the game? The game was a game of all games.
The game was fully games.
No, personally, I had much fun. I never do clips, but this time I did. Yeah, the game. Okay. It was fun for you guys. We were in pain.
It was was something else
We
for
were
us.
we were laughing, but we were laughing because we were in pain.
Yeah. Anyway, you're gonna keep going or are you ending?
Oh no, we're gonna end. We're gonna actually go raid into Song because Song is currently streaming Mortuary Assistant and he cannot do horror games to save his life. So he got forced to play the scary game. So I'm gonna go raid into him real quick. Because I have to go to bed.
I'm gonna raid him too.
Okay, where is he? There he is.
So, guys, please say hello. Please be nice. And we will see you. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is my anniversary. Yeah.
What the fuck is... Alright, here we go.
I'll
I'm
be
gonna
back
send you
tomorrow. But yeah, until then.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Good night. Here's his thingy. Bye. Alright, yeah. Go, guys. Go say hi to Song.